evening, on behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and his beautiful wife, Mrs. Lordina Mahama, the National Democratic Congress and the NDC minority in Parliament, I welcome you to the UPSA auditorium for a presentation by President John Dramani Mahama on building the Ghana we want. It is obvious this is not the Ghana we wish for. Ghana, yes, papa, mebwana, mebwana, mentiniyo, mebwana. The pain of the economic mismanagement and the people who are struggling are looking up to us. The economy is biting, is really, really biting, and is biting very hard. In fact, the system is so hot that even Ojam and his people are suffering more than us in opposition. Mebwana. Importers are what? Suffering. Market women are what? A young man asked me yesterday to tell you, His Excellency, that he has added visionary to your titles. After calling you infrastructure king, he wants to add that you are a visionary leader. Indeed, what a sweet vindication. You have really been vindicated. So, visionary John Mahama, Ghana is waiting to hear from you tonight. You have provoked fellow Ghanaians to say that he's going to speak to the nation on Sunday. So I'm sure he has his pen and paper tonight. He will copy from you, and then on Sunday we will hear what he will say. On that note, we can't do this without saying a word of prayer. Let me call the MP who is in charge of where we are, the constituency. The Honorable Sosu will say the opening prayer for us. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Please, shall we rise and pray? We pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Dear Lord, we thank you for this evening. We give you glory, we give you honor, and we give you praise. Your word declares that righteousness exalts a nation, and sin is a reproach. When wicked and vindictive people are in charge of a nation, the people suffer. The people are miserable. Dear Lord, our current experiences are real testimony of the people in power today. Father, Ghana is looking up to you for a redemption. And we know, Lord, you redeem people using vessels. Tonight, the vessel that you have prepared to redeem Ghana from this quagmire, we pray that you will endow him with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that he will deliver to soothe the misery of your people. Tonight, oh Lord, we pray that may your angels take charge over this auditorium. We come against every work of darkness in the mighty name of Jesus. And we pray, oh Lord, that by your power, by your grace, by your mercy, may you redeem this country in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Member of Parliament for the Medina constituency. Thank you. We are very grateful. And then you have put us in the spirit. If you're watching us on TV or listening to us on radio, we are live on various radio and TV stations across the country. We are live on Metro TV, Original TV, Original FM, Joy FM, Power FM, Radio XYZ, Class FM, Accra FM, CTV, TV XYZ, Wazo TV, and your favorite Loud Silence TV. You can also follow the conversation online with hashtag John Mahama Live or hashtag JM Speaks on the Economy. There's another hashtag also that says Save Ghana Now. So all these networks are available. You can tune in Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to pave the way for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, let's welcome the Member of Parliament for Ijumaku Inyanishim and Minority Spokesperson for the Finance Committee, Dr. Ato Forson. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Your Excellency. We are all going through the worst form of economic crisis in our lifetime. My duty today, or this evening, is to show how we got here, where we are going, obviously what occasioned the reason why we are where we are, and the consequences of the economic crisis we are going through. Start with, I have titled my presentation today, Get Ready for a Crude and Painful Haircut, the Consequences of Economic Mismanagement. Colleagues, we are all aware that the Akufo-Addo government inherited total public debt of about 120 billion Ghana cedis, representing approximately 55.6% of GDP. Indeed, we've also heard the World Bank in their latest prediction that Ghana's public debt will be 104.7% of GDP by the end of the year 2022. This obviously means that Ghana's public debt in nominal terms will be 522 billion by the end of the year 2022. In fact, this translates to the fact that the NPP administration within a period of 6 years has added 400 billion Ghana cedis to our public debt just in 6 years, with very little to show for. This also means that they have accumulated 50% of today's GDP in fresh debt. It is sad to note that if you look at today's public debt stock, the MPP alone had accumulated 80% of today's public debt, indicating that they are the largest in terms of the accumulation of public debt since Kwame Nkrumah. This government has successfully driven our dear country into the ditch by making our debt highly unsustainable to a point of no return. Ghana has been made poorer under this administration. Cocoa Board has accumulated over 14 billion Ghana cedis in fresh debt. ECG owes IPPs, independent power producers, over 12 billion Ghana cedis. Almost every single state-owned enterprise is insolvent. The situation is not only scary, but very worrying. Currently, the government owes contractors and suppliers about 100 billion Ghana cedis. And I will show to you how much they owe at various places. The government has approximately 70 billion Ghana cedis at the Ministry of Finance waiting for payment. Again, Get Fund owed contractors about 3 billion Ghana cedis. I'm also aware that contractors are owed in excess of 2 billion Ghana cedis at the Ghana Road Fund. It will surprise you to know that about 10 billion Ghana cedis, representing a colossal amount, is waiting for payment at various MMDAs. Cocoa Board owe contractors and other suppliers in excess of 3 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana will need to take a very bitter pill to address this cancer of national embarrassment and undeserving albatross arising from economic mismanagement. If this administration had heeded the wise counsel from the NDC, some civil society organizations, as well as well-meaning Ghanaians, I'm aware that we wouldn't be where we are today. This ineptitude and intransigence has occasioned the loss of confidence in the Ghanaian economy by the investor community. Businesses, as we speak, are moving to Ivory Coast and other neighboring countries. It will also surprise you to know that companies are shutting down and layoffs are becoming daily routine, with frequent devastating downgrades by rating agencies. The spreads representing the interest rate of Ghana's sovereign bonds have widened significantly in the international capital market and the domestic market. Today, if Ghana is supposed to go to the bond market, international bond market, we will end up borrowing dollar at 36%. Today, if you go to the domestic market, government is struggling to borrow at 30%. This year alone, as a result of the deteriorating economic condition, rating agencies have downgraded Ghana's credit worthiness to an unprecedented manner, a level that has never happened in the history of Ghana. Fitch had to downgrade Ghana from B- to CC with a negative outlook. Standard & Poor had to downgrade Ghana again from B- to CC+ with a negative outlook, clearly meaning that they are going to downgrade us even further. Moody's also had to downgrade Ghana from B-, B3 to CAA2 with outlook also under review, clearly indicating that in the coming months, if things does not improve, they will downgrade us even further. Our unsustainable debt levels have led credit rating agencies to describe our dear country Ghana as a country where debt default is imminent with very little prospect for recovery. Unfortunately, these rating agencies are likely to downgrade our dear country Ghana further to D in the coming months because of our obvious pending debt restructuring. But let me say that it is true that the public debt is the main problem. Excessive borrowing leading to public debt overhang and the loss of access to the international capital market is the elephant in the room. Ghana's public debt overhang has reached an unprecedented level and is trending upwards. Even though the public debt levels have risen across some countries, the capacity to live with such debt levels varies considerably from country to country. The ability to repay the debt is certainly not the same. So it is wrong for people to compare the fact that some countries has debt to GDP in excess of 100%. The important point is that the ability to carry the debt differs from country to country. The load I can carry is certainly different from the load that my son can carry. So you cannot make that kind of analysis. It is sad to know that the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government refused to accept that Ghana's economic woes are deeply rooted in the accumulation of the public debt to an unsustainable levels. The following analysis confirms that the unsustainable debt levels is indeed the problem. Let me say that Ghana's total domestic debt as at December 2020 had increased to 278% of domestic revenue, almost 3 times the size of domestic revenue, and is expected to worsen by the end of the year 2022, this year. This situation is far worse than the HIPIC days. In fact, HIPIC numbers looks better than today's numbers. It is also surprising to note that nearly 50% of the entire domestic revenue, including market tolls, the fees and charges at the OPD, all of them put together, goes towards debt servicing. This crowds out critical expenditure in the year 2020. And I will also project that by the end of this year, we will end up needing 55% of the entire domestic revenue to deliver the needed debt servicing that we require. But it is also important to understand that domestic revenue is different from tax revenue. Domestic revenue is far larger, and the amount of domestic revenue that is not available to individual for the central government. And so there is the need to consider the revenues that is available for central government. So oftentimes in my analysis, I use tax revenue. Interest payment as a percentage to tax revenue increased from 55% at the end of the year 2022. And it will surprise you to know that by the end of the year 2022, this year, interest payment will be approximately 55% of tax revenue. I've also got the opportunity to look at what actually occasioned Ghana to be where we are. But let me say that government reckless fiscal behavior and creative accounting is indeed the reason why we are where we are. Creative accounting in the sense that government decided to hide critical debt numbers and national statistics from Parliament and to the world, obviously to create wrong impression that they are doing well. Unfortunately, they are not doing well. And that is why this has come to all of us, that huge fiscal deficit simply means that the government overspent more than its revenue in excess of what is acceptable. And then as a result, they have to borrow excessively to finance this huge fiscal deficit. As a result of this reckless borrowing, the government policy of one problem, one loan, that's how I call it, debt service cost is now exceeding 8% of GDP. This is a government that believes that every problem in the economy, they will have to go and borrow money to fund it. If you go to the president and say, Mr. President, I'm sick, I'm having a headache, he says, go and see the finance minister for a bond. They believe that everything has to be debt. Unfortunately, they have lost the way. The rising debt service cost has crowded out most critical expenditures, such as education and health. Ghana has reached a point where about 90% of our tax revenue is used to service debt, making it virtually impossible to pay for statutory funds from the same tax revenue. I've often talked about the need for us to understand what has happened over the years and to understand that that is the main reason why where we are. For example, in the year 2018, the MPP administration had informed Parliament and to the Ghanaian public that they borrowed 11.6 billion Ghana cedis to finance a fiscal deficit of 3.9% of GDP. But indeed, that was false. They actually borrowed 21.4 billion Ghana cedis to finance a fiscal deficit of 7.1% of GDP. So they hid from Parliament an amount of 10 billion Ghana cedis. And the Ghanaian people did not know that they borrowed in excess of what they had reported. Again, in the year 2019, they had again reported to Parliament that they borrowed 4.8% of GDP, representing 16.8 billion Ghana cedis. But again, that was false. They actually borrowed 25.2 billion Ghana cedis. Clearly, they hid from the Ghanaian people approximately 8.2 billion Ghana cedis. Then comes the year 2020, the year of elections. They ran a fiscal deficit of 11% according to them. They claimed they borrowed 44.9 billion Ghana cedis, largely for election year expenditure. But unfortunately, that wasn't the truth. The truth was they borrowed 67.3 billion Ghana cedis to finance government expenditure during election year. That is the reason why we are where we are. They ended up running a fiscal deficit of 17.2%, mother of all fiscal deficit. This is the largest fiscal deficit since Kwame Nkrumah went to Equatorial Guinea. And it is also important to understand that in the year 2021, after winning the elections, one would have thought that they would have changed the narrative. But unfortunately, they failed to change the narrative. What they did again was to inform Parliament and to the public that they had run a fiscal deficit of 9.2% of GDP. Obviously, it means that they borrowed 42.3 billion Ghana cedis to finance fiscal deficit. But the actual numbers showed that they borrowed 56.9 billion Ghana cedis. So if you track the fiscal part, clearly all of us will see the fact that this government had run a fiscal deficit in excess of approximately 42% of GDP. 42% of GDP in 4 years. This is the kind of fiscal deficit countries do in over 4 decades. In some countries will do it at least 10 years. What they have done is that they have taken the space that 4 government will end up needing. So even if a new government comes into office, if you don't do anything, you come and you sit there and you cannot do anything because they have covered all the space with very little to show. Apart from toilets, they have nothing to show. Ladies and gentlemen, there is also the need to examine Ghana's ability, or rather inability, to repay this debt that we are talking about. In the first 6 months of the year 2020, this year, according to the data that they presented to us in Parliament, Ghana's total tax revenue was 30 billion Ghana cedis. 30 billion Ghana cedis. During the same period, debt service obligation was 26.1 billion, representing 87% of tax revenue, leaving only 3.9 billion to run the entire nation for the period. So what it simply means is that they collected 30 billion in tax revenue. They ended up using 26.1 billion just to service our debt, obviously because of the way they have increased the debt. Government spent 17 billion on compensation of employees, representing wages and salaries of government workers alone for the same period. This simply means that the government had to borrow to pay for wages and salaries between January and June 2022. Government half-year tax revenue obviously shows that 30 billion was paid, but this was certainly not enough to pay for both compensation and debt service of 43 billion. So you collect 30 billion, but debt service and compensation was 43 billion. So clearly, you will have to borrow to top up before you can pay your staff, like teachers and nurses, and before you can service your debt. And you could see that this is the situation that we are in. But let me say that this is largely because of the huge debt service obligation as a result of reckless borrowing. It should be noted that out of the 30 billion tax revenue, 10 billion Ghana cedis is already earmarked for statutory funds such as the constitutional DACF, this Assembly Common Fund, National Health Insurance Levy, Get Fund, Road Fund, and others. And it obviously means that they did not pay for it. And I've tried to show this graph. And what this chart shows is that the first one, you can see the one in orange, representing your revenue, and then 2 items in yellow representing your wages and salary of government workers, and obviously the fact that you have to service your debt. So you have 30 billion against 43 billion. How do you do it? You have to borrow more to pay your debt. So even the debt itself, you have to borrow money before you can service it. But remember that this 30 billion has 10 billion Ghana cedis for statutory funds. One of them is constitutional, District Assembly Common Fund. The others are legal, and you have to pay them, and the money is not obviously available. So if you are to be judicious with what the laws require, you have to put 10 billion aside. And putting 10 billion aside will mean that the only tax revenue that is available for the nation is 20 billion Ghana cedis. So out of the 20 billion Ghana cedis, you had to borrow additional 23.1 billion Ghana cedis before you can service your debt and before you can pay your wages and salaries. In fact, in simple put, the 20 billion is not enough to service your debt. So you have to borrow more to service your debt. So no wonder today as we speak, District Assembly releases are not going, Get Fund is not being paid, National Health Insurance is dying, and everyone else is dying because the money is simply not available. Colleagues, Ghana has indeed inevitably reached a point where the interest of the creditor and the public has collided, and this is important. Creditors including treasury bill holders, bond holders, term loan holders, government contractors, and etc. definitely want to be repaid according to the terms of their finance agreement or contract. On the other hand, the public, you and I, want pensions to be paid, health care to be provided, roads to be maintained, children to be educated. But the truth is, Ghana cannot currently afford to repay its debt obligation. According to the finance agreement, and provide public goods at the same time. That is the stark reality. Ghana is simply insolvent. In other words, bankrupt. That is the sad reality. But it's also important for us to understand and to diagnose the problem as it is. The problem we face now has to do with insolvency. It has nothing to do with liquidity. And we should understand that we have an insolvency situation at hand, and there's the need for us to confront it head on. And to our senior citizens here, you recall that under Adjournment, we had to contend with Yentua. Today, we have seen Adjournment reincarnation in the West form called Yentumintua. That is where we are. So you have Adjournment under President Adjournment days Yentua, and we are going to have under President Akufo-Addo Yentumintua. That's the West form of Adjournment regime. But this is possible. A clear-cut distinction between insolvency and liquidity, Yentua and Yentumintua, is possible, since borrowing cost and market access depends on the word insolvency. Ghana is currently suffering from what I call sovereign insolvency stress, SIS, which means that we are facing the following: loss of market access, high and rising borrowing costs, rapid depreciation of the Ghanaian cedi, high inflation, default staring at Ghana, and there's low fiscal space. Our debt situation has been unsustainable since 2021. Ghana is currently insolvent or bankrupt and cannot repay its debt. The situation is not, and I repeat, not liquidity. But you see, when you, as I said, you are confronted with a default staring at you, oftentimes people take this lightly. But we cannot take this lightly. You will need to understand the kind of default that you will have to contend with, whether Yentua or Yentumintua. The two are not the same. One is liquidity and one has to do with insolvency. But let me say, and each one has different medicines. So you cannot use medicine A to treat ailment B. It should go according to plan. First, if the default has to do with soft default, in other words, liquidity, or Yentua and Adjournment, it's something that creditors are quite friendly with. But when the default situation that you have to contend with has to do with insolvency, in other words, the kind of default that creditors are unfriendly with, Yentumintua, where we are now, then you will have to look at it and understand and take the right medication. First of all, if a country has an ability to pay, but obviously facing short-term financing needs, and the fact that because they are facing short-term financing needs, there's no willingness to pay, that country is facing liquidity problems. What countries does is that they negotiate for maturity extension and coupon reduction. Maturity extension in the sense that if the debt is due today, they come to you and inform you that because of problem A and B, I cannot pay the debt today, so I will pay next year. And then the second point is they do what we call coupon reduction. Coupon simple means interest rate. So they come to you and say to you that the interest rate of 15%, I can't pay because of the problem that I'm in. So I will want you to accept, say, 5%. What this simple means is that, and if you track country to country, those who have gone through this, it means that the investor will lose approximately 20% of his or her investment. 20%. But that is not what we are in. Our situation is far worse than the Yentua. And as I said, our situation is Yentumintua. And if you have to contend with Yentumintua hard default, the first thing you need to understand is the level of your debt. We all know, and you can see there, we all know that our debt situation is such that we will have to look at the debt levels. The debt levels, as we are talking about today, everyone has confirmed that Ghana's debt is unsustainable. In fact, our debt is highly unsustainable and is in debt distress. This means that we have lost the ability to pay. And as I did the ability to pay analysis, and you saw it clearly, that Ghana does not have the ability to pay, then it means you have solvency problem. What countries have done over the years is that when you are confronted with a situation like that of insolvency problem, there's something we call principal haircut. That is why I said get ready for a crude and painful haircut. The principal haircut means that the value of your bond itself, government will call you and tell you that you need to mint. And so you have to accept a haircut, a baba, to shave you off. Even if you have no hair, like I don't have, you are going to get it. What this means is that, and if you look at country to country, an average NPV loss to the investor will be about 60%. 60% of loss is going to be you have to contend with. But there are some good news and a bad news. There are typically 5 ways to deal with unsustainable debt situation. And every country has to go through this if you are confronted with unsustainable debt. You either grow out of the debt, which this administration unfortunately had not been able to do. They inherited a lot of real sector investment that brought about a lot of growth in the year 2017 when they took office. Unfortunately, they had not invested in real sector activities, and as a result, Ghana cannot grow out of its debt. We gave them Sankofa, and for that matter, you agree with me that in 2017, growth actually came up heavily. Revenue came up heavily, and that is why in my analysis, I have said that 2017 numbers was good. It was good because of the work His Excellency John Mahama and his administration did, and not because of what they did. So clearly, they have lost the way. So that opportunity is gone. We can also inflate the debt away. As to whether Ghana can inflate it away, I have my doubt. We've lost that opportunity because if you are to look at the quantum of our debt, it's largely, we have 50% or so owned to foreigners, and it's in various currencies. So whether there's inflation or not, that debt is not worthless. That debt is still strong because it's in foreign currency, and inflation will not affect it. So you can't grow out of that. We can evade it through financial repression. And that simple means that even though inflation is going through about 40%, probably you can borrow at 5%. But is that possible in the case of Ghana? Ghana cannot do that. So we have only 2 options left. Repay it through fiscal adjustment and restructure it. So I will spend my time on this last 2 and conclude. How do we repay this debt through fiscal adjustment? Colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's rising debt burden confront our government with difficult choices, especially as our debt distress trend is upwards. The government will have to deliver 8% of GDP in primary surpluses 4 consecutive years to lower the debt to GDP from 100% to 70%. If government decide to repay its debt through fiscal adjustment, this will mean that a fiscal adjustment of about 8% of GDP, and simple put, we'll have to increase taxes, say 4% of GDP, and cut expenditure of about 4% of GDP. But I doubt that at this critical time of our national life, hardships at these unprecedented levels, worst form of hardship in our lifetime, whether we can increase additional taxes. I doubt. Expenditure cut of 4% of GDP, yes, there is room, and I'm sure in the course of it we can discuss that. Additional taxes, in my view, will be too painful. It will increase the suffering of the people of Ghana, and Ghana government cannot accept this. I think that this is not an option. These measures may be punitive and may lead to socio-political instability. Obviously, because the current economic hardship is just too much. If the government had listened to us in the year 2021, when my good self, the Honorable Haruna, the Honorable Muntaka, and our colleagues came here in UPSA and had the opportunity to invite the minister responsible for finance and to inform them that Ghana's debt has reached an unsustainable limit, so they should start the digging. The government decided to ignore us. In fact, Ghana could have remedied the situation, but unfortunately, they refused to act. Now the fiscal crisis has escalated. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say that there is a way to deal with this. At the time that we had informed them, clearly our debt levels was 80%. All what they should have done was to do a primary surplus of 2.7% of GDP. If they had done primary surplus of 2.7% of GDP, and this was easy to do, if you constrain the president lifestyle alone and cut the office of government machinery budget alone, you could have done that. But unfortunately, they decided to go on overdrive, on expenditure, overdrive, high speed, Formula 1. And that has landed us to this level. Today, our debt has moved from 80% of GDP in 2021 January to approximately 100%. The World Bank has said that you will need it's about approximately 105% of GDP. But as patriotic as I am, I've always said it's 100%. And 100% will mean that to bring it down to 70%, you will need to do 8% of primary surplus every year for 4 years. So colleagues, Ghana should brace for serious austerity in the coming years for the next 4 years or more. The mess they have created is such that they will leave office and their shadow will follow any government that comes after them. Government has started talking about debt restructuring, obviously as a tool to deal with the unsustainable debt levels. And this will be my last topic to discuss, then I will sit. Debt restructuring simple means Ghana cannot meet its debt service obligation. In other words, it has to renegotiate its debt terms, repayment terms. The announcement of debt restructuring will mean that Ghana has defaulted in its debt service obligation and will have to renegotiate a debt. International credit rating agencies are most likely to downgrade Ghana to D in the coming months as soon as the government officially announces debt restructuring. The process of debt restructuring is similar to HIPIC. However, HIPIC targeted bilateral and multilateral loans. Loans that you owe to country, and multilateral to international banks like World Bank, IMF, Africa Development Bank, Asia Development Banks. But debt restructuring will target commercial debt, debt that is owned to private individuals and private banks, and state banks that are privately owned. Examples of commercial lenders and possible debt restructuring envelope may include. So the following are the people that should expect a haircut. Domestic bond holders, get ready. Foreign bond holders, get ready. Term loans from local banks, get ready. Term loans from foreign banks, ready. ESLA bond holders, get ready. Get Fandache bond holders, get ready. Cocoa Bills bond holders, get ready. Bilateral loans will be affected. Export credit loans will be affected. Government contractors and suppliers, including IPPs, will also be affected. So this is where we are. Commercial lenders and others will have to accept a reduction in interest and principal payment, or risk default or non-payment. So the question is, you accept the haircut no matter how bad it is. It doesn't matter whether you get ugly, because obviously if you don't accept it, then there will be non-payment. So I would prefer to be ugly than not to get my money at all, because I will starve to die. But it's important for us to draw some distinctions between domestic and external debt restructuring. And I have said that one of the biggest dilemmas in sovereign debt restructuring is the extent to which the burden should be borne by holders of the debt instrument, governed by domestic and foreign laws. And that is what we call domestic and foreign debt restructuring. Restructuring domestic debt is like a surgery. You only do it if you must, and you avoid it if it might do more harm than good. It's a dangerous tool. Restructuring the local debt must be thought through very well. Imagine the consequences of haircut on the face value of your interest on your bond. Face value and interest of your bond. Imagine waking up one early morning only to be told that your 1 million Ghana cedis in government bond has suddenly become 700,000 Ghana cedis, to the extent that government has taken 300 million of your money. Imagine that. Imagine waking up one early morning only to be told that your 25% interest on your investment is suddenly going to become 15%. At a time inflation is almost 40%. Simple put, you are going to get real interest rates on your returns. Terrible times. Imagine an individual losing so much of his lifetime savings that has been invested in government bonds and the so-called risk-free. Imagine. Pension funds will suffer in a drop in value. Tier 2 and Tier 3 pension payout will drop from already low levels. Tier 1, SNIT, reserves will drop in value. SNIT capacity to pay pensions will certainly suffer. Insurance companies' reserves will fall, with implication for benefit payment, unfortunately. Local banks, other deposit-taking institutions, savings and loans, rural banks, credit unions in the villages will suffer because they hold their reserves in local bonds. Restructuring domestic debt may undermine the health of the banking system, since capital adequacy will depend on the soundness of the balance sheet of the bank. To be honest with you, a lot of trouble is looming. Just get ready. Get ready. Colleagues, the burden will be mostly borne by banks. The ones that will suffer most after banks will be firms and companies. Individuals will also suffer. Foreign investors will follow. Bank of Ghana, private pension scheme will also suffer. Rural banks are going to suffer. Insurance companies will suffer. And others, I don't know who they are, they will also suffer. State pensions will also suffer. So to the MC, Obi, it's not only drivers that are suffering, everybody will suffer under this economy. We estimate that Ghana will require a debt relief of about 45% of GDP, in excess of 200 billion Ghana cedis, to make our debt sustainable. Simply put, Ghana will have to ask you and I, Sami, to give free money to the government of 200 billion Ghana cedis before our debt will become unsustainable. To make our debt sustainable, we need to reduce our debt to GDP from over 100% to 55% of GDP. And this is required before we can get an IMF board approval, not staff level. So even if you get staff level approval, until you make your debt sustainable by doing all what it takes to get debt relief of 200 billion Ghana cedis and to bring it to 55% of GDP, the board will not sit and you will not get a dime from the IMF. And I repeat, you will not get a dime from the IMF. There are obviously consequences to debt restructuring. Ghana will be the first sub-Saharan African country to restructure its commercial debt with a huge reputational damage. Nkrumah's Ghana is now going to suffer reputational damage, the Black Star of Africa. Within 20 years, Ghana is moving from heavily indebted poor country, HIPIC, to sovereign insolvency stress. So the problem now is no longer HIPIC. We are in SIS, sovereign insolvency stress. Economic growth will be the biggest casualty in the next 3 years. Now I'll move to recommendation and conclude. Colleagues, the future of our dear country is at stake, and there is the need to not to leave our future and livelihood only to the ruling government. We all have to get involved. We have that sacred responsibility to the people of Ghana. We cannot sit unconcerned and wait for IMF to save our dear country from collapse. There are economic tools that can be deployed to save our country from collapse. We in the minority recommend a set of policy options for government, and we demand urgent consideration. This country belongs to all of us. Number one, curbing inflation should be the top priority. Ghana does not want inflation to be entrenched. We need to confront inflation now before it becomes too late. Number two, the Bank of Ghana need to anchor inflation expectation. Immediately, they should stop the printing of currency, otherwise known as monetary financing to finance government expenditure. That should stop immediately after this press statement. We also say that to stem the rapid depreciation of our cedi, the Bank of Ghana may have to call for an emergency monetary policy committee meeting and consider the need to possibly hike, even if it is for the purpose of signaling that somebody is in charge. Today, it looks as if nobody is in charge. Forget about what they are doing, meeting forex bureaus and black market people. Go and do the heavy duty. That is what the investors are looking at. Government must prioritize and rationalize expenditure by cutting all unnecessary and frivolous expenditures. Imposing taxes at this time will hurt Ghanaians and undermine economic growth and economic recovery that we all seek. However, there is an urgent need to improve compliance in tax collection. I now conclude. The haircut will hit you directly or indirectly. It doesn't matter if you have no hair. It will be crude and painful, extremely painful. Don't celebrate if you are bald-headed like me. The crude haircut will still find you and punish you. Mr. President, please be aware that a Mickey Mouse form of debt restructuring will hurt Ghana big time. Your debt restructuring must not target domestic creditors. It will destroy us. Ghana is in a deep mess because the managers of the economy failed to act. For them, everything is about the next election. They never accept responsibility. They always say, it wasn't me, it was the guy behind the tree. They live in another planet. They do not appreciate what the IMF will require from them, let alone to start the digging. The ineptitude is just unbelievable. The Ghanaian economy is indeed suffering from sovereign insolvency stress and stagflation coupled with acute debt overhang syndrome. Our disease is called sardosis. Honestly, we are in a big mess. If the economic hardship and the haircut find you, remember, it is as a result of the ineptitude of Alhaji Bawumia and his economic management team. There's a Chinese proverb that says, he who blames others has a long way to go on his journey. He who blames himself is halfway there. And he who blames no one has arrived. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can we do that again? Thank you very much, Dr. Atoforsen. Please take your seats. Are you not scared? That's scary already. Dr. Atoforsen is minority spokesperson on finance. Thank you very much. That was very competent and a presentation about the consequences of our economic mismanagement, and I'm sure that our opponents have been all talk but no action. with multiple crises piling up on top of each other, they are still absolutely clueless, and I mean clueless, about what to do next. The good news is that the visionary John Mahama is willing to share some ideas with them. I pray they are picking up their notepads and their pens right about now. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the presumptive presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress for the 2024 elections and the next president of the Republic of Ghana, the visionary John Dramani Mahama.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my sister Obovia. Honorable leader of the NDC group in Parliament. Our parliamentary colleagues, party colleagues, my wife Lodina. Let me begin by thanking Dr. Keselato Forsen for that very impressive and very concise and accurate presentation on the dire economic situation that we find ourselves in as a country. And I say good evening to everyone who is joining us from wherever you are in the world, and especially to those of you who've made time to join us here at the UPSA auditorium as we talk about building the Ghana we want. Dr. Atuforsen's presentation has laid bare the stark and objective yet depressing reality of our country today, how we got here, and the dreadful consequences that it has spawned. I'll begin by talking about Ghana's economic situation today, just to recap some of the things that he has talked about. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last few years, our economy has lurched from crisis to crisis, ultimately resulting in the most debilitating living conditions in several decades. Within a space of 10 months, our currency, the Ghana cedi, has depreciated by over 62% against the US dollar, which is the highest level we have ever reached in recent memory. Our public debt is projected to hover around 522 billion Ghana cedis by the close of this year, with a corresponding debt to GDP ratio of above 100%. Indeed, as Ato said, the World Bank puts it at 104%. The debt service obligations rising from this is monstrous, and it's making it impossible to provide financing for almost all sectors of the economy. The wage bill has gone up due to unbridled recruitment into all sectors of the public service, resulting from a poor capacity of the private sector to mop up the teeming youth graduating from all levels of our educational system. Worse still, Ghana has been classified as a country with the highest likelihood of debt default, which reflects the multiple downgrades that we have suffered recently by international credit agencies. As it stands, we remain firmly shut out of the international bond market. Inflation is almost hitting 40% and is set to even rise higher. Amidst all the contestations about the credibility of the method that is applied for determining inflation, some finance and economic experts believe that the reported inflation numbers, as with other economic indices, are worse than the published narratives. Ghana is on record as having the highest food inflation in the world at 122%, notwithstanding the much touted but grossly mismanaged Planting for Food and Jobs program. We're grappling with treasury bill rates of about 30% as local investors in our financial instruments suffer huge risks associated with lending to government. We're also experiencing massive reverse capital flows, with investors losing confidence in our economy and pulling out their resources in droves. It is estimated that as much as $2 billion have been taken out of our economy by investors who fear the West since the beginning of this crisis. Cote d'Ivoire and other neighboring countries have become the latest operational destination for many of these international investors, while others have pulled out completely from Ghana and West Africa. These are not just abstract numbers or vague data. They offer a bird's eye view of the state of our economy and translate into our everyday lives and our everyday struggles and suffering. They underscore our reality and the devastation millions of Ghanaians households are facing and going through today. Ladies and gentlemen, the daily price increases, unending fuel price adjustments, ever-rising inflation, a fast depreciating currency, corruption, arrogant and insensitive leadership, and the waste of scarce resources have all combined to make life simply unbearable for the generality of Ghanaians. Prices of items including everyday medication, salt, gari, and cooking oil are constantly on the rise. If you do not buy an item at a particular point in time, you are likely to find that the price has significantly increased a few hours later when you go back to the shop. The mortgage market is collapsing and is threatening the financial plans of many Ghanaian households. Mothers suffer heartbreak each day because they cannot afford to feed the children like they used to. Countless young people with enormous potential are struggling to pursue their lifelong dreams because of financial problems. Small entrepreneurs are struggling to break even and are suffering to keep their businesses open against great odds. This is not just an installment in cyclical hardship, and we should not pretend that it is. Investments have been lost, businesses have been destroyed, the pharmaceutical sector threatens to increase prices further and are threatening to reintroduce the obnoxious cash and carry system. People have been struck by sickness and unable to seek medical attention due to prohibitive costs, and regrettably some of them have paid the ultimate price. The standard of living, purchasing power, life savings, and quality of life of ordinary Ghanaians is depreciating by the day. Many are terrified that tomorrow may be worse as they struggle with uncertainty of our current situation. The signs of this crisis have been there since 2018, when alarming increases in our public debt levels and huge expenditure overruns became apparent. The NDC did not keep quiet. When it became obvious that we were heading for the ditch, we spoke up. We advised government. We made suggestions. I even asked government to desist from the creative accounting through which the Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, was selective in presenting budget data and thereby creating a picture that was rosy but was far removed from reality. All these fell on deaf ears. Government became ever more brazen and reckless and moved mismanagement of this economy to dizzying heights in the run-up to the 2020 elections, amidst boastful claims that they were the best managers of the economy. Immediately after the elections, it became clear that we had been thrown into a bottomless pit of debt round our necks, staggering budget deficits, and a rapidly deteriorating fiscal position. The looming disaster at the time required an urgent response. And even as the crisis deepened, Earlier this year, we in NDC besieged government with many prescriptions which are articulated in the Ghana at the Crossroads speech in May this year. And I urge government to seek multilateral assistance urgently. Among others, I also called on President Akufo-Addo to expeditiously convene a national dialogue on the economy, at which the best and brightest minds of our nation would be brought together to huddle and formulate a robust response to the challenges confronting us. I guess that is too late now. I re-echo demands by Ghanaians that the finance minister and the chair of the economic management team, who have been primarily responsible for this economic catastrophe, should be relieved of their positions to breed confidence among stakeholders and offer the economy a new lease of life. I asked the President to deploy some of the arsenals from the presidential toolkit and reshuffle his government to inject innovation and freshness of thinking into the running of the country. I also asked that the President address the nation to inform the public about the specific steps that he was intending to take to turn the condition around. This address was meant to calm the anxiety of the investor community and rally Ghanaians behind any such effort that he was willing to take. Regrettably, the President dug in and failed to do any of these suggestions. Let me note that since this event was advertised last weekend, I have been made aware that the President intends to address the nation sometime over this weekend. It is my prayer that his words would strike the right chords in the hearts of Ghanaians. Since my speech in May, the situation has spiraled out of control and the effects have been calamitous for all of us. There is a temptation to say, "I told you so," and that temptation is very strong. But we do not believe that this is a time for vainglorious pursuit of vindication. And neither is there room for gloating over the current predicament. But even now, as Ghanaians continue to suffer, there is a desperate attempt to shift blame. In almost robotic fashion, governments and its hirelings recite the same verse in unison, that we are in this perilous situation only because of COVID-19 and the Russian-Ukraine war. Despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. In fact, because of COVID-19, the government received more than 6 billion in windfall from both domestic and external sources. But for the deep hole in our finances and the reckless election 2020 expenditure, this should have been sufficient to protect Ghanaians against the COVID disease and promote post-pandemic recovery. There has been a desperate attempt at political equalization by propagandists and supporters of this government, claiming that all political parties are the same, subtly suggesting and attempting to create the impression that no other person could have done better in these circumstances, or that all political parties in Ghana cannot be differentiated ideologically. For the avoidance of doubt, we in the NDC will not have dared been as reckless, nor would we have been allowed to be as irresponsible in the handling of the public purse and the nation's resources as the MPP has done. would not have been as reckless. And even society would never have allowed us to do some of the things that they have done. We've had our own set of challenges in government, but nothing we did or the outcome thereof has come anywhere near close to the disaster unfolding before our eyes today. To be clear, we're in this mess because an untouchable finance minister, relying on his data bank workers and neglecting the advice of seasoned experts at the finance ministry, has been left to run this economy into the ground. We're in this mess because the so-called solid economic management team over the last several years has been unable to call the president's cousin to order when he embarked on a reckless borrowing spree, when he embarked on indiscriminate closure of indigenous banks and financial institutions, and when he embarked on creative economic presentation of statistics to make our situation look rosier than the reality. We're in this mess because we have a president who fails to take responsibility and has instead left the nation on autopilot in the hands of bungling ministers who he describes as excellent. Last December, the president is on record as having said, "The present economic mess is not my fault." Refuses to accept responsibility. For emphasis, the biggest blame for the current tragic situation in which we find ourselves lies with the very people charged with managing the country, and not with the pandemic, not with any war in any country, as has been unprofessionally posited. And Ghana has been treated as an experimental playground or a family heirloom. And I regret to say this was all avoidable. Things could have been different, and I've remained very convinced that they could have been different. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to restate what I have said over the years. We are ever ready and willing to share pragmatic steps that will help put our nation back on track. Ideally, in situations like this, backroom channels of communications should exist between the ruling party and the opposition to allow for exchange of views on important matters of national interest to the benefit of Ghanaians. Unfortunately, that has not been the case under this government, for which reason we in NDC are compelled on almost all occasions to engage the people of Ghana directly on some of the things we believe ought to be done to mitigate the untold suffering of our people and get our economy back on track. Even though government has requested for an IMF program, the lateness of the decision and the extent of economic decay means that an early approval of a fund program could prove elusive. It may take a couple of more months before an agreement is reached on a program between Ghana and the fund. In the meantime, there's the need to stem the rapid decline in the economy and reduce the unbearable hardships Ghanaians are going through. It is for this reason that I intend today to dwell more on solutions, as the state of the economy and the current fallouts are very well known to all of us. We have already put out an 11-point proposal that could have arrested the decline before we got to this critical point. Many of these proposals were outlined in my Ghana at the Crossroads speech in June and are still relevant and can be implemented, even though belatedly, to help address the problems we face. Many months after government reluctantly decided to request an IMF program, it has failed to coordinate and communicate any credible homegrown plan for consideration by the fund and Ghanaians at large. When we approached the fund for a program in 2015, we did so only after putting together a robust homegrown program, which the IMF adopted almost in its entirety, save for a few minor alterations. Ladies and gentlemen, the immediate causes of this economic disaster we face are the unacceptably high public debt occasioned by a reckless borrowing spree and our exceptionally large budget deficits arising out of over-expenditure, as Dr. Atuforsin said. These two problems, debts and deficits, have undermined the confidence in our economy and created very serious solvency problems for government. This has set up us on a vicious cycle of debt and even more debt, because as he explained, we have to borrow to even pay debt. So you borrow to pay your debt, and that continues to become a vicious cycle of debt accumulation. Tackling these twin challenges would mark the beginning of the much needed recovery. We know that some discussions are reported to have been initiated between governments and stakeholders on a domestic debt restructuring plan as part of the preconditions for securing an IMF program. This simply means that after mismanaging the economy and creating this crisis, Ghanaians and others who have invested their hard-earned money in government bonds and other instruments, or executed contracts and supply programs awaiting payment, will be asked to forfeit a part of their interest due them and a significant portion of the principal when it falls due, or arrears that are owed to them. This is a very difficult and most unfair and unjust proposition. It is not for innocent people, investors and business owners to lose their investment when those who took the decisions and whose incompetence and mismanagement have brought us to this situation are not only still at post, but are being praised and protected by the President. The President must not only replace his finance minister, he must also reconstitute and take control of the economic management team himself. I've noted the recent draft motion of censure by the minority against the Minister of Finance and the recent rebellion of the G95, group of 95 majority members, calling for the removal of the minister. I've also noted the statement by the majority leader, I think only yesterday, of a so-called compromise reached that the minister will leave after he has completed the budget and the IMF negotiations. I think this is untenable. Budget preparation and IMF negotiations are the results of teamwork. They are not the work of one individual. I fail to see how the absence of the minister will affect the preparation of the budget and the negotiations with the International Monetary Fund. There There surely must be persons with the requisite experience in the MPP to carry on this work. After all, what happened to the mantra, we have the men? For us in the NDC, our position on debt restructuring is that any debt restructuring must not put the absolute burden on only domestic creditors. Restructuring of our debts must cover both domestic and external debts. I note that the MPP wants to do only domestic because they want to be able to quickly go back onto the international credit market. Ghanaians in the last few years have suffered severe erosion of indigenous capital. The banking sector clean-out led to the loss of jobs and erosion of capital and savings of many Ghanaian families and businesses. Any debt restructuring restricted to cover only domestic debt would lead to a further erosion of local savings and capital and would also severely weaken the Ghanaian banking system. Building the Ghana we want. 1. Reducing public debt service obligations and creating fiscal space. The biggest problem with our economy today is the huge size of our public debt, as Dr. Atofosin told us, which is estimated to be something in the region of 522 billion by the close of the year 2022. This must be immediately tackled and stopped from growing further. And so to achieve this, these are some of our suggestions. There must be an immediate moratorium placed on all non-concessional borrowing. Again, government must actively canvass our bilateral partners for more concessional financing and grants. Again, there must be a stop to central bank financing of government above the allowed 5% threshold. The current printing of money by the central bank to finance government's deficit is further fueling inflation because the bank is printing money and using it to finance government's deficit. Governments must stop collateralizing statutory funds for the purpose of taking more loans. The wanton collateralization of these funds has been very unhelpful. It has limited the financial space of the statutory funds such as Get Fund and the District Assembly's Common Fund. Government should desecuritize these funds and add them onto the public debt as part of the discussions on debt restructuring. We estimate that if the proceeds due ESLA, Get Fund, the Road Fund, etc. are freed of the burden of collateralization and the independent power producer payments are renegotiated, government would have access to a total of about 16 billion in 2023, 17.6 billion in 2024, and 19.4 billion extra fiscal space in 2025 from these funds alone. This would significantly ease the cash crunch, which has crippled many sectors, resulting in government's inability to meet such basic obligations as supplying food to secondary schools and providing textbooks for basic schools. Expenditure items for consideration is what I spoke about in terms of removing the collateralization of the funds. And so if government does this, it will make, additional financing available. Ladies and gentlemen, we will make further suggestions. There are many other suggestions that we will have to give government, and we're doing this in order that they can use it to improve our current situation. We also recommend that legislation should be passed to prevent any future collateralization of statutory funds. We should make Parliament regulate the issue of collateralization of funds so that no future government is able to do that. Again, government should also begin work to amend the enabling legislations of state-owned enterprises like the Ghana Cocoa Board to prohibit them from engaging in non-core quasi-fiscal functions. Cocoa Board is currently, as Dr. Atufosin said, reeling under a debt of about 14 billion Ghana cedis. From a situation of about 1.5 billion cedis in 2016, currently Cocoa Board owes in cocoa bills alone almost 14 billion Ghana cedis. And this has made Cocoa Board severely distressed and is putting additional strength on government finances. No wonder, and this is an aside, no wonder cocoa farmers are not getting the incentives they should get. Their prices for their products are not being increased in a timely manner, and so it's becoming unprofitable to continue to maintain their farms, and so they are selling the farms to galamsey operators. The astronomical debt has crippled Cocoa Board and made it impossible for them to pay bills due to license buying companies and their suppliers. And so today, farmers are selling their cocoa to license buying agencies, and they don't have the money to pay the farmers for the cocoa. This debt overhang has affected the produce buying company, which is currently unable to pay the salaries of its workers. Indeed, similar liabilities within other state-owned enterprises amount to a staggering almost 30 billion Ghana cedis, and is impacting the entire public debt. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest sources of suffering and difficulty for Ghanaians today is the cost of fuel, which has skyrocketed to the highest levels in our history due to the rapidly falling cedi and its effect on everything else on the market. Something needs to be done. Ghana is making huge windfall from the sale of crude oil, royalties, taxes, payments, surface rentals, and others. Section 41 of the 2022 semi-annual PIAC report confirms that an amount of $731 million was realized from Ghana's oil resources in the first half of 2022 alone. And as an aside, while petroleum prices are increasing because we're importing finished products, we are having an increased revenue from oil because the prices on the international market have gone up. Unfortunately, we cannot leverage it because our production has fallen. I'll come back to that later. So this amount of over 700 million is equivalent to about 8.7 billion Ghana cedis and surpasses the total projected petroleum revenues expected for the whole of the 2022 financial year, which was estimated about some 6.6 billion cedis. So we've achieved more revenue from our oil sector than we anticipated in the budget. And if you check the budget statement, that's on paragraph 253 of the 2022 budget statement presented in Parliament in November last year. The government can therefore apply some of this huge windfall that is being received from the increase in oil prices to cushion the other side of the equation in terms of price of petroleum products, in order that we can cushion consumers, and in addition, other revenue handles have witnessed significant positive outturns. Let me give, for instance, another example. The 2022 fiscal data report from the Ministry of Finance reveals that for the first 2 quarters of the year, the Price Stabilization and Recovery Levy, that is the PSRL alone, has accrued over 708 million as compared to the projected target of 269.3 million, which is almost 200% above the revenue target. The government can therefore apply this price stabilization recovery levy to the intended purpose of cushioning the price of petroleum products at this time. Cutting costs, reducing waste, and spending wisely. One other major problem that has brought us to this point is the reckless and frivolous spending of our scarce natural resources. A fundamental principle in economic management is fiscal discipline in times of crisis. It is simply not possible to live beyond our means and avoid the kind of economic turnout that we currently find ourselves in today. Rampant over-expenditure is reflected in the extraordinary large budget deficits of the last 2 years, which is set to persist for a third straight year if urgent cost-cutting measures are not taken. As noted again by Dr. Forsen in his presentation, government will have to cut expenditure by up to 4% of GDP to create the fiscal space desired to get out of this economic crisis. Now note this, the minister in his media budget statement announced a 30% cut in expenditure across board. It appears that this cut is not working, as government expenditure in the first half of the year appears to have significantly exceeded the budget. The minister, rather than a vague reference to percentage cuts, must be specific in what areas these expenditures are to be cut. This will give a clearer picture of the expenditure reduction and how much will be saved from that directive. Drastic action must therefore be taken to reverse the cycle and bring public expenditure within acceptable and prudent levels. Let me propose some measures on how governments can cut costs. One is the size of government. A big contributor to the excessive public expenditure is the sheer size of government. President Akufo-Addo has been particularly irresponsible in keeping a needlessly large government. At a point, we had over 120 ministers in his government, with hundreds of political appointees at the presidency and others attached to ministers and other state organizations. While the president has currently cut down this number, the number of ministers has reduced in his second term, there's still room for a further reduction, including merging some ministries to reduce expenditure and cut down the ministers in government to a figure below 65. It's also necessary to trim the large number of political appointees who have sought refuge in the Flagstaff House. This will reflect the necessities of the time and the need for modesty and prudence. Secretariats and agencies. There are also too many agencies created overnight by this government without any functional necessity that need to be scrapped or merged for efficiency to ensure savings to the public purse. For instance, we have a free SHS secretariat. Meanwhile, the Ghana Education Service has adequate capacity to handle the implementation of the free SHS policy without the wasteful existence of another secretariat. Again, why create and staff a one district, one factory secretariat with new project vehicles and other cost items when the Ministry of Trade and Industry has an industrial development unit that is well placed to enhance the industrialization policy of government? The National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, the National Employment Agency, MASLOC, Ghana Enterprise Agency, and the many other agencies could be merged into one entity under the Ministry of Labor, Employment and Labor Relations. Because they all have similar overlapping functions which the ministry is mandated to undertake. The so-called Special Development Initiative Secretariat and the accompanying development authorities, Coastal Development Authority, Middle Belt Development Authority, Northern Development Authority, all these must be scrapped, and their supposed functions should be sent back to the Ministry of Local Government and the Metropolitan and District Assemblies. And be sent back to the Metropolitan and District Assemblies, whose work they have usurped only for sloganeering purposes. Local level infrastructure, development of local level infrastructure has always been under the purview of district assemblies. All that is required is the timely release of their common fund and any other additional resources that they will be well placed to they will be well placed to undertake their responsibilities effectively. The functionaries are already in the districts. They already know their functions, which includes taking care of poor people and persons with disability. Mr. President, just give them their funds to develop our communities. The MMDAs are by far better custodians of local economic development than the development authorities. Let us empower them. The next place to cut is Office of the President. The budget of the Office of the President has ballooned over the last 6 years from a little over 700 million Ghana cedis to 3.1 billion Ghana cedis in 2022. For expenditure rationalization to be successful, it must start first with the President's office. I believe that substantial savings of more than 1 billion cedis can be made by slashing the budget of the Office of Government Machinery. And certainly the use of chartered aircrafts for presidential travel must be one of the first items to cut. Checking waste and corruption. We need to introduce stricter public financial management guidelines and regulations. A tougher sanctions regime must be introduced to check the hemorrhaging of about 17 billion Ghana cedis every year, as contained in the Auditor General's report. This must be vigorously enforced to curtail the appalling waste and corruption that the Auditor General unearths every year. Everything must be done to win the fight against corruption. It is quite clear that government has lost its will in this fight. It is a notorious fact that corruption appears to be defeating the government of Nana Akufo-Addo. Indeed, it is fair to say that there really has been no real fight put up against corruption under the Akufo-Addo administration. The graft and misapplication of public funds by government appointees calls for radical action and not shielding of these perpetrators, as we have sadly witnessed in the last few years. The next is suspension of non-essential projects. All non-essential projects, such as the €116 million new Accra International Conference Center and the construction of new embassy buildings for new missions abroad, must be suspended for now. The public funding of the National Cathedral particularly at this time, must stop. Being a Christian myself and deeply appreciative of the centrality of God in national affairs, I agree with most Ghanaians who believe that the project cannot constitute a top priority of government at this time, warranting further injection of scarce public funds. If it must be built, it must be built with private funds. Because of the non-transparency of the processes of procurement associated with the National Cathedral project, I believe that the project should be subjected to a value for money audit in order to open the way for believers who wish to contribute to its construction to do so. Because the estimated $400 million needed for a project like this is gargantuan. And for those who wish to contribute to it, they must be given the assurance through a value for money audit that every CD that they put into this project is worth putting in the project. And this for MPs. Similarly, the proposed building of constituency offices for MPs should be shelved for now until the economy is out of the woods. I suggest that in the interim, office space can be found within the district assembly offices or other government buildings for the purpose of MPs' offices for the meantime, until the economy can support, separate offices, decent offices for them. In our current economic state, public funds must go into projects that are necessary and which meet the pressing needs of our people in our communities. Such projects must have tangible and measurable impact on job creation and national development. If it's not too late, we can pull out of hosting the All-Africa Games. If it's not too late, as it would severely stretch our already precarious finances by hundreds of millions of cedis. Public procurement. There must be a greater transparency in public procurement. As a result, value for money audits and assessments must be made of all projects procured by sole sourcing or restrictive tendering. We should institute a strict and irrevocable precondition for government and parliamentary approval of all public contracts and transactions above an agreed value. Stabilizing the currency, cutting the import bill, and job creation. My brothers and sisters, the above remedies represent some of the short to medium term proposals for government to mitigate the imminent collapse of our Ghanaian economy. There's, however, the need for broad, long-term economic governance and structural reforms that will guarantee sustained socio-economic growth for our country and help us avoid some of the mistakes that have led us to this perilous point. Our governance structure and institutions are in urgent need of reforms to make them more responsive and in tune with the aspirations and hopes of the Ghanaian people. We have known for decades that the economic model and structure we operate cannot deliver the needed development, and certainly not at the pace that we desire. We do not stand a credible chance among the Committee of Nations if there are no fundamental shifts in our economic structure, which has remained a raw material producing and heavily import dependent country. Revisit Operation Feed Yourself. General Achampong, despite the depraved corruption that swallowed him up in later years, was off to a good start in the early part of his regime. The Operation Feed Yourself and Operation Feed Your Industries programs yielded massive results during the period from 1972 through to 1976. Another student of Nkrumah and an ardent supporter of General Achampong was a man called Daniel Augustus Lati, simply known as Dan Lati, of blessed memory. He formed the GCPP in his attempt to run for president. The central plank of the economic policy of his party, GCPP, was domestication. He was unable to articulate the vision as eloquently as one would have wished. But the chickens have come home to roost. And today we are faced with the effects of neglect of the diagnosis that was made years ago about the structure of our economy. We do enormous damage to our currency, the cedi, and our economy when we spend billions of dollars on the importation of rice, sugar, tomato products, frozen fish, poultry, meat products, and vegetable cooking oils. And yet we have the potential, more than the potential, to produce many of these products here ourselves and even export. It is estimated that foreign exchange outlay for importation of food products for which we have a comparative advantage to produce locally amounts to some $3 billion every year. Every year we spend over almost $3 billion importing the things that we can produce: rice, chicken, oil, tomato, fish. It is said that out of adversity comes opportunity. Restriction of importation of some of these products side by side with increased local production is a realistic proposition that we need to begin to consider at this time. There must be prioritization and strategic investment in private large-scale commercial production of these commodities that I have mentioned. We cannot sustain progress in agricultural production based only on the support of small-scale producers. Government must support large-scale commercial agricultural production to achieve food self-sufficiency and to cut down our huge food import bill. We must look at the entire value from production to processing to marketing. Also leveraging the petroleum and energy sector. It is not beyond us to do this, as we demonstrated a few years ago when we built a gas processing plant at Ituabu. The construction of the Ituabu gas processing plant has led to a 61% reduction in the importation of light crude oil, which we were using to fire our thermal plants. And it has resulted in an annual savings of about $300 million every year. The plant also supplies about 50% of the nation's LPG needs. The cooking gas that you use, 50% is produced by the Ituabu plant. So this combined, the LPG production and the production of gas, leading to a stoppage of importation of almost 300 million, has helped to reduce our forex outlay. Can you imagine if we had to spend 300 million this year, in addition to the current problems we're facing with our foreign exchange? Thanks to the vision of President Atta Mills of blessed memory, we would have been in a far worse situation at this time if this plant had not been built. We must expand the capacity of the Ghana National Gas Company to extend its distribution pipelines. As a matter of urgency, there's the need to revamp the thermal oil refinery and ensure that the refinery processes our domestic crude oil, as we started to do under my administration. Before we left office, we delivered the first consignment of locally produced Ghanaian crude to the thermal oil refinery for refining. This will not only help prevent fuel shortages, but will also reduce the demand for foreign exchange cover to import finished products. Significantly, it will reduce it. Currently, about $400 million is required every month to import finished petroleum products. Another sector we can develop to rake in much needed foreign exchange is the power sector. With the completion of the 330 kV Kumasi-Bolgatanga line, which began in March 2016 under my administration, the country is poised to export additional power to the Sahelian regions. We're accused of overproducing power, more than we needed. But we had a plan. We're building a line that would evacuate that power to supply Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. I would encourage the government to work urgently to deploy the Ameri and other plants to enable the nation to export more power for the more needed foreign exchange revenue. It is regrettable that in the last 6 years, government has been unable to bring any new oil or gas prospect into production. For the last 6 years, not one single oil well has come into production. This administration benefited from the additional revenues produced by the 10 and Sankofa fields, which were fields that were fast-tracked by the NDC administration under my presidency. Unfortunately, under this president, we have seen ExxonMobil exit our oil industry. We have also seen a stalling of work on the popular Aka field. Unnecessary litigation has stalled bringing on stream extra oil and gas from the ENI prospects and has led, as I speak, to the withdrawal of all expatriate ENI staff from Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire. The President must take direct interest in reversing these unfortunate developments in the oil and gas sector, because that sector has the potential to bring in additional foreign revenue, foreign exchange. This sector has the potential to rake in additional revenues, especially now when, as a result of global circumstances, the price of these petroleum products, oil and gas, have gone upwards significantly. Governments must build on the experience and leverage the comparative edge we have as a peaceful country with highly skilled human resources to make Ghana a major hub for energy exports. Considering the wide expectation of an energy crisis in West Africa in the near future, a strategic partnership with the private sector can rake in much needed forex through export of energy. This new and additional forex will offer the Bank of Ghana critical reserves and can also finance the manufacturing sector for further job creation. We must do whatever it takes to add value to our exports through primary, secondary, and tertiary processing. We must add value to our cocoa by increasing domestic cocoa processing, refining our gold before export, and pursuing the dream of an integrated bauxite and aluminium industry. Valco and many other strategic industries that can serve as extra pillars of our economy must be brought on stream. In the last NDC administration, we made modest efforts towards extending assistance to local investors for increased production of poultry, rice, tomato, cooking oil, and pharmaceuticals. We constructed a new sugar processing plant at Comenda in the Central Region and began discussions with another private sector investor about the establishment of another sugar processing plant in Savlugu in the Northern Region. We encouraged the produce buying company to build a share processing plant at Buipe, which created many direct and indirect jobs. Unfortunately, as I speak, this factory has been mismanaged and is currently shut down. We procured a strategic partner to partner with cocoa sack production in Ghana. The project was meant to eliminate our importation of jute sacks, produce enough sacks for use by cocoa board and for exports to the landlocked countries. Unfortunately, projects like that have also stalled since the advent of the Akufo-Addo administration. A resurrection of all these projects and ideas will not only create jobs for our young people in income country. We must plug the loopholes in our gold export industry to reap better returns from the extractive activity that is causing so much destruction to our environment. It is trite knowledge that the figures we capture in respect of our gold exports are far lower than the quantity of the gold metal that leaves our shores every year. Better accountability in the gold sector can yield hundreds of millions of dollars more for the national kitty. Now, you the citizens, what can we do as citizens to help this situation? It is said that desperate times call for desperate measures. There is no denying that we are in desperate times. While responsibility for the difficulties we face lies squarely with the Nana Addo Bawumia administration, there are things that we too can do as citizens in our own small way to minimize the suffering we're going through and help government turn the situation around. A good way to start will be to regulate and minimize our expenditure by sticking to only the things we really need. This is trite economic knowledge. We must stick to only the things we really need. We must eliminate ostentation as much as possible. As much as possible, we need to acquire and sustain a taste and preference for locally manufactured products. If we must buy consumables or food products, let us consciously look for that rice or chicken that was produced locally, so that it doesn't become necessary for us to have to spend millions of dollars to import those same items. Thank you. Let us consciously eat more of our local foods, like yam, local grains like maize, rice, our local rice, cassava, beans, gobe. Those of you of the gobe eaters, the Gobe Eaters Association, you are doing very well for Ghana. Because you are saving Ghana very important critical foreign exchange. Aside from the sugar, those who are also eating the Cocoa Eaters Association, Koshe and cocoa, apart from the sugar, you are also doing Ghana a good service. This way, we reduce demand for foreign currency and we reduce the pressure on our currency and boost domestic production to create a win-win situation. We should cut down on non-essential foreign travel and cut down on foreign and domestic travel, and also cut down expensive foreign products that we purchase for our homes. If there ever was a time for us to be thrifty, this is it. Because even after an IMF program has been agreed, the austerity of the next few years is going to be very severe, as Dr. Forsen rightly said. We save scarce family resources. We must save scarce family resources and use them only for the most priority expenditure. I was touched by the news that one of the biggest manufacturing companies in Ghana had extended a one-off cost of living payment to employees to ease their suffering. And I know that there are many other companies willing to do this, but they are afraid that they will be taxed, for that extra outlay. This is a humanitarian gesture I would encourage many more companies to emulate, because the suffering is real and intense. I would also propose that, just as happened during the COVID-19 initiative, when businesses that had the possibility to give their employers the opportunity to work from home on some days, we must look at this again as a possibility, because it will prevent them from having to drive or spend money on transport to go to work. So these are all suggestions that we can consider. There are many things that we can do to claw back control of our economy and resolve the cyclical busts and booms we have suffered all these decades. The NDC 2020 manifesto contained many of such bold proposals that can move our country forward. These include the Big Push Infrastructural Plan, whose major plank was for the implementation of critical and relevant self-financing national economic infrastructure to facilitate our rapid socio-economic development. Currently, with the imminent IMF program, aspects of this program where priority was given to self-financing projects will be relevant in our present circumstances. Also, a well-labeled, tabled, and widely agreed consultation can approve a 10-year priority investment program. The Atrabo gas plant and the Kotoka International Airport Terminal 3 projects are an example of this model of self-financing infrastructural projects. They are yielding benefits for our nation even as we speak, and they are generating revenue and paying for themselves. These policy proposals remain as relevant today as they were at the time that they were formulated in 2020. And this government is free to borrow, adopt some of these measures as and when they please, as we have outlined tonight to save our country. In building the Ghana we want, we must all put our shoulders to the wheel. We in the NDC value the mandate that is bestowed on us periodically to govern this country, and we do not intend to ever abuse it whenever we are given the privilege by Ghanaians to form any future government. In the interim, we'll continue to play our role as a viable and responsible opposition party that keeps government in check and holds them accountable to the people. It is in that spirit that we have outlined the above measures to help resolve the economic mess we are in and bring some respite to the good people of Ghana. We are in a crisis, and this is not a time for arrogant and insulting posturing. This is a time for listening. It's a time for utmost humility, and it's a time for honest contemplation. It is time to admit and accept where we have gone wrong. It is time to bring our suffering people together, to unite our people. It's a time to promote unity and seal the cracks. It's a time to demonstrate leadership and sacrifice. I mean genuine sacrifice in the interest of our people, in the interest of our country and our children's future. The scripture tells us that although we may fall, we can rise again. It is, however, imperative that government accepts publicly with a contrite heart that they have gone wrong and earnestly seek workable solutions from everybody without regards to partisanship or ethnicity. Our very lives as people are at stake. We must boldly, even if for the first time, discard the arrogance of power and don the cloak of humility and come together to confront our reality and face our truth, accept our faults, and act in unison. We must not throw up our hands in despair, no matter how uncomfortable we may feel about confronting the truth. We owe it a duty to our people to look at what brought us to this point. To the people of Ghana, I say the NDC and I fully understand and appreciate how serious today's situation is. This is because we are part of the Ghanaian community. We live together, we feel the suffering together. We know mothers and fathers are worried about the future of their children. Families with mortgages are deeply troubled and contemplating the future of their children, their homes, and their children's education. Just as families who must pay rents in due course are wondering where the next rent advance is going to come through. We know farmers and elders of our community are struggling to survive. We know businessmen and women are mostly running at a loss, with only a few barely able to make ends meet. But let me assure you, you are not alone, and you will never be alone. Together we can save Ghana and build the Ghana we want. Regardless of how bad the situation is right now, I still have hope that we can turn things around. Wholeheartedly, I believe in the resilience of our people and the lengths we can go to secure a prosperous future for our families. I've had the privilege to work with some of the most brilliant Ghanaians, and I've personally seen how dedicated they are to our country and its future. My brothers and sisters, throughout our history, Ghana's darkest days have always been followed by its finest hours. We always mobilize when all hope seems lost. We always come together when nobody gives us a chance. We always turn things around for the better, regardless of how grave the situation is. The fighting spirit that we all share as Ghanaians will never leave us, despite the numerous attempts employed by many to break it. This is our land. This is our destiny. We're ready to move mountains to protect and build the Ghana that we want. Let us rise. Let us hold each other's hands. Let us put our shoulders and minds to the wheel. Let us protect and defend our democracy. And let us build the Ghana we want. As I conclude, let me state, and I agree with the President, and wish to add my voice to his call on our armed forces and security services to remain loyal to the states and the Constitution. The current economic circumstances, though dire, do not give excuse for any acts that are unconstitutional. Working together as one people and using the levers of our Ghanaian constitution, we can turn the situation around. I thank you for your kind attention, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Wow. And I want to say wow again. How many of you feel like crying? Can I get you some tissues? That was very emotional, Mr. President. Thank you very much. You never disappoint us. Anytime you have the microphone, what you do is that you calm us down. And that's exactly what you have done this evening, His Excellency. We are very grateful. Can we get another standing ovation for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama? Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Indeed, His Excellency, you have saved the incompetent NPP team. I'm sure they've taken notes. I hope they will come with something better on Sunday. They have been taking notes, and I hope that those notes were well taken. Mr. Sandobe, please let the speech go out immediately. They need it. They really, really need it so that they can start working on their notes for Sunday. I may not be able to appropriately thank all of you, those present here, and the millions watching and listening around the world. So permit me to please invite a former Vice Chancellor of the University of Professional Studies, Accra, and the 2020 Campaign Manager for the NDC, Professor Joshua Alabi, to give us a vote of thanks.
His Excellency, after Honorable Atufosin's presentation, I nearly collapsed. By your delivery, in fact, I got a text message from someone. Yes, we have a leader. Honorable Atufosin said there will be haircut. And I'm a pensioner. At the end of the month, I receive X amount, the beginning of the year, and that could buy Y number of gallons. Today, the same X amount, I'm buying Y divided by 2. And you are telling me another haircut. But I decided to remove myself from this because my hair is different. So I may not receive any cut. But it's very serious. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends of the media, it is my privilege to have been given the opportunity to give the vote of thanks. The vote of thanks in this very auditorium for the University of Professional Studies. A very good evening to all of you. On behalf of the good people of Ghana and the NDC, I am glad to be standing here to express my vote of thanks. A special thanks to our former president and his wife for this excellent delivery. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, you have inspired us. You have told Ghanaians what you have done under this circumstance. You have also given us hope and assurance, especially after Honorable Atufosin's delivery. Thank you very much. You are a true leader. You are the people's leader. Our honorable members of Parliament, led by Honorable Hanan Rijusu and my good friend Honorable Butaka, I know you kept in a lot for this program. We thank you for your continued support for the party. We also thank you. We also thank you for the good work you are doing in Parliament. The good people of Ghana appreciate your good work and will continue to count on you to keep the government in check. We sincerely thank you for this. We thank the party executives for their leadership. Members of the diplomatic corps here present and the traditional leaders, we also thank you for your presence. We thank the media, and as usual, trust that you will take our message across for the good people of Ghana and the protection of our country. We need you. Thanks to everyone here present for the time to be here and for listening to the NDC and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the hope for this country. the media again, we hope you will work with us and help the people of Ghana really appreciate the program. And when the time comes, you know exactly what to do. Finally, we thank the Almighty God for giving us today. I thank myself too. Chebeke nyeme woda mo fi amoshi. Nyeme yi ka nyeme yi. Nene wonu wie mo. Ni nini wo ko nyeji. Womba. Womba. Ndi wo baba. Ne twa ni o manyaba. Thank you very much.
Mahama, run up by your wet money. Mahama, 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 Organamatu, Mahani, Sukuwadai, hospitals, Aquapapa, Saganabeya, Yebeye, Yahumatoye, 1 million jobs, Mama, oh, Babayo. Ayeza NDC miawezo alada nizongo kamami ingeleto kana bebia
ayikoya putu sotupu mahani mahina anu here
translate.
Thank you very much. Before we bring you the closing prayer, I want to thank the NDC minority group in Parliament and for their effort and everything that they did in putting together this program, funding it, and calling it Building the Ghana We Want. They did this in collaboration with the Communications Department headed by Sami Jainfi and the Office of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We want to thank our minority MPs. We want to say thank you to Mr. Sami Jainfi. We want to thank Standogbe, Joyce Power, Felix Ofosukwachi, Dr. Omane Boama, Julius Debra, former Chief of Staff, Callistus Mahama, and Dr. Valerie Sawyer. We also want to say thank you to our national executives and everybody here present and watching us across the globe. Thank you to all our media partners for the live coverage and to all my colleagues who are here with us to cover the forum. We are very grateful. We couldn't have done this without you. We'll take the closing prayer from the Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Muntaka. Then I will be back.
Let's be in the prayer mode. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our country really needs our prayers. The time to pray is now. Oh God, we thank you for your mercy. We thank you for all you've done for us. Ya Allah, we thank you for bringing all of us here. Today we've had a lot of challenges ahead of us. It is our prayer, Ya Allah, you intercede on our behalf and ease our suffering. Ya Allah, we pray that you ease our struggle. Give all of us the understanding, the wisdom to be able to carry our country out of this difficulty. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا كما أمرته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تؤملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Muntaka is MP for Asawase and he's the Minority Chief Whip. Thank you very much, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and your beautiful wife, Mrs. Lordina Mahama. We are grateful for your time. I leave you with a quote from Herbert Hoover. He says, "Blessed are the young, for they shall inherit the national debt." So if you are a young man here, know that whatever is happening, you will come and inherit the debt. My name is Obobia Dakunpoku. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
So in 2014, Sarkodie released a song, Inflation. Well, that song was a monster hit. Not because of the lyrics, well, it played a part, but people could actually relate to the song because at the time, people were actually suffering. The nation is full of surprises. Basically, we still live in crisis, tantamount to prices. I'm sure you remember those lyrics. Eh? Well, today we can actually relate to the song, and that's because the nation is actually full of surprises. Now, crisis need dear. It's not easy. In the midst of all these, there are calls for the resignation or dismissal of the Minister of Finance, Ken Oforiatta. Today, we are looking at how the whole crisis, the economic situation, is affecting the creatives in this episode of E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us on E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. We are seated for a perusal of issues relating to the arts and entertainment, of course, with a touch of wit. Joining me on this episode, Abdul Karim Ibrahim. It's been a long time I saw Karim. He's a broadcast journalist with Class Media Group. Karim, thanks for joining us.
Grateful.
And like I always say, me and Karim, we go way back. Yeah. Those days, University of Ghana. Boy, we were G Awards because he's a good debater. And he has traveled all over the world. And him fana uncle.
Oh, I thought you were saying fana uncle.
Oh, okay, he no uncle.
Oh, baby crab.
Yeah, Sally. All right. Bulldog is an artist manager. In fact, so Boo, which one is it? Boo God or Bulldog? Which one should we stick to now?
We should stick to Boo God.
Boo God.
I understand the struggle, you know, because the transition is. A little bit, you know, but just flip the dog to God, you know, and it takes a while. But I'm not offended when you still call me. I mean, it's the same purpose. It's just,
okay. Boo God is an artist manager, CEO of Boo House Entertainment, the one who is actually handling Vanilla. Boo, thanks for joining us.
Yes, but I'm not the CEO of the company.
Oh, really?
Yes, I'm the founder and the creative director.
Okay. Okay.
There's a CEO.
Who is the CEO anyway? Because actually we have always referred to you as the CEO.
No, it's God.
Okay. Oh, God is the CEO.
Yes.
Yeah, so Stella Jejom, broadcast, I beg your pardon, entertainment. Stella Jejom is with the business desk, GhanaWeb. Stella, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And she did a very fantastic story on how prices of goods and services have increased from January till now. Hey, Charlie, it's not easy.
It's not been an easy one.
When I saw the price of rice, so rice was what, 50 something?
Yes.
The 5K.
Yes, it was
and
around
now
50 cedis last year, even the beginning of this year. But right now you are getting one for about 115, 120. That's more than 100% increase.
Yeah, that's serious. That's very serious, and that shows how, you know, that shows the seriousness of the whole issue. General Intetia. General Intetia. Bro. Some of my fans, because General is everything. Why should I make us say, you just tell me, hey, trust. So General is an actor. General is
economist.
They be trained now MPP campaigners. No. Hey, it's the omen you General.
Yeah, we to answer we can be and your face. I did your face. I say, and I think we have to get to the point where we should be able to support something and still criticize when it's not going well. The era where people wake up and say that I'm with this particular person, whether it's going bad or good, they still want to stick to that particular side. I think we have to, do something about it. And that's where we want to get to, where you support something and the thing is not going well, and you say the truth that it's not going well, it's bad. Let's get things right.
Do you regret supporting NPP?
I don't regret supporting them. I feel that it was something that I saw that I felt it was going to be good. Of course, we are not God to see what will happen, and definitely you support something, but you are not the one in charge of administration. But probably what you think that if you are there.
Expressing what you indicated was going to be a ruling which you characterized as an informed ruling.
So in 2014, Sarkodie released a song, Inflation. Well, that song was a monster hit. Not because of the lyrics, well, it played a part, but people could actually relate to the song because at the time, people were actually suffering. The nation is full of surprises. Basically, we still live in crisis, tantamount to Kwashe prices. I'm sure you remember those lyrics, eh? Well, today we can actually relate to the song, and that's because the nation is actually full of surprises. Now, crisis need there. It's not easy. In the midst of all these, there are calls for the resignation or dismissal of the Minister of Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta. Today, we are looking at how the whole crisis, the economic situation, is affecting the creatives. In this episode of E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us on E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. We are seated for a perusal of issues relating to the arts and entertainment, of course, with a touch of wit. Joining me on this episode, Abdul Karim Ibrahim. It's been a long time I saw Karim. He's a broadcast journalist with Class Media Group. Karim, thanks for joining us.
Grateful.
And like I always say, me and Karim will go way back. Yes. Those days, University of Ghana. Boy, we were G Awards because he's a good debater. And he has traveled all over the world. And him fan uncle.
Oh, I say him fan uncle.
Oh, okay, he no uncle.
Oh, baby crab.
Yeah, Sally. All right. Bulldog is an artist manager. In fact, so Boo, which one is it? Boo God or Bulldog? Which one should we stick to now?
We should stick to Boo God.
Boo God.
I understand the struggle, you know, because the transition is a little bit, you know, but just flip the dog to God, you know, and it takes a while. But I'm not offended when you still call me Bulldog. I mean, it's the same purpose.
Okay. Yeah. Boo God is an artist manager, CEO of Boo House Entertainment, the one who is actually handling Vanilla. Boo, thanks for joining us.
Yes, but I'm not the CEO of the company.
Oh, really?
Yes, I'm the founder and the creative director.
Okay.
There's a CEO.
Who is the CEO anyway? Because actually we have always referred to you as the CEO.
No, it's God.
Okay. Oh, God is the CEO.
Yes.
Yeah, so Stella Jejom, broadcast, I beg your pardon, entertainment. Stella Jejom is with the business desk, GhanaWeb. Stella, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And she did a very fantastic story on how prices of goods and services have increased from January till now. Hey, Charlie, it's not easy.
No, it's not been an easy one.
When I saw the price of rice, so rice was what, 50 something?
Yes.
The 5K.
Yes, it was
and
around
now
50 cedis last year, even the beginning of this year. But right now you are getting one for about 115. 120. That's more than 100% increase.
Yeah, that's serious. That's very serious, and that shows how, you know, that shows the seriousness of the whole issue. General Ntetia, bro. Some more fans because General is everything. Why should I make us say you just tell me hey trust. So General is an actor. General is
economist.
They be trained now MPP. Campaigners no. Hey, eti de o man yi kwe ye ofe. General.
Yeah, we to ankasa we can be enye fe. Ade enye fe so enye fe. I say the say ye. And I think we have to get to the point where we should be able to support something and still criticize when it's not going well. The era where people wake up and say that I'm with this particular person, whether it's going bad or good, they still want to stick to that particular side. I think we have to, you know, do something about it. And that's where we want to get to, where you support something and the thing is not going well, and you say the truth that it's not going well, it's bad. Let's get things right.
Do you regret supporting NPP?
I don't regret supporting them. I feel that it was something that I saw that I felt it was going to be good. Of course, we are not God to see what will happen, and definitely you support something, but you are not the one in charge of administration. But probably what you think that if you are there, you do. You give the mandate to someone to go and do, and then they get there and things are not going as it should. So you have the right to say it. Don't be gagged and say that, Charlie, I have done this, so it happens when people go for money and they are gagged, so you can't talk. But when you do it genuinely from your heart and you know that, Charlie, people will say a lot of things outside. Oh, that's your one just come to. But if you know in your heart that you've not gone for any money, you are always bold to say the truth.
Are you being attacked in any way, whether it's verbal, whether it's physical?
So the funny part of the whole thing is, when it started, you get people from the opposition attacking you, and then you say the truth, and those within the party also come at you. So now you're in the middle, whether to go left or right. It's your own cup of tea.
Into baby,
maybe, but not like I said, I have voted for NDC before. When the late president Jonathan was in power, I voted for him, but I didn't campaign for him. But I voted because I loved him. I felt some of his policies were on point. So there was an election where I didn't vote, but then I was in Germany, so I didn't. And when I came back, I listened to manifesto. I felt that if people are going to go to school, why not? People are, there's no, parents are not having money to send their wards to school. So if there's going to be free SHS and a lot of people are going to go to school, I'm imagining how in the next 10-15 years a lot of youth have been to school, how the country will become. So I thought it was a good thing for him to finish his term, so that after his term we assess, and then if a new person brings a very good policy or manifesto, we support the person as well. So it's not like we go and sell our conscience to a particular political party where I say that I'm with this party, so whether A or B I'm with them. No, I don't do that. I listen to manifesto. Tomorrow I can change my mind and join another political party if I feel like.
You are an actor. In fact, you have a production this weekend.
Yeah.
How has this whole economic crisis affected you as a creative artist?
People are not buying the tickets. And I have Bokanana. You see, I it's sad. It's sad. Some time back, you do a little publicity and you get people jumping on, ready to come and watch a show. And now it's just that people are favorite. Like those who love us, who have followed us all these years, are like, oh, these guys, let's go and just release some stress. So they still come to watch the show. So we are just praying to God that they will still consider and come. Yeah.
Interestingly, you see, I am a student of politics. I read political science from the University of Ghana, and I did government, SHS.
When you have a song in Legon for a political campaign.
Yeah, exactly. Vote for me. But I don't think, if I cast my memory back, I don't think there has been a situation where MPs of a political party is calling for the head of the finance minister, who is a member of their party, and because they don't like the way the country is going. In fact, the suffering or the economic crisis is affecting almost everybody. I am affected. In fact, this morning I was telling my colleagues that the amount that I bought fuel last week, that I had a full tank. This week I bought it, and it's left to 2 bars before it will get to the brim. Yeah. So actually I am affected. You heard Stella mention the bag of rice, which has actually increased 10%. Over 100%. Really, does it actually surprise you that in the midst of all these, the NPP, the MPs are calling for the head of Kenofo-Wiata?
Well, it is very surprising, and I say so because of the nature of our own political governance space. It is one of unquestioned loyalty. And oftentimes, if you decided to depart from what the party line is, you usually end up getting into trouble. And it's also such that our politics generally is not one based on principle or serious conviction. So if you decided to do something against the general view, we often do not look at the quality of the decision that you took and then say that, well, this makes sense. There are only a few cases where you see people from a political party that is governing where they are still able to put across dissenting views. But there's a caveat with that. Oftentimes, those people who are able to do that, they do so because they have some clout, some money, some wealth that removes them from the backlash. So Kenya Japan would be a very good example. It is not new that we would have somebody from the party say things, go against the order. But you will notice that he is able to do so because he seems quite clear that he's not dependent on anybody. So this was a big surprise. But when you interrogate it a bit further within the proper political sense, there's a way that you understand it, because it doesn't happen very often, and the creatives are here, that you go for a program or an event like what we saw at the Independence Square, and the President of the Republic is booed in such very organic manner. They can dispute that and say other people paid people to go and do that and all of that, but they know that's not true. You go to Kumasi, of all places, where the president again is booed, And generally, when you get the sentiments, GhanaWeb does an amazing job with that. Listen to people, you get a sense that people are angry. And you can tell clearly from the Member of Parliament for Subin yesterday after the press conference when he was doing more media engagement. He was asked a question that, don't you feel, like the point I was making earlier, that there will be a backlash against you? Parliamentary primaries are coming up and all of that. He said something very profound. He said that, well, it is true, but if you look at what our constituents are saying, and that's the reality, because for the constituents, it doesn't matter. I mean, General said he supported and voted for the current government. Yeah. But now his business is also struggling. So when you look at it, it doesn't matter where one voted. At the end of the day, if you go to the market and the rice is expensive, you're going to buy it. You're not going to use your party card to get it very easy. And for me, that is the kind of reality that the members of parliament are trying to avoid. And also, there's one final pragmatic point. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo is obviously leaving at the end of the term. So that means that the party would have to take a decision to go with someone else. It could be Dr. Baumia, it could be Alan Cash, it could be from any other place. So if you are within the party now, it actually makes a great deal of sense, and you have the dynamics on your side when the people support you against a man who is leaving eventually.
Nana's poster has come under questioning. There are some who say that it looks like Wadru self-actualization. I wanted to be president, so Matwama maybe, and it's the reason he made that comment in Kumasi that, I mean, if you are threatening to vote for me, they don't threaten me, they don't frighten me and all that. Does it come to you? Does it come to any of you, or like the president seems unbothered, even though he has made comments that he is fixing the economy?
I mean, for me, it's not surprising. The president has always been arrogant. He just pretended not to be one when he was vying for votes. And you can never be anything but arrogant. You see, the MPs that are calling for the head of... I mean... 80
MPs.
Yes, that's the wrong target. The president should resign today. Nana Akufo-Addo should bow down his head in shame and walk out of the office now as we speak. He came saying he had the men. He put the guy there. You understand? So if the guy is messing up, they should be living together. He should be living now. I keep saying this all the time. Look, let me try and get this and get it right so I don't make a mistake. Look, this is what I've been reading for a while now. Chapter 8 of the Constitution of Ghana. Section 69. You know what that says? Removal of the president. Everybody should read that. I don't know why we are not exploring this. There's a loophole in the Constitution that can get us to remove him today. We don't have to wait 2024.
I think the minority is doing that.
They should do that.
No, the minority is targeting the finance minister and not the president.
They have to target the president.
Okay.
He is the head. They have to target him. If you read, it is clear. I mean, it's woven with a few legal words. But if we have a proper lawyer to interpret it, we will find a solution. If we start today, by next year around this time, he's gone. It won't take that long. And we are all seated and, just complaining. Do you know that today, as we speak, you are being paid half your salary? Because everything is gone up. That's what you say. They say less than half. Nothing makes sense. You understand? So, for me, the president, back to answer your question, the president has always been arrogant. We failed to see it. Me, I didn't vote for him. I will never vote for him. Because I saw right through him. You understand? And today, when you speak, they'll bring BNI or NIB. I don't know if they are now a bank after you. You understand?
Yeah.
People are genuinely suffering. Go on the streets. It's just by grace that we are all here. I'm telling you. Some of us ply our trade on the streets. So we know the suffering. We know the talkability that is going around. I'm telling you. So they should not be there. And I just saw another, I don't know if it was on your site, that the president said we should give the finance minister 3 months.
Yeah. Is it 3 months or weeks? 3 weeks. For the IMF program.
Yeah.
That's nonsensical.
Part of the conversation too.
That's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. How? Boss, how? I don't understand. Is he the only one who can negotiate this deal? What if he dies tomorrow? The deal will not go on? Are we running a one-man financial institution or ministry? What are we talking about? Because of Chobo, they don't want to go. No, let's be honest. Me, I don't want to be diplomatic about anything. Because somebody will take something or get something, why should it be him? Well, I don't understand. Let's look at this from that angle. It's very common. It's simple. It's basic. All that talk, all that, it doesn't make any sense. Why should that person be there? If everybody is calling that he should leave, I want the president to leave.
So, how did we get here? Maybe I should let Stella answer.
Oh, sorry, let me just answer it. It's a forum.
Yeah.
So how did we get here?
Yes.
We were pretending, all of us, smiling, oh, it could be. That's how we got here. Look, I have said, and I'm saying it here again, especially Parliament, look, that institution should be abolished. Trust me. Go and check what the duties of Parliament. We need to read some more.
Why would you want Parliament to be abolished? They are representing their constituents. They are making laws.
But in that case, in favor of what? There can't be a vacuum. I think that's where the problem
is. Exactly. You see, so I don't have all the answers. Yeah. I'm pushing for an agenda. I'm sure if we sat through it, we'll find a solution. Now, if you say, so Parliament is a House of Representatives, right? They represent their constituents, right? Do you know that there's a constituency, as we speak now, that doesn't have representation in Parliament? Do you know that?
Sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Are they not functioning?
They are.
Good. So it is a testimony to tell you that that institution has nothing to do, because the work, the mandate, they are not sticking to their mandate. So if there's a constituency running without a representative, all other constituents can run without it. Truly and truly, it is the DCEs or MCEs or whatever you want to call them who are supposed to be doing the work, right? So Parliament is just a conduit. Parliament is supposed to check the executive, make sure, and what are they doing? This is, my life, like you just said earlier, we see people on the other side of the aisle pushing for their own person to go. And you made so much sense when you said, and look at how this is. Because the sitting president is leaving. Yeah. That's why they'll do that. You thought if it was the first time they'll try it, all their contracts, all their stuff will be seized. They won't get anything. We need to look at some of these things. We cannot run the way we are running. Look, all these institutions, look at the constitution that we have. We should even look at the constitution again. It doesn't make sense. I don't know why a certain president, after their term of office, for 3 years, no lawsuit can come against them. For what? Are they still ruling after who wrote these things? And if we don't question some of these things now, posterity will suffer. Look, entertainers, and especially your side, and look, you are the one who bring relief to this country. And that's why we're still here. Look, do a basic case research, all the African countries that had the civil strife, their entertainment space wasn't booming. When people like General and musicians and everybody stop, Charlie, do you know what is going to happen here? And gradually we're getting there, because, who are you going to even ask? How are you going to pay for a venue, get artists there to go and perform? He's just saying they're not buying tickets. So soon we'll all fold our arms and sit and see what is going to happen. Charlie, we need to be serious, and we're young. I don't know what we are saving ourselves for. None of us is making it out here alive. We'll still die. So if we're going to die for Mother Ghana, at least it's better than waiting to win. We're not going to make it out alive. We need to fight. People died for us to be there. Yes, Santos and then Kumes and everybody. They will be disappointed in us. The president needs to go now, not the finance minister. The president. Now, this afternoon.
Stella, you've been you've been engaging the people. What have they been saying about the cost of products? Are they also calling for the head of the president?
Well, before I even go there, you asked a question about how we got here. So we can go about all the big English, talk about fiscal indiscipline, macroeconomic indicators, what's not. The simple answer is that the economy has been badly managed. Bad management is what has brought us here, because our problems are very fundamental. When you look at the problems that Ghana has, they are very fundamental. Like, they are at the first level of the
problem chain.
Exactly. Food, clothing, shelter, electricity, access to basic, they are very basic problems. So why can't we solve them? I mean, I spoke to some economists just yesterday, and he was telling me that the problem is simple. Government does not listen. The people up there do not listen. Because how can you tell me that this is an economy with economists, with professionals, with academicians, with people who have learned, people have, and even the finance minister himself has gone to Yale, the Baumia, Ivy League. So what are you telling me?
This administration.
Did you just acquire knowledge to just sit on it, or just for the show of it? What are you doing about it? You are just there. And people are given solutions every time. They told you from the beginning of this year, even last year, November, when the budget was read, it was said that this thing you are telling us to do, it will fail. And then you were very hopeful. We that were going to pay the tax are telling you that this thing, you are saying, oh, based on the data.
Is it the e-levy you are talking about?
Exactly. And that tax has been, the target has been revised from billions to 611 million. And even that one, we are just making about half of it at this point. When we projected that we'll be getting about 1 billion Ghana cedis from that tax measure. And it's not working, and it's still there. People are even being wrongfully charged. Even upon all the wrongful deductions, they're still not meeting the target. So why are you burdening me, and you are not even using the monies for things that were supposed to, the monies were supposed to be used for? And they pushed for some of these agendas just for us to be able to get more leverage on the international market. And we started the year and we've been downgraded. They are telling us that these people, if you give them money, they're not going to be able to pay. So from January, you saw downgrades. You knew that it would be hard for you to be able to access Eurobonds. People will not give you money. And still, you were still very insistent on the fact that, no, we are not going to IMF. When you know that that is where you go. And you waited over 6 months before you know,
if I could just add something to what this particular point that Stella is making. So it's, and again, just to also make it very easy, it is very simple. You are a brantepa, and you need to survive. You have a business that you are doing, so you are working at GhanaWeb, it's giving you some money. But the kind of life that you are living, the kind of people that you are taking care of and all of that requires that you need more money. So there are many options. Maybe you could create more content and get Bulldog or General to provide, create platform. They will create content, you get more money. But that's a more difficult thing to do, because you are now going to do advertisement, you are going to think and do. But the way it is, Abantua is popular. You are on TV, everybody knows you. So you can get loans. So maybe you call Bulldog and you get some 10,000 Ghana cedis, you call Stella, they'll give you 1 million Ghana cedis, General 2 million Ghana cedis, and you're going. It gets to a point where you simply cannot pay because you're not doing enough to generate revenue so that you are able to pay your loan. What that does to you also is that because you have a higher risk of paying your loan, the cost of your loan gets higher also. So if the next person has seen that Bulldog has given you money, Stella has given you money, General has given you money,
and you've not been able to pay back, means that I'm not giving you money.
Or that there's nothing that suggests that in the next 5-10 years, based on how you are going, you're going to be able to pay a lot more, but then you would take more money. You just simply go about borrowing more money. Because this government, what they have done over this period is to borrow far more than any other government has borrowed in this country's history. And it means something. If for instance, the results indicated that we have also seen an overwhelming level of development that pales, I mean, if you compare to the others pale in comparison to it, then maybe, because you can see quite clearly that even though people have a lot of problems, when they're talking about free senior high school policy, there's a way that they go about it. They never really say, for instance, that we don't want it again. All they say is that maybe there are problems, fix them and all of that. So when people see the results, they like it. But the problem with our politics is that, and as Bulldog made a point, we're very, very intransigent. We don't listen to people. We're very arrogant. And so oftentimes, because that's what I see. I work on radio. I do a morning show every single day. We engage people. The sense that I get is that, and even on social media, people are angry, not necessarily because this government has somehow failed in a way that they have never seen before or imagined before, but it is also about everything around it. Okay? And the very vindictive attitude that comes with it. And you see, sometimes when people read some of these, the thing about arrest, intimidation, and all of that, it is difficult in many instances to say that I know for a fact that Bulldog's arrest was occasioned by President Akufo-Addo. He called someone to come and pick him. It's always difficult to prove that, Captain Smart and the rest. But at the end of the day, people see it. So when what you promise doesn't come, and then you go again, don't accept it, but everything is on Ukraine, on Russia, it's on COVID. Then you ask yourself, okay, what about Kenya? What about Togo? What about Nigeria?
What about those who are fighting the war themselves?
Exactly.
Ukraine.
Yeah,
exactly. And you see, again, so we depend a lot on Ukraine, Russia for cereals.
Why should we?
Exactly. Why?
Why should we? I'm saying it doesn't make sense. You don't look inside yourself and help yourself. You look, we can't go back, because when we go back it will be too long. We're here now. What do we do? Look, there's a lot of talent in this country that if we focus on, we'll get ourselves out of this situation.
Right.
I foresaw something.
Okay.
I knew we were going to get here. Do you know when I realized that we were going to get here?
When was that?
When the youth were calling for fix the country.
Okay.
And they came at them and said, go and fix yourself. And I was like, that's it. We are going to mess up. Because I came out and I wrote an article. I said that when a child is crying home, you don't beat the child. You give the child toffee, chocolate. Let the child smile and tell the child that next time, don't go and play in this house. When you go, they will hurt you. So the child is now careful. Why are we in a country where the youth that are in the country feel that something must be fixed? You are the father of the nation. Make yourself available. Tell them, oh, let's fix the country together. Allow them to do their demonstration. Meet them up. I am your father. I will listen to you. We are trying our best to get things running here. Just give us some time. We'll get things done. But when you fight the people, you go and fix yourself. Go and do that. And then after everything, they take you to court, they win, and they still do the demonstration. And then after the demonstration, people now ask, after the demonstration, is the government dead? Like, have they been able to destroy your party? No. So why don't you make time from the beginning? Let the people feel belong. Let them feel that, Charlie, they are loved. Despite the economic hardship and everything, you are there for them. Let them feel that, Charlie, we have a president who is always ready. We have people who... Charlie, I always say that we will always go around and come back again.
Okay.
Because I have identified something, but we'll talk more about it.
Yes, so listen, we are not going around, we are going for a break. Well, we want to look at the role of people in the arts. How best can we get the government to sit down and actually work and make the system better? Last time, Prince David Osei was saying that he was giving the government up to December or so, and that he was going to mobilize the youth for a demonstration. I don't know how far that has gone. But we actually have a conversation on that, the role of the people in the creatives in making the economy better, to get a government set up, because the way things are going there, me now cry my head, they bust me. We are back after this short break. Welcome back, and the argument continues. In fact, sometimes so who behind the scenes in Kakra, because it's very interesting. You know, the Miko shows are mostly I want to be backstage and see how things are being run before I come back to sit in the audience. And sometimes I move out from the auditorium if it's being held in an enclosed area, just walk around and hear some conversation. Sometimes it be a very, very interesting. You don't get to hear and see them when you are seated at the VIP area. So welcome back, and Romeo joins us. McDonald Naneo Asari, aka Romeo, is Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman, but first of all, he's an event organizer. He's a talent manager. He's the one that coaches the Miss Ghana contestants on how to speak. Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Substitution into Stella Riena Juma Oko. Romeo is back. But if you began the show with us, you noticed that we have been here with General Ntetia. General Ntetia is an actor, and their play is coming off this weekend. Are we safe? And I don't know why they decided to choose Are We Safe at General, why?
Oh, so Are We Safe is not political. It's something that we want to, you know, ask some beautiful questions to the audience that will come. Are we safe if, you know, right policies are not put up? Are we safe if the right thing is there and we are not doing? Are we safe as citizens when we know that we imported goods at the time that, you know, the dollar and CD, you know, kind of thing is not happening, and then we want to hoard the goods and sell it at expensive prices for ourselves? Are we safe as citizens when we know that we are not supposed to, you know, litter around and we go do that? Are we safe as people? So we are asking questions. Then we need to come and answer ourselves.
So when, what time, when, and how many shows are we having?
Okay, so we are doing 2 shows. Okay, a very beautiful show this Saturday, 4 p.m. and then 8 p.m. 4 p.m. first show, 8 p.m. second show, and the rates are cool, 100 cedis per. Let's come and laugh.
So it's General Ntetia, and who are those in the production?
General Ntetia is there, Clement Osuarez is there, Foster Romanos is there, you have Willie Chambers, you know, a host of beautiful actors and actresses, and you know, when you hear these names, you know that definitely you are in for a good laugh. So
because more super fan production.
I'm strange though. I'm meeting General for the first time, and he's not stammering. I'm disappointed.
General,
I'm disappointed.
I get that
when he gets into the character. That's when he begins to do well. General,
he's a good actor. I think said the list. No, muji $10. I think $10 they say so.
$10 they say $1 is
150.
So
I think it's 16 this morning.
Yeah, it's 16. It's gone up to 16.
Oh wow.
There was a day it went up. The whole day went up like 3 or so. So in the morning there was an exchange. In the afternoon, then in the evening too, there was.
So it comes back to your question you asked the young lady,
Stella.
How did we get here? So are we going to sit here for the dollar to get to 80 cedis? I'm asking. We are 16. So who is going? We will sit down like that.
What should we do? No, beyond.
I don't have the solutions. I don't have it. I'm just one man. I'm saying that, look, everybody else is pretending this morning or wherever you are in Ghana now that something is happening. People are going to work to go and sit down. People will not come and buy. General Ntetia is pretending he's doing a show. The people are pretending not to come and buy like everything. Why? Why don't we stop everything? Shut the country down.
By that, it means what?
All of us will stop doing what we need to do. Let's do that.
They will just be sitting.
Yes, let's do that for a week. Let's try that. Isn't that a solution?
That would be serious.
Yes.
So they see the relevance.
Yeah, it's better than carrying guns and knives. Let's seize everything. You go. Look, doctors do it. They do it occasionally. Nurses do it. Don't they do it occasionally? I'm saying the whole country should do it at once. See what is going to happen. Yo, I mean,
Romeo, you were supporting Bulldog submission. You said yes. You think that's the way to go?
Yeah,
because
I think
if you look at there was a day drivers were on strike.
Yeah, they were even engaging in some football games.
Yes, and even if you are a private,
it halted the whole economy.
Car and you get to the station and decide to pick people, they will fight you. And we saw them play football and all of that. And now Bulldog is saying we should do 1 week. Everybody,
yes,
including the media.
Our leadership or our leaders in this country or Africa in general, we lack that integrity commitment. Where even elsewhere in Europe, when someone is even associated to just some slight scandal, they tend to resign just to prove a point that they're not holding on to their position because of the power they wield, but just to make way for fairness and whatever accountability or in terms of investigation there are to be. But here, once there's a scandal, that's where another scandal will be created to divert attention. And then we've seen this government roll from one scandal to the other. From PDS, you name it, excavators here and there. And when it gets to the president desk, it's as if, they've been cleared. It's put aside, and the real issues are left to go. And bit by bit, we started losing our pesos and cedis, and this has escalated to that level, coupled with borrowing and so on and so forth. Now, so action, you back it with actions. What did I make an say? So now, if the nurses, the drivers, everyone is suffering in the sense that, if you're paid 1,005 Ghana cedis as a monthly salary, now, just look at the level of food inflation. Over 137%. Another mechanism. So, considering food, considering rent, medical bills, and then it has this trickling ripple effect where very soon people will be laid off. Just like the COVID era when people had to make way for others because people, industries were not making profit. So they had to lay off people, or they had to cut down staff size and whatsoever you. And this is so glaring to the extent that, Abrantipa, we've been expressing this, but some people were not feeling it earlier. But because they had hoarded some stolen money and they were enjoying it, just quote unquote, now that things have doubled or tripled or quadrupled, they're also feeling what we were feeling before. So everyone is talking. But this is what we were talking about long ago and no one was minding. Now, if not for this IMF negotiation thing and all these dollar issues, no one would be calling for the finance minister's head. But I tell you that there's sort of some level of hypocrisy in this country. And it's high time we start dealing with this before this old generation ends for the new one to take off. Reasons being that in the old days of President Mahama, we always called him out when there was Dumso. He wasn't the energy minister. He wasn't the director of ECG. And anytime the lights were out, we blamed him. Yes, we didn't know it was a generational issue. We didn't know it was sort of government after government powered up a problem that he inherited. No one cared, but he had to solve it. Right? But today, when we are talking of economy, when a certain Vice President Baumia, then candidate, running mate, was accusing the then president of incompetence, and that when he was mentioning the dollar as a means of measure of the president's level of incompetence, today, here we are. We are not mentioning Baumia, we are not mentioning the president. We are rather mentioning an appointee we didn't vote for.
That was the point Bulldog was making.
We didn't vote for the appointee. We voted for the president. And if anything rots, it starts from the head. So if you're calling for the head of the finance minister, you should be calling for the head of the president. He should resign. People have resigned. Liz Truss recently resigned because, come on, when I wasn't in the office, I felt, okay, I could do this. But coming in, I realized that, no, it's beyond me. I don't have solution. That's how the West think. If you don't have, no man is a sort of a fountain of knowledge. So once they feel they're struggling, they can't solve a problem, they make way for others to take charge. What is the Akufo-Addo waiting for? He should resign. It's not just about the finance minister. It's about the presidency. He is the chief appointer. If you appoint people and they fail, the blame dawns on you. When the economy was doing well in 2017 and the dollar was stabilized. The vice president came to take the credit and then listed the economic management team, Professor Jambafo, Osakoto, Osefriye, just name Alanche Manting, Osafo Mafo. And now things are not going well. You're not mentioning the economic management team.
When I look at the economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Dr. Akotose, Dr. Afriye Akoto, Honorable Alan Chiremanting, Boachi Ejaku, Ken Oforiata, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Mafu. What a solid team.
So a few things that are very, very essential in our daily life. So a gallon of oil, it's now between 1,000 and 1,002. But first, in the early part of the year, was 550 Ghana cedis. And a bag of rice, as Stella mentioned earlier, was 56 in the beginning of the year. Now it's 112 cedis. Yeah. Fuel in the beginning of the year was around 4 cedis, 86 pesos for
per
petrol.
liter.
Yes, liter. And then diesel per liter was 4 cedis, 86 pesos. October 2022 is 13 cedis,
per liter.
10 pesos per liter for fuel, and 15 cedis, 59 pesos per liter for diesel. And cement, as in 2022 January, was 44 Ghana cedis, but now it's 80 cedis and above. So when we're about going for the break, I was asking what creatives, what we can do. Prince David was mentioned demonstration. Bulldog has mentioned that we should stop everything that we are doing for like a week. Everybody should stop. Really, what's the way to go, guys?
I would like to take this bite first because I just joined. Being a creative arts person, nurtured and taught within the School of Performing Arts confines, creatives are able to communicate the most dangerous or tread even on the most dangerous path through their acts by putting together pieces that would push government to do the right thing. I remember a play directed by one Professor Sarah Dogbaji, Marching for Fauza. That play was meant that it actually highlighted the bad things within society where the government was failing in, and that play was actually banned at a point. Now, as creatives, if we are not able to come out to demonstrate, let's put our skits. We saw in the Kumawood moment when people were talking about Doomsaw, they made it a point that most of the movies, they talk about Doomsaw in it, and it pricked the government. I don't think they had results. If we are creatives, we owe it to the citizens that we put out stuff. Ours is to put the governments on its toes through our acts. You get it? So we have that responsibility. When we fail, the rippling effect is such that we are collapsing our own industry. Within this Xmas, Afrochella, just name them. Most of them are charging in dollars. Even if they are charging $100, it means you will need about 1,005 Ghana cedis for a show. If you're putting together a show with all these investments, with all these technicians, you're supposed to pay them, and people are unable to pay. Right? It means you don't have money to even pay the people. So you have to lay people off, or you have to even halt your production. Major General Ntatia just mentioned his coming show this weekend, right? 100 cities. Abrantipa, it will interest you to know that this 100 cities will be difficult for a lot of people to even come by. Though 100 cities now appears like a 10 city in 6 months ago. You get it? It shouldn't have been a problem. So no matter where you are, you feel it. And we the creatives are the ones, what we sell are ideas. We mold, we sell. Now when we mold and we are not selling, and people we are selling and people are not buying, the Chief Moments, the General Ntatias, the Suarez's and a whole lot, they fall on this to feed.
You know the annoying bit? People sit back and say, why are you making this personal? But what should we make it? This is personal, it's affecting all of us.
Everybody.
Yes, it's affecting all of us. And when you mention Nanado's name, they say, why are you mentioning his name? Is he not in the office?
We are paying him.
He sat on, the guy is so arrogant. In capital letters, he says we speak as if he doesn't live in this country.
As if he's governing us.
You dey pay light bill. You dey pay for fuel. Don't come to talk the thing they talk. Don't come talk the thing they talk. Make we be kiddies, make we respect you. Talk, make we respect you. Do you pay for anything in this country? You and your parliamentary, do your government, you dey pay something?
You get one full V8 where they carry chairs.
You dey pay something?
One full V8.
You dey pay something? You know we dey pay.
But there's one thing that I want to add to this. You see, so I remember there was some time when the president's travels, expensive travels, came up when the Honorable Okudzeto-Ablakwa made it a personal mission to be always giving us information and all of that. I remember we're discussing this on radio, and to be fair, generally the kind of reception that I get on radio, a lot of people are very critical of the government, but there was still an element of second guessing. So I was making the point that the president should not be living in that kind of luxury. Someone sent in a text message and asked that, but he's the president, what do you expect him to do? You see, that kind of thinking, because it should not make any sense whatsoever. And I'm happy that somehow we seem to be coming around it. It should make absolutely no sense. It should not be acceptable that for a country that is at this level, developing very poor, people don't have access to potable water. Not that there's any place in this world where there's no problem. But the point is that, at least if not for anything at all, the leadership must reflect the country. You don't have a habit or a culture of flying luxuriously, living like an emperor, and then go about borrowing money.
My boss, I want to ask a question. May I have said we should sell Ghana? This is the reason why I say that. Look, if we are going to the white man to ask them for money, to come and develop our country, and we know they see the development of, then let's go and ask the white man to come and take over, because they will know what to do. So instead of going to IMF and say, give us 800 million or 2 billion, 3 billion,
come and rule.
That's it. Nanado should not be president. I'm giving him an advice. It should be like, a white man should be president, they go for send them. Because that's really what he's doing. He's not doing anything. Look, if it was for borrowing, borrowing and paying salaries, like you just...
that one, they have been there.
My daughter is 3. My last daughter is 3. She can rule this country.
Just like as Osla Usu said. He said, if it's just for borrowing.
And one thing that we forget is that, and again, for country, for states, it is the backing of the people, the institutions, and all of that. Donald Trump is literally a brainless human being. Buhari is a walking dead. Nigeria is likely going to have the next president who is far worse than Buhari in Tinubu. But the point is that all of those countries will still run somehow, because it's not really about the individual. And for me, it is all those supporting things. And when the extent to which we entertain some things, right? And again, sometimes we are also very scared. So if you hit the streets, what happens? And all of those things. All of those things create this culture of silence that allows for people to do what they want. Let me just talk briefly about entertainers. And I'm happy that General Ntatia is here. Bulldog is, or Bulgod, yes, is also here. I get a sense also that our entertainment space, our creative people, they are perhaps the least critical of Ghanaians that one can ever imagine. And I say so because the general sentiment that one gets is that these are very, very individualistic people. So it's about their personal talent and what they can get out of that. Everything that looks like risk is not something that they are willing to participate in. And I get it. They are not any special from any other person. So I'm not placing any special responsibility on creators or creatives any more than I would put on, say, a market woman. But the point is this. Creatives, by the very nature of the work that they do, they are influencers, whether they like it or not. And again, the space that they operate in, just like journalists. When we say journalists have freedom of expression, when we say that press freedom should not be touched, it is not because these are very special human beings. It is because, by the very nature of the work that they do, anything that will get them to always reconsider Asamameko came a yana and yet means that the very quality of the work that they are doing is gone. So for creatives, they are creatives only to the extent that there's no boundaries. Not talking about breaking laws. And so if everything is about hey, Ghana the MPP and NDC say if I make a come is here and for be matema, then I mean or
as my mention me home because they will come attacking me.
Or when it gets to periods where we need to influence and do something, and all you care about is your own check, because for you it is I'm doing my job. I get it. I mean, nobody can come and beat you if you go and take whatever and do whatever. But at the end of the day, we will see the kind of response that we are seeing now. And this is not to say, for instance, that those who supported the NPP in the last election have done something wrong per se. I mean, people could genuinely believe that this was right. So I don't support anyone who says that because someone supported this particular government, somehow they should. Yeah, no, I don't support that. But I'm saying that creatives must lead the way. They must live up to what creatives are.
Exactly, and they should also be able to shape that kind of sentiment out of people, so that they are always not on autopilot.
Exactly.
To know that people should be,
but they themselves must first move away from the autopilot.
Exactly my point. So I'm not an autopilot.
I have said we should march to the Jubilee House. When you speak, you are among creatives and industry people. They are like, oh, you need a letter from the. You don't need nothing. The police should be arresting those who are in office committing crime. They should be behind bars. We have a court system, that nobody's taking anybody there to go and answer why we are in this mess. We don't need permission from the police. They themselves, they are suffering. They should join us.
Right. It's time to join Doreen for Vogue. And like I have always been mentioning, if you have any events that you are hosting, just let us know. We'll come your way. We'll bring our cameras there, cover the event, and let our people, our viewers and our readers know what actually happened at your event. And so Abiana had an event. Doreen was there, and she has everything packaged in Vogue.
We are currently here at Abiana Live's performance happening at the Zen Garden. My name is Doreen Abanamabaya, and exclusively we have so many people who tuned in. You wouldn't believe we're gonna come. We have Gifty Auntie, KOD, Captain Smart, and so many other names we will be getting an interview from. But then you need to stay tuned and watch.
Weekend.
Because I saw you dancing, you couldn't even sit.
You see, you wake up every early part of the morning, every day, and you need to go somewhere to throw away that stress. You get it?
I'm very excited. I'm very happy I came. I came to support Abiana, and she's been marvelous.
And she dedicated Ghana's Most Beautiful to you.
I know, right? That was a shocker. You know? She didn't expect me to come because I've not been well for a while now. So she didn't expect me. So I guess she was very excited to see me.
I guess it wasn't just we're all excited to see you. But then how is life? How is everything going?
Well, one day at a time. We know things are tough, but hey, we take it one day at a time.
And motherhood?
Another level. It's crazy. Today is the first time in many years that I've had time to come out on my own, to really have fun. Not that I'm intending it, but to have fun. And I'm excited.
Took it back to the 80s, but you don't sound of got no rating. No snitch, no big book creating. So maybe got the African James Band for Moses. Fast forward to the 90s. Roots and black prophets and that wood. Family school, we send from ticket for parties. Jerry Remarkable was gone and good about it. Free the boom back up.
It's just me having fun. I actually came to watch one of my favorite, who's Abiana, and then proud to being on the show, I decided to also have fun.
Coming here to support Abiana, you also spoke about your EP coming out.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about it?
So it's an Atia EP. That is the archives of Atia, and you're going to get just Atia on it. You're not getting any other song apart from Atia. So it's just me trying to be in different elements while I touch on different genres.
1, 2, 3, let's go. Let's go.
I guess maybe I am estimated. Yes, I estimated. The king, the stage, and the stage are still there. They're waiting for me to come back on stage, but I underestimated them. I'm so grateful.
Are we going to see something like this very soon again?
Yes, I'll replicate this concept like 3 times for the year end. So if you're watching me, just follow Abiana Music and you get all the info on my page where I'll be the next concert. Follow me and let's have the vibe. Get away.
But then what do you have to say to your fans? People came to support you and everything.
I want to tell them that I'm so grateful. Adjournment Music is so grateful. The brand is big, it's larger and in charge. It will go further than this, so trust me. If you follow me, you follow the good thing. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Doreen, for the report. And we are just about wrapping up on this episode of eForum. General Intetia is an actor. McDonald Nanea Asare is an event organizer. Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. Boo God is an artist manager. He's the founder of Boo House Entertainment. He says the CEO is God.
Future MP.
Future Boo, you want to be an MP?
No, I'm talking about Romeo.
Romeo.
It will be a future MP.
No, Romeo should not.
Why?
That institution should be brought down.
I forgot that he said we should abolish it.
Yes, I beg you. Then you want to become a future thief. We have seen, yes. You see, we will not allow that institution. We shouldn't. Bro.
But I think where he is now, you are okay because he's with the decentralization and local government.
Good.
He's an assemblyman.
What did you just say?
Local government.
Those are the people who are supposed to do the work.
But they don't give us the resources.
Exactly.
If I want to talk about
an MP,
if I want to have a full editorial, if I want to give a full editorial on the happenings within the municipality,
you should do that.
The whole Ghana will marvel. That's where the rot is, not the Jubilee House. That's where it begins. But when we ask for them to change all those appointees, they didn't mind.
Yeah, but you see, there's a connection there because the Jubilee House emboldens that kind of rot.
Exactly.
Because let me just quickly say this: when the president very recently went to, I think the Ashanti region, later met the DCs about this Galamsey thing. There's something that he said, and for me, all of those things are very important. The president said something about how, as his representatives, if they continued or any of them engaged in Galamsey, I said, I would not be able to protect you. What does that mean?
So it means they've always been protected.
Because at the point where we are fighting the thing, what I want to hear, for instance, is that if you engage in Galamsey, this will happen to you. I will do this. When you say, I would not be able to protect you, it betrays something.
I mean, there's been a protection cover all along from all facets of their operations. So maybe for now, Galamsey is dangerous, but other things are also protected.
Everybody is watching.
Let's wrap up. I'm sure the conversation will continue. So Abdul Karim Ibrahim is a broadcast journalist with Class Media Group, formerly Radio Universe. He's an international debater. General, before we go, your show is on Saturday. I want you to tell our viewers about it again. What the whole thing is about, how we can get tickets to buy, and how to find our way there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this Saturday at the National Theatre, we are having a very beautiful show. And the title of this show is Are We Safe? Are we safe as people? Are we safe as what we do, the things that we do, the things that we engage in? Are we safe even as a country? So we want to ask a couple of questions. And so we are inviting you to come to the National Theatre. The first show is 4 p.m. The second show is 8 p.m. And then come and see beautiful actors like Clemento Suarez, Foster Romanus, General Intatia, Daniel DeLong, Willie Chambers, and all the other guys that you see, around. We are going to entertain you, make sure that your troubles, the pains, you know, the economy and how this thing.
The rest of your lines.
Yes.
Rosso, be a stamina.
Just so mama, ain't you know? They make kind of say. Open so auto tikita. I didn't family this TV fly on the back. Na mama say, open so auto tikita is simple. And run so over dali. Star 447 star 1059 hash. Star 447 star 1059 hash. Bra uniadofo. Bra fire yari for bra. And ya for ebubu for. And if for from Obra National Theatre. No major yarisa.
General. Charlie, thank you for coming. General Tetia is an actor, like I mentioned earlier. Magdona Nania Asari K. Romeo is Madina social welfare, artist manager, event organizer, and Miss Ghana voice coach. And
you always forget I'm an actor too.
He's an actor. In fact, the name Romeo, he got it because of his stage production. Back then in University of Ghana, Oko play Romeo and Juliet. He played the role of Romeo. In
fact, I'm Romeo. You know, Romeo was my classmate, and I'm shocked. It was so good, and I was like, when we complete, we will still pick it up, and then I don't see him like, hey.
Next time we'll have a conversation on why he doesn't want to be on stage.
Very good actor.
You need to be part of production. Bugod is an artist manager. His newest product is Vanilla. And he's out with a song. Boo, how do we get a song to stream?
I mean, just go on all the DSPs, distribution services platforms. You just type out Vanilla. You know, it's spelled Vanilla, but it's pronounced Vanilla. That's Vani, as in short for Evans, and La means sing. So it's Vanilla in Ghana. You know, so just go out there, young chap, young talent, beautiful. Not him alone. We manage. Papi of 55 as well.
Okay. Wow.
There used to be a group,
but
now he's doing a solo project, so we're working with him as well. Go out there and support every Ghanaian music. You know, it's not because I'm managing them or not, but support the creatives. You know, we need it, and let's boot these niggas out.
In future, I think you have to consider managing actors as well. You know?
Yes, why not?
Let's open it.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
All right, Karim, thanks for coming. We hope to do this some other time, and thank you for watching. We do this for you. I'm sure you enjoyed the show, and you've taken some, you know, the comment seriously, because Charlie, we for change things. Anyone more than me don't punching. Anyone more than I tarry. Thank you for watching. We'll be back some other time with yet another riveting conversation on eForum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Parliament is guided by rules. What they have done is to try and anticipate and try and ambush the speaker. As we speak, there is no motion before the House. And for them to come and address the press and create an impression as though a motion has been admitted by Mr. Speaker leaves so much to be desired. In fact, admissibility of questions, motions, or any process is the sole mandate of Mr. Speaker. So until your motion or any application is admitted by Speaker, you cannot assume that you have a motion properly before the House. So I would want to say that, simply put, they are just throwing dust into the eyes of Ghanaians. We are all aware that the world economy is in crisis. We are all aware that government has taken steps to address this economic crisis that we face as a nation. As we speak, we have an ongoing negotiation with the IMF. Midway in the negotiation, government cannot come and make an announcement, but trust government to be able to make a full disclosure of what engagement they've had with the IMF when all these things are concluded. It's difficult, especially for businesses and looking at the way our currency is faring. So anybody raising a concern about the state of the economy will be raising such a concern genuinely. This is not about NDC, MPP. It's a general problem we are facing as a country. Mighty UK, people are paying more for mortgages. Almighty UK, Great Britain, people do not have what it takes to even buy essential commodities. So it is not an easy thing. As parents who are supposed to pay school fees, as businessmen who are supposed to pay bank loans, it is not easy. But what we're supposed to do is to have faith and work together. And I believe that as Parliament has just commenced, what the minority and the majority would have to do is to work together to build consensus on the key issues to support government. To me, that is our main agenda, but not the usual MPP, NDC partisan attacks. Those ones will not help us. Regarding views expressed by the majority caucus on certain matters of national concern, I think that's the beauty of democracy. People having the opportunity to express their views. And where we have gotten to in our democracy, we should be happy that people don't keep what they have in mind within them, that they are being gagged. So we take all of that in good faith and continue to soldier on and work together for the betterment of our people.
Honorable members, prayers. Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I have not received any message from His Excellency the President, and I don't have any formal communication today. So we'll move straight to item 4 on the order paper. That is correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Thursday, 27th October 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Page 831, Kwame, MP for Keta. I was rightly here in the chamber, but I was marked absent.
Sorry, you said you were
marked absent.
Yes.
31. I was rightly here in the chamber. Even the leadership candidate, I was once even holding the fort for the leader.
Honourable Member, there's usually a list that is circulated for members present to attest their signatures to.
Yes, Honourable Speaker.
It's not on the list.
Yes, but with the clerk and then even the table office, most of them saw me yesterday in the chamber.
Are you sure you heard what I said?
You didn't hear.
Did you hear me?
The Speaker.
Yes, please.
Maybe my colleague didn't hear you, even though you were here yesterday. But what the Speaker is saying is that there's a list you were supposed to sign and you didn't sign. So maybe that is where the problem is coming from.
Honourable members, once again, in order to assist the table office to be able to rightly compile the names of members who attend plenary session, please always ensure, once you've attended, to sign a list against your name. It's very important. And so we'll take notice of that and direct the table office to make the correction that you were present yesterday. But in future, we will not do that for any other member again. I think this is sufficient notice. Yes, page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, page 13, item 1. If you permit me to read the first sentence, that the committee on Tuesday, 22nd August 2022 at 10:30 a.m. paid a working visit to the following printing companies to print government textbooks for basic schools. I don't know, is it a committee that went to print the textbooks for the government basic schools? That is where I don't understand. If you check on a page that you've not gotten, that one, they said the committee visited the committee paid a working visit. That is page 15. We've not gotten there. But that sentence said the company paid a working visit to contractors contracted to print. They visited contractors contracted to print on page 15. But page 13 indicated that the companies. Yes, so I'm beginning to think that there should be an omission somewhere.
Yes, you are right. You are right. So I'll draw the attention of the table office.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To make the necessary correction. Because it's not a company that went there to print the textbooks. I think that they visited the companies that are contracted to print the government textbooks for basic schools. So table office, kindly do the necessary corrections. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 22, yes, Honourable Member.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, item 3, in attendance, the first name, Miss Vida Dote. Mr. Speaker, I know the lady very well, and the spelling of the same name, the Dote, is Dirote. The spelling is D-I-O-R-O-T-E-Y, not Dote. Vida Dirote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, can we get the spelling again?
D-I-O-R-O-T-E-Y. Dirote. D-I-O-R-O-T-E-Y. Dirote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that is quite a unique name, unknown to many. That is why maybe table office is not Dote, is Dirote. So kindly do the necessary correction. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the third sitting of the third meeting of Parliament held on Thursday, 27th October 2022 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. We will now move to item 5 on the order paper, which is a business statement for the second week. Chairman of the Business Committee. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, the majority leader is unavoidably absent, and I will seek your kind leave to present the business statement on his behalf.
Yes, minority front bench.
Mr. Speaker, per our rules, he's a member of the committee and he's well positioned to present it on behalf of the chairman.
Honorable members, the majority chief whip, who is a member of the business committee, to present the report of the committee for and on behalf of the chairman of the committee, who is a majority leader. Please, you can do so now.
Mr. Speaker, the business committee met on Thursday, 27th of November, and has duly programmed these businesses for the ensuing week. And as you have gladly allowed me, I'll present it for on behalf of the majority leader. As I intend to limit myself to just on a few portions, and I invite Hansa to capture the entirety of the report as same has been presented. Speaker, all in all, 45 questions have been programmed for next week. And these are the breakdown. We have a question for the Minister for Volta region, 12 questions slated for the Minister for the Interior, 11 questions for the Minister for Food and Agriculture, 11 questions for the Minister of Health, 2 questions for the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, a question for the Minister for Railways Development, and 7 questions for the Minister for Roads and Highways. Speaker, in accordance with Order 72, statement may be admitted by your good self, the press may be taken, motions and their consequential resolutions may also be taken. As earlier intimated, I intended to limit myself to just a portion of the report. I so present. Thank you.
Honorable members, business arranged by the business committee for the next week has been accordingly presented. It's now time for comments, if any, by members. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One shift. Mr. Speaker, I was in the business committee on Monday. However, yesterday I was late. But on Monday when the business committee met, 2 issues were very critical and they were raised, and the chairman of the business committee assured the committee that he will make sure that yesterday when we meet, the business committee will program the Electoral Commission report and the National Identification Authority's report on Thursday. That is next week, Thursday. I've come through the report, which is going to take care of the activities from Tuesday to Friday. The report of the Committee of the Whole on the National Identification Authority is conspicuously missing on the business statement. The report of the Special on the activities of the Electoral Commission and the new constitutional instrument that she intends to bring are also conspicuously missing on the business statement. Mr. Speaker, once the meetings took place 3.5 months ago, and the clerks were supposed to write the report, and the report to be presented when the House resumed. Mr. Speaker, we went to break for 3.5 months. We are back. The first business committee meeting, they were raised. The majority leader of government business, and the chairman of the business committee assured us that he will make sure that the reports are ready and will program them next week, Thursday. And after considering them, then the committee, after debating the report and adopting them, we will now schedule the Electoral Commission and the officials of the National Identification Authority to appear before the House so that we'll be able to iron out some of the differences that will arise from the questions, that the answers that they gave, because we made them differently. On their data, on the reason, justification for the steps that they are taking. So, Mr. Speaker, the whole nation is interested in this. Civil society organizations are interested in this. The whole House wanted to meet the Electoral Commission. It was the chairman who opted that, it should be special budget. So now that special budget has met them, you should bring the report to the House for every member of this House to know what happened and what is going to happen. We can't keep them in the dark like that. So, Majority Chief Whip and Acting Chairman Business Committee, may you assure this House when those two reports are going to be presented in the House. And now that they are not here, may you also alert the House when the two officials, the Electoral Commission and the officials of the Ghana Identification Authority, GhanaCard, when are they going to appear before the House? Because the assurance was that we must debate this, adopt it, meet them before we know the next plan of action on the constitutional instrument that they are. We don't want to ambush any other member in this House. So, any indication?
Honorable members, any more comments before he comes in? Just wait, take note of the comments, and then when you come, you respond. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, just two observations. One is Article 1876 of the Constitution, and with your indulgence, I refer to it. It's a matter that I brought up strongly at the Business Committee, and Mr. Speaker, we need your guidance. Article 187 is on the Auditor General, and in particular 1876 reads, Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint when necessary in the public interest a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. Mr. Speaker, there is some conflict of the law. The Supreme Court has ruled on matters relating to surcharge and disallowable allowances by the Auditor General. And the conflict is whether the Auditor General can proceed to do those things even when Parliament has this committee. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, Parliament must help the public purse in getting this committee constituted. I raised it at Business Committee, I've raised it with the majority leader. He agreed with me that probably we should get a retired jurist or a retired member of Parliament with good standing on account. Because, Mr. Speaker, misappropriation, embezzlement, all the fraud associated with Auditor General report. Tomorrow when we are asked what have we done beyond the public accounts, we don't seem to have any answers. So I think that, Mr. Speaker, we need your guidance for us to constitute this 7-member committee. Yourself, you've chaired this committee, and with pride you discharge yourself like the Honorable Kandapa and many others who have chaired it. But beyond public accounts debate, what should we do vis-a-vis the Supreme Court ruling? And Mr. Speaker, that's the first issue. The second is what the Honorable Ibrahim Ahmed have raised. Mr. Speaker, there is a discrepancy in the numbers between what the Electoral Commission have registered as voters, up to 17 million, and what is on the roll of the National Identification Authority. And we hear that the Electoral Commission wants to rely on the National Identification Authority data. The primary question the Honorable Ahmed is asking is, so what has happened to the Electoral Commission's own biometric data? That today they are avoiding the use of their own biodata they collected, and they want to collect biodata from the National Identification Authority. But we need a reconciliation of the numbers, because we are very Article 42 confers a right on Ghanaians to be registered as voters by the Electoral Commission. And Mr. Speaker, the National Identification Authority is unlike the Electoral Commission, which by virtue of Article 45 says that it shall not be subject to the direction and control of any person or authority. The words are mine, including the President. But National Identification Authority is subject to ministerial control. And therefore, we want the two bodies to come here, Electoral Commission, NIA. Let us see the discrepancy and variance in your numbers, because we will not, Mr. Speaker, accept any attempt by the Electoral Commission to disenfranchise any Ghanaian because they want to rely on an ID card which is not available to Ghanaians. And we mean serious business on this matter. That right, we will jealously protect and safeguard the provisions of Article 42. So, Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable Ahmed is saying is that the two institutions must come here, and then we will hear them, and then reconcile the numbers. In fact, the Electoral Commission must further explain to this House how come 2021-2022 Ghanaians of age 18 years have not been given the opportunity to be on the electoral roll. That's a denial of the right under Article 42. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution imposes a burden on us to protect this Constitution. So any effort by any institution to erode that right, we will resist it and resist that oppressor's rule. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, I don't think there's a cause of alarm. And in this House, as is practice, many occasions there are businesses that have been discussed at the Business Committee and inadvertently been left out when the business statement is finally presented. I think this is pure omission, because I was at the Business Committee, just as my colleague said. It was mentioned, and the majority leader gave indication that he will eventually ensure that he finds expression in the business statement. I guess it's because the report is not finally done with. So we will relate appropriately and get the report so that we can present the report duly. But speakers to programming for these institutions to appear before us, I don't think there is any difficulty. That would also be done. So I will relate properly to the chair of the Business Committee, and I'm confident that the needful will be done. I could have agreed more with the minority leader on Article 187, I think specific Clause 6. Many occasions when Auditor General's report has come up, this matter has always come as a subject of discussion. And more often, we've paid just a lip service to it. Practically ensuring that this thing is implemented has always been left undone. The Speaker this morning related duly why still the ad hoc committee has not been formed. I want to assure colleagues that we will relate properly to the majority leader in chair of the committee. And the minority leader rarely admitted that the leader of government business also agreed that matters related to 187 is something that should not be in doubt. So I don't think we are at cross purpose. We are all speaking to the same concern, and I'm confident that eventually we will resolve all these concerns. So to double assure you that these institutions will be programmed duly when the necessary consultation is done. Speaker, thank you.
Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I want to find out from the Chief Whip if it will be possible to schedule the Common Fund Administrator urgently to meet with members to apprise us on steps she's taking to make funds available to regional coordinating councils and district assemblies, since the inability to release these statutory funds are making the regional coordinating councils and assemblies dysfunctional. Basically, people go to work and do nothing because their budgets cannot be implemented due to lack of funding. Mr. Speaker, I believe it's affecting effectiveness of members of parliament as well, because we have also leveraged on the little that comes to us to support the little projects in our community. So if the leader of government business can schedule this assembly's common fund administrator to also appear before the House to apprise us on what's going on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Chairman. Well, there's another person. Just take the two together and then you can respond. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, mine is to do with the Agric Minister's appearance to answer some questions. During the last days of our second meeting, I filed a question which was admitted in paper, including the answer for the Agric Minister to come to the House to answer. He came around, but he did not get the opportunity to answer the questions, to read out the answers. I've realized he's been scheduled to appear here again on the 2nd of November to answer some questions. But these questions that were published on the other paper that he couldn't read have not been added. I don't know whether it is the consideration that once they've been published, it is answered. So, Mr. Speaker, I can take the next step as far as the answers published in the other paper is concerned. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman, you may now respond. Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for indulging me. The Speaker, mine is to find out from the Management Committee of the Parliamentary Friendship Association why there seems to be a lack of progress after your good self inaugurated the Management Committee in June of this year, 2010, whereupon you called on all of us to actively participate by joining these associations to improve our parliamentary diplomatic skills. Mr. Speaker, one would have thought that by now members would know which friendship associations they have been assigned to, the leadership thereof, and would have initiated some level of activity. Mr. Speaker, that is not happening, and I think it is only fair that we know why. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think the Chairman can now respond.
Speaker, first concerned by my good friend, General Kwame Abuja. I think it's a justifiable call. Yeah, before we rose, it was a discussion that leadership engaged in. So, but I can assure you that we've started discussion to find out what the schedule and the plan is to deal with these areas specific to Common Fund. So, I'm in support with you, and we will do the needful. Honorable Kofi Adams' question will relate to the table office. And you are speaking to it because it was an outstanding question, and because the agric sector has been programmed to appear before the House. Ordinarily, you would have expected that that question will be picked. But you also admit that there are processes involved in this before the questions are finally appear on the order paper. I'm sure it has to do with notification. So we relate to the table office and be able to deal with that. The last question by Honorable Apak, I guess, Speaker, with your leave, the Deputy Leader has some good answers to your question, so I will defer that question to him to answer. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Yes, honorable members, before I move to the adoption of the report, it's important for me to add a word to the issue that has been raised in connection with the Public Accounts Committee's recommendations. This issue cropped up when I was chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, and that is what urged Parliament to pass a law that is what made Parliament to pass a law to establish the Public Accounts Committee recommendations implementation committees at every MDA, so that after the recommendations are adopted by the House, those committees were empowered to take them on and see to the implementation or rectification or whatever errors or gaps that were identified. I think those committees are functioning. In fact, when I was chairman, annually I used to request the list of membership of the committees from each MDA, and they used to submit them. And throughout, if you really followed up, they have been submitting their reports to the committee. And Parliament has succeeded, using the Auditor General's Department, in retrieving a lot of the funds that are usually found to have been either embezzled or mismanaged or whatever. And there have been some prosecutions in this matter. And so maybe we will need to get the Public Accounts Committee to be briefing the House on the progress made so far. If we are not satisfied with the performance of those committees, and we think that after the consideration of any report, there is a need for us to establish a committee to follow up on some issues, we could then proceed to do so. But we thought it was not necessary to be establishing committees after the debate of any of the reports. So we decided to establish permanent committees at that level because of the implementational challenges. And so I would direct that the Public Accounts Committee should follow up on this concern, submit to the House a report on the performance of those implementation committees for us to discuss and see whether they are effective. If they are not, and want to improve upon it, and want to establish a permanent committee in the House, chaired by any juries or whatever, we could then proceed to do so. But it's a concern not only of members, but of the entire country, and it's something that we have to take very seriously. I do not see the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. I have information that is on national assignment out of the country, but I'm sure some members of the committee are available, and they should draw his attention. And I believe that within 1 month, we should get the report before we go on recess. I'm sure the Vice Chairman listened to me. So that issue, we'll proceed on it accordingly and see how best we could improve upon the current situation. I have not also seen anything from the EC, and I have not been given any brief by the EC on any proposed instrument coming from them. And so I raised this some time ago. I'm yet to receive them to be briefed on it. Until that is done, they should forget about laying any such instrument in the House. I think there be a misinterpretation and misunderstanding of the concept of independence of various state institutions or arms of government that are stated by the Constitution to be independent. The independence is in the performance of their functions. When the matter comes before Parliament, that is the performance of our function, not their function. And they cannot say they are not subject to the control of anybody, including the institution of Parliament. But at that time, that is our function we are going to perform. And we are not subject to the control of any arm of government or institution of state. So please, the EC, the Bank of Ghana, including the judiciary, should take note that their independence doesn't mean that independence has ousted Parliament from performing its functions. So if the CI is to come to the House, the proper thing must be done. Procedural and substantive law must be followed. And I will not allow any such instrument to be laid in this House until I am briefed. And I think that is the proper thing to do, together with the House, to make sure that the right thing is done in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. Anybody who is not satisfied is permitted to proceed to the Supreme Court on this matter. So please, it's in their own interest to proceed to have the pre-laying meetings, not only with the committee, but with the leadership of the House, before anything can be submitted and be captured by our order paper. That, I believe, is sufficient notice to all. Honorable members, on the issue of the Parliamentary Friendship Associations, I say I am really down-spirited that it has taken such a long time for the House to get to know the membership of these friendship associations and to write to our various associations and parliaments the full complements of these associations. On daily basis, I receive requests from various parliaments and associations asking for the list of our members. And I've always minuted them to the clerk. It's recently I've been briefed that they have to be inaugurated, and they have not been inaugurated. And so I directed that they should get a date for us to do the inauguration. But these are urgent matters. Anywhere we go, if we are having bilateral meetings, these things are usually raised. Please, the management committee should take due notice of this and act urgently on this matter. For the issue of the District Assembly Common Fund, I'm sure the information will have been sent to the administrator. And I think that, as the acting chair has stated, due notice has been taken and action will be taken accordingly. Do you expect me to recognize you?
Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances.
The circumstances are not normal. Yesterday, I asked you to see me immediately after the scene.
Oh, yes, Mr. Speaker, there were some emergencies, and I duly communicated to your usher that there was yes, Mr. Speaker, because he said you were in, and there were some people with you. So I communicated to him that there was an emergency that would take me out immediately. I did.
You communicated to my usher,
yes,
not to me.
No, Mr. Speaker,
well,
you said something.
The usher will recognize you when you get up.
No, Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. I apologize to you for the miscommunication.
You are my son. You have my number. You have my everything.
Speaker, on the issue of the Friendship Association, I'm coming in because I chair the management committee. So, Speaker, everything that has to be done has been done. A memo was brought and I minuted to your good office. They brought their budget. Mr. Speaker, you are down-spirited because it has not been done. However, the administrators are also looking for a convenient date which will be suitable to you to preside over the inauguration. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, so obviously we'll be knocking at your door to see your convenient time. But we are ready because members have expressed their concern and they want it done as soon as possible.
Well, I await the memo. I haven't received any such memo in my office. And so we'll work on it immediately it comes. Honorable members, the business statement as presented by the Majority Chief Whip for and on behalf of the Majority Leader and Chairman of Business Committee is hereby adopted, subject to the various comments that have been made by members. Honorable members, the first deputy speaker to take the chair.
Yes, yes. Speaker. No, I have to give you authority to read the motion.
Yes, can I hear you?
Speaker, leadership has related appropriately and we've come to some conclusion. So I'm moving the House for an adjournment to Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I so move.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so, our colleagues drew our attention about the cabinet meeting that is ongoing, and today being Friday, and there are other committees that have been advertised. They were of the view that if we could spend more time at the committees to finish the committee's work, we could have many more reports next week, God willing. So I second the motion for the adjournment to Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable members, the motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The House is accordingly adjourned to Tuesday, the November 1st, 2022, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
We are live from the My Bet lane here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. Today we are interacting with the phone dealers who are also supporters of Accra Hearts of Oak. We saw what happened on Sunday at the Accra Sports Stadium when the Phobians were eliminated in the Confederations Cup 3-1 on aggregate by Real Bamako of Mali. A lot happened at the Accra Sports Stadium with Samuel Boedu being welcomed as if Jesus was entering Jerusalem, whilst two board members, Alhaji Akambi and Vincent Odotesoa, were attacked as the Phobians believe were the root causes of their problems in the team. What do you say as a Phobian? Were you at the stadium or you were following the game on radio commentary? I want to hear from you. Digest the Accra Hearts of Oak problem. Should they bring back Samuel Boedu or they should go in for a more competent coach? Speak to me on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joel Leshen. Follow me and let's get some interesting answers from some of these phone dealers who are Phobians. We also speak to this gentleman. For him, he is a Kotoko fan. We will expect to hear more from him because he also supports Ghana football. Follow me and let's see what happens on this show. Alright, so today we are asking Hearts of Oak fans, you've been eliminated from the CAF Confederations Cup. A lot happened at the Accra Sports Stadium on Sunday, but today we are asking them, what is the problem in the club? What do they think that if management or the board they do, the club can return to its glory days? So we are asking all Phobian fans today on the streets of Accra. Mamini can found Sunday now Accra Sports Stadium. Edi kind no now wo ho gege game no who say
to me the mamu abaso o ma boduma pa na me the whole Ghana obi anim the whole circle my obakoko ya me na to me the me has folk fan bet Sunday no park am ko no alaja can be time ko because the way alaja can be e dey vim share supporters mu say team na no mo ko boy no ba mako team sa team na no boy wo no o de bagana han ma league boy no come to be 5 and 6 It is team when team moment me has for day. Me my bam be say no. He say has for team na we. Praise Ben a bit match say for goals no. But because of a team no asem alaja come here e kai no. It don't me me call park but they have me call park no. Team there the real alaja come here asem o kai no. Me hunu bi say back kra. Me hunu say back kra. Na team there me no me di to go for the yana na me di no ho yawo. I didn't tempt in ho yawo. I didn't tell you supporters no. You call say alaja come here do te. Yen you move floor just move floor keke. Just move floor ne supporters say ya ko anto yeyam. Say bobo ne se lusu company ye okay. Move floor just move floor keke. Alaja come here do te the way any prayers even prayers crack sakra. Omunim. No platform me bre, has to platform me bre so. The way like omuni prayers e kasakra na nye. Okay. What I say, just omuni here enfo keke na supporters ya come to am. E na say there be. Because on this guy day, team. The men me my family house folk. Mrs. says took up for there. So I come no 10. And now so on mom man is carry team media. Minim. By saying and I still team no new for next of the Yakuman to him. That is some on one or mopedia. Me support us folk view. And to say Odote any I can be a free on boardness. I won't be boardness me support us view. And I may me a serial pa be enemy. Me has a same or a beam. Okay, me can be to you know, Omumi no na Emma has. Say only press no, it didn't come out, and then some Bianca. Only press didn't come out before they because the real papa no, only press by Casa Compro. And yet, just say, and then Bakura because say, oh, prayers. Now say, what is to press about? Or the real cock, I saw for Bano. One of the cock for Bano. I say, better to me foul pair as a contract, prayer contract by Socrana, or pass up. And has folk. Talk for the bar, about house of pray a babe, pray about pedding. I say, talk for the autonomous has of Ganesca. The place of a beer, no time the swan. Also, who knew how money, papa, only not the money and for two more. Emma took for the no. Now, the way your prayers reference, you're pretty for now, good house for you. No money scow. Omuniska say toga for those can or sponsor has no money be. But the way pray no contract so the way pay for no be kasa no. The way kasa dey on be kano pray no kan on niskan for be sign. Na na scan skaba ana ka press you e bablo say. Ndimi me to from say alaja kam no rote en free house folk no me from neck me support us here. Go me hu say papa no on always Canada ana scan na say no say ska no say no. Say I know Siska, Papa no best Siska that cannot come. I like come to the time for best Siska because the way any prayer Cassan. I pray no beton on Yeska. Yes, what I say Sky. Yeah, best down here by Yeska. But pray no beton at the Yeska, not the item. Now pray about beton in Yeska items now. And I'm penny friends no. And as a fin, as a phone quantity press no obi. Asa, I present you visit house folk team Yakoba Makoi. Go we press when about Sabo. I'm share training. Bonam defender will not go, Bonam will not go. Massa, this is like a come to 10-15 bar. Hatful. Opa from a window, crab hatful, any nature.
All right, so he has already laid down the problems to him. If Odote, former member of parliament for Ladadi Kotopon, and then Alaja Akambi, if they are not removed from the board, he will suspend his support for Accra Hasbro because the condition those two have created in the club, not even Mourinho will succeed as the head coach of Hasbro. All right, so we still on the Hasbro conversation. The Phobians were eliminated in the CAF Confederations Cup despite being seeded in the competition by Real Bamako of Mali. 3-1 on aggregate was the scoreline. But on Sunday, a lot happened. Samuel Boedu, former coach, being hailed as if Jesus was entering Jerusalem, whilst two board members were attacked. Their car ties were destroyed. That is Vincent Odote Soa, former member of parliament for Ladadi Kotopon, and then Haji Akambi. As a football fan, what's one I will share their course now? Has a problem Nankasano, and say,
Bedasi has problem. A fan baby no, be a supporters.
Okay.
A fan baby no, so no, coaching problem. That's what I say. Like to say, has a folk in a Santa Corocos. Yenya Botre and farmer your coaches, and your management, and your board. Or we say Alaja can be Odote, any board members now can.
They've been there for 10 years.
Yes, but Oma Yebi, so what I say, past by 12 years ago, Omonje League, Omonje FA Cup, to me, board members need to be try. Every day, every to me, every Jama Omu. Emma, no, Omuti, the Africa.
But Sisi Afas no Kase, coach na, Otumi Beje Sanyo Mano, Oma Pamano.
Supporters like us, I'm no any to the extent say Samobodu, first year or J, or G League, or Africa. Your question is, Oba how say one. Osako second we say, you better 4. Over 2 matches, or consider 10 goals. I don't tell supporters on Mozo Fanya Yastic and Casasam. What I say, football, 1, 2, 3, football 1+1. So what I say, so the end not to go for the or born home thing. You say, one of us is a team on the area. So far, on as a folk team, the area and the property. Yeah, that's when you want more beja, the Yeranama. What I say, as one make a minimum because and almost see social center. Upon the employee Nisika, any if say, the BBI, our house of folk. We must have said, supporters now. And now I'm going to do 1,000. One was 50 Ghana, 100 cities, Equatorial Stadium. Who see, Umpon was area. This will be away billions of dollars. Any chance of folk. And more than best 5 years in. Then I talk about on top player that. Okonye scan one fan or they running house of folk. And so be born home or didn't say, Eddie Amamu. That's fine. Almost said, or said, or we are there, supporters in the bench there. Then you football fans. But yes, sir, because of who do Akumachi. No be okoya the answer say to Odo PM and come one second amukuna and tell nobody about Japa Chawana. I do time now. I have family no. What I say football any support to be a true baby. Never be an Abena Saja open. What I say to do you see Nabotre and the men penny for Yadi Jumedia. I saw woman sir. Now can be to say funny say. Coach, former coach, you know. Samobodu, on the assassin will be our assassin. The worst coach in this country, Samobodu, yes. Because Boko Africa first one, SL4, second one, 6. First time, Morino Munia, first time, no, Omutimini Champions League in Adi, Edema clubs. Promo had Mr. BC, I say, former Santicoto coach, a fellow secretary. By no Munia, first time, Obey Omama Gigi League. What I say, some of you had the team amount more than bet said 5 seasons. 2 seasons. 2 seasons. Or J League. So OG League will come hard away a champion. But Africa then they see here. That means one more thing. Any other 20 man one resign. But my man called Manaka. Sign the 20 has for the man resign. I don't know that means will be sold by my mother. So no, what do I call has in penny for soon to new coach has. Any Masokradu no coach Santicoroko. Now or Sanso Blasters. No Sanso Blasters assistant coach. What I say? I don't know if I'm not doing so. On what chances is saying who's at Morobet Mary or Bet Mary? That means some of what will be so member day and not doing so. Me one your coach. What I say was what me the out of folk come here send a 10 year bad record that was set if I say Ghana Football Association and a house of folk. This is our camp. Team I saw Mutana, one of everybody day. A house of folk. Asante Koroko, ya ono into then opese house ye na omunya botere emampani fo na ye dwumadi odo temu omunya botemu odo tani alaja kambi mu omu ye adwuma papa be dem support wom ko adwuma omo ye no obi ka drum say I say wo ye kotoko nti o be say wo kana house say na je say o say house say e dey menya frim house say ya dey menya frim send against we ni beje oh se manager me not to go for e kana wo bo no ana best papa netimi edey wotimi ne kakakra say free ban ne da pass wa ke betimi aton no ana ka yenya sika kakra dey aye community social center ana enso aya na adwere gai ana pass kai say o makoje aso ko brother ko mo one pass you.
All right, so you heard him. Someone will say that because he is a Kotoko fan, he will wish that House of Folk will never be like they were, so that Kotoko can continue to dominate. Don't forget that Asante Kotoko won the Ghana Premier League last season, so he will love that his club will retain the trophy. But what he is telling the Phobians is that give Odote and then Alaja can be the benefits of that, so that they can turn things around because they brought Bwedu to win those trophies. So definitely they can employ another coach who will also continue to win for Hearts of Oak. What do you think? Let me hear from you in the comment section. Has Sunday camp competitions went to me and qualify and I feel say and I will see far has more elimination.
Yeah, no, also Yempenokre. And you Ghana, but Africa, Yempenokre. Miss Anna Mecano. You see, I know, ya san, my medium. First, now, come in broken heart, mean to win the D. Those that has Jinan and now so out, must has a bubble. So has a Lusu matcha, mean to win the D that whole day. But the house Lusu cry and pursue me. Men check it. Essentially, in Shiandia, that's a fact. I will cook not by a town for in Shiandia.
And it's what has now. Problem and Casanova. And then I can a problem. I said, Tim, no, for one, maybe the other boom not say.
And I know the penphone and perform the mechano because you say, if corn ice may grow bigger, it starts from germination. I'll grab a fire if we are not packed. It's what I'll say, and say, and penphone our problem. Say, very shuffle, say, fire, a binum, I can find Copia bar, 7 minutes only with the American. I can have what him in the pan. So I say, and also be our player, Obia Sakatu Sani, it's
almost some of Wedubra.
And Cababua, Hasana, and Cababua, the Mania house. It's also a penny for some Among Cofanim Black, some of Bodo Babuatimuno, among Cofanim Black, on a fast no connection. Once a play a coach on a fans or connection and Mamura Batim. I said, Coach Nibana ya action of fans and Joshua, place Niamura, a Bobono, Baoka Fabronia, on only play. I said, fans like fans, you really match. Fans me, Morano bar, but really, some word best option for her. Parliamentary has found it. I'm on Pamela and Nako to Corini, I fans have a Mumbusa.
To have another Hearts of Oak fan here, and I'll be interacting with him. What is the problem with Hearts of Oak? Who do you think is the root cause of all the problems in the club? I think on Sunday we saw what happened. The reception Samuel Bwedu received at the stadium. So we are interacting with the fans. You can also share yours in the comment section on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. If I talk, where are Hassini? Sunday born, who should be?
Metie comment.
Well, to follow here. Until what say senior has fans will budget Samuel Bwedu. So even after say, moment to me and qualify, Samuel Bwedu call team no. I say I come from west, back to west. Yes. Has more problem and Casano any day.
In fact, has team near young Copobia Yakoma then editing Netty. And our coach Samuel Bwedu quite fast war. Yes, I can and run a meeting angel. According to no now to say, and bro, yes, a woba has camp pet. One man let us say one year then. Momba into went to me about the man about park and so say, went to many prayers in ending combo. Went to me no man casa into our park and say, Obenya Queen and I don't know wedding combo. And right interview and when I then, of course, until coach Samuel Bwedu Yaya Penasem, thank on one casa no protecting me now, and can go forward to me saying Waha. Oshabona Yabona because of coaching into prayers and you on me. And when you are me so on Babo Bono, the coach now within our banner there, Yan has a 4 year, Yan Ninja home, Mempe, into one pass, a coach Samuel Bwedu, one more friend, no bit my back, our money in Casa. Now, problem be home, solve no hundreds and cost or the baby. Or by 2 years, you know. Matters are what Jama has, you know. Mendini say, Coach Yakofan, a bit to me, Abba. After young prayer has a cotton in Abba, Kaba, young coach. Game out to me, ball park and so. Damn pan, let's say, as a prayer and what will be the man has to fool. As a management and as a coach to Tetima, young man a chance and not find a penny then. And yet, to man a preacher, prayer, who say, Odiman is over to my born, Yaden, Yan invite no. I must have prayer and by my fire pet, say Yakatasi, she be said, Yaya has in the Yama Penny Biancasa, near the Epacophobia base has Timino, but Yakoma Eddie has Timinachi.
Okay, and to you know, has some problem, no, there is some word to bar, Nina Subicha. Oh, Bassisiana, obey to my Yajumano, but we now find the M1, so I'm more assembly, I'm no wedding Casa. Woman and Cassam friend international, no problem be or how many solve when Yaman 100 Timno, Sansa Wayabida, or bow bit to the house of Pedimu. All right, so they should try and then convince Samuel Boadu to return to the club, because winning 5 trophies in 18 months is something that cannot be underrated. So if Samuel Boadu returns to the club, he believes that going forward, House of Folk can turn their season around if the Ghana Premier League resumes. So to him, Samuel Boadu is the only solution that can help Accra House of Folk. Let me hear from you too in the comment section. Alright, so we are ending this week's episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. We've been interacting with House of Folk fans considering what happened at the Accra Sports Stadium on Sunday. Samuel Boadu was welcomed as if Jesus was entering Jerusalem, even though House of Folk couldn't qualify. And then on the other hand, 2 board members were attacked. Odote and then Alhaji Akambi were attacked because House of Folk fans claim they are the source of their problems in the team. We are interacting with some House of Folk fans. As for you at the stadium on Sunday, House of Folk fans, no problem ankasa anything.
The problem pa yes, Odote and Akambi. I
didn't know my problem.
The entire problem no. Team no muna esi ekutamo. Amuna muye bibia togo eja bibia hyemonsa so ade azie be niam bebre o muye ne team no ye hu se mfaso bia ni so adenti na has ye bo Africa ai o coach Samuel Boadu ode agi league ade agi FA Cup ade agi Super Cup nyina na ye akaba few minutes am ya bo Africa no apam coach ni we nyina me hu se o madwuma o moye House of Folk no mbeso mo good team no ye so House of Folk supporters yakoma ni ye do team no edina ma Sunday sane ma na ekoso edina me hu ze nyema na omo ye ne de emwa ye kra omo pa omo fatim ne nto no monko ye de do team no ye be focus House of Folk
ndi so omo mienu no kwa ugidi set team no be yi
oh by all mis team ni be by all mis team ni be because on the oba ye coach Samuel Boadu ba no kra no ye bobo no ye oba stadium no hwe de way si welcome no na je say supporters ne pe no yes supporters ni em kan je kan kira say empe in coach no adenti na mo pam coach no abla ye ni mo hwe enti won go abet ma yetim am na yi eni baba akum ye no ntimi yetim enti die enti na wo pam ye o ma supporters nya supporters no ye ni we hu say o the coach na adwuma ho ye ne modern mo na nso ani mo pam no now they until ye da sorry na dia chi ne ye ko ba Africa mo so pam coach and for so be na also.
All right, so the usual names Alhaji Akambi and Vincent Odoto Soa, former member of Parliament for Ladadi Kotopo. He believes that if these 2 individuals they are sacked from the club, House of Folk can return to its glory days, because Samuel Boadu was winning and then they don't know what happened. He was sacked with few days to their African game against Real Bamako of Mali. What do you also think? Let me hear from you in the comment section. It has been another exciting episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joel Leshen, and until we meet again, it's bye for now. Eyes will be on Qatar as the Arab world prepare to host their first ever FIFA World Cup on November 19. This is GhanaWeb's official coverage of the 2022 FIFA World Cup, brought to you by Kempon Travel and Tours and then dubbed GhanaWeb Mundial. Today we are here to discuss the squad. We've been hearing that the GhanaWeb Black Stars coach Otuado is preparing to name a 55-man squad. We are going to discuss all of that. Which players are we expecting to make the squad? And which players will make the squad, that is the provisional team, but will make the trip to Qatar. My name is Joel Leshen, and this is GhanaWeb Mundial. When I come back from the break, we are going to start the discussion with the GhanaWeb managing editor, Daniel Odro, and GhanaWeb sports editor, Perez Ezwakwa. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back from the break. This is GhanaWeb Mundial, beginning our official coverage for the 22 FIFA World Cup, brought to you by Kempon travel and tours. We are about to talk about the squad. We've been hearing news that 55-man list has been submitted to the Ghana Football Association and the Black Stars Management Committee. To join me do the discussion today is GhanaWeb Managing Editor Daniel Odro and Perez Ezwakwa, Sports Editor for GhanaWeb. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here.
Thank you, Joe, for having us on the show.
Yeah, 55-man list. Let me start with you, Mr. Odro. Which players are you expecting to be in a squad?
Well, I think Otuado had made it very clear that the players that he called for the 2 friendly matches in September were about 70 to 80% going to make the final squad for the World Cup. So I think if you are a keen follower of the national team, those players, majority of whom have been in and out of the national team, are definitely going to be in the squad. He seemed to have a fair idea of which players he wants. I think there will be room for maybe 5-6 more players that he's unsure of. And so I don't think, I mean, I was even surprised that he named 55 players. I think he could have gone with about 35 players and prone it to the 26-man final squad. Because 55 then makes it very difficult. But of course, it's not an official position. These are informations that we are picking from the grapevine and from our sources within the FA. But I thought that with only a month or less to Ghana's first game. Today is what, 24th? If today is 24th, then exactly a month from today we'll be playing our first game against Portugal. I don't see why in 4 weeks' time you want to have 55 players, because there won't be a lot of friendly games to play to pick from those players. So I think by and large the players who played in the games against Brazil and Nicaragua will make 90% of the squad.
All right, let me come to you. When you heard that we are going to invite 55 players, what was your initial reaction?
I was surprised and I wasn't disappointed. I thought it was normal because the official 55-man squad that will be submitted to FIFA, it's out of that squad that he will name, I think, the 26 or the 30 for the World Cup itself. Now, we have to look at the current season going on in Europe, and we have to do that because most of our players are based in Europe, and almost every day a player is being ruled out because of injury. So you won't have the luxury of, should in case you name, let's say, 30, and out of the 30, maybe 2 of them drop out, you wouldn't have the luxury of picking from outside that 30. Okay. So I'm sure that's the thinking that went, and that's the same thing that the coach of the Netherlands, that's the same excuse he gave. He was like, he knows the 26-man squad, he knows the players he's sending. But here lies the case where we have a packed season. Players are playing almost every 72, 36 hours. So they are getting injured almost every day. So what you have to do is that expand the scope of the call-up. Make sure you have as many players as possible, so that in the event that there are injuries, they can just pick one from that pool and add it to the main squad. So you can say, okay, it's a case of indecisiveness on the part of Otuado, but you also have to look at it from the point of view that maybe, just maybe, he wants to have a large pool so that in the event that our team is rough with injuries, you can just pick one from any of them.
All right, so let's go into the specifics. Yeah. Goalkeeping, defense, midfield, and then attack. If you look at the pool of goalkeepers we have, others are making case for Ibrahim Danlad. There is Razak Abelewa, who is playing in the Moldovan League. We saw him in the Europa League and then Champions League qualifications. We have Razak, what was that? Orlando Pirates goalkeeper Richard Ofori, and then Jojo Walcott, Nordin Manaf. We are supposed to pick 3 goalkeepers. Who will be your pick?
I think if Richard Ofori is fit, Richard Ofori, Jojo Walcott, because of how he's performed with the national team in the qualifiers, and then I'll throw a wild card named Danlad because he's a local player, because you won't have a lot of goalkeepers making their debut or playing if your first 2 goalkeepers are really up to scratch. So I would take Danlad because he has the talent, and also because he's a local player, and because you want to make a case for a local player. So these will be my 3 players for the World Cup in terms of the goalkeeping department.
As well, the goalkeepers.
You know, the thing is, I think of all the positions in the Blaster, it's the only place where I feel we are heavily short. Maybe the striking department also come close, but goalkeeping wise, I look at the current crop of goalkeepers we have, and not just the 3 that we've been using, but on the larger scale, the goalkeepers we have around, and I think we don't really have a lot of good goalkeepers. Richard Ofori was the #1 spot, lost it to Jojo Walcott. I think he was impressive in both games against Nigeria, but I'm still not convinced that he is that person that, you know, can take us to the next level. So he speak to players who played with Olele Kingston, and we spoke to Laia Kingston, and he said that whenever Olele was imposed, the players were rest assured that they had someone who could stand between them and the opponent. I look at the current crop of goalkeepers in the Black Stars and ask myself, do we have that number of goalkeepers? And I doubt, but nonetheless, that's what we have, and that's what we have to make do.
I think Richard Ofori, until his recent injury, was a very commanding presence at the back. I mean, so he's got the physical presence. I mean, Jojo, he has abilities. If you speak to, not to cut you, if you speak to the experts in the field, if you speak to somebody like Fatah Dawda, if you spoke to somebody like Samir J, I've heard him on radio speak about the qualities of Jojo. He's a modern day goalkeeper. He may not have the physical presence and attributes that Ofori has, but in terms of technique and his abilities, he has them. I also share in the same, not having the physical presence and commanding presence like Richard Ofori and the goalkeepers we've had in the past. But I would just hope that Richard Ofori is going to be fit. He's been off color. He's been ravaged with a lot of injuries. If he is fit, he's going to be my first pick. But even without him, I think if we worked on Jojo Walcott to be more vocal, to command his defenders, then he can do sometimes it's more of a cultural thing because of where he came from. Adam Kwarasi suffered the same thing because he's not vocal and because he may not be friends with these players and is unable to command his area and arena. But if he's psychologically tuned up for it and is able to command his area, I think he's somebody who can do a decent job for us. But yeah, I agree that, I mean, if you look at what we have had in the past, he may not be up to the standard of Olele Kingston or Samir J that we had in the last decade and a half.
All right, okay. Could it also be that because you spoke about him being able to command the boys in front of him, could it be that where he's playing could also be a factor? Because if you look at the profile, maybe we are going to have Tariq Lamptey, Brighton. We have Jiku, Salisu, Amati, and then probably Gideon Mensah. The kind of profile in front of him also intimidates him quite a bit.
You can make that, but I mean, when Richard Ofori was playing the Black Stars, he was a local player. He was playing in the local league for our Stars. But he was able to demonstrate that he has the presence and to command his defenders. And we're teammates. And this is my office. And I'm able to arrange the players and the defenders in front of me. They first of all need to trust the goalkeeper. If they do trust him, it's automatic that they are going to respect him and respect the direction that he gives them. But if they don't, then they are second guessing the direction and then the advice is given to them in terms of how they should arrange themselves. So I don't think necessarily because of where he plays. I mean, he plays in the what?
League 2.
The League 2, the third tier. But he's been imposed against Nigeria, in the two-legged tie. He's been imposed for some of the games. They've seen his qualities. They need to trust him. If they trust him, I think they are going to respect his opinion.
Do you share the same thing?
Well, I agree. I think it's more of the kind of person he is. He looks like someone who is not your regular talkative person, very reserved, very conservative, but all these things for me, the coach needs to speak to him. If we have someone working on the defense, they need to talk to themselves and say, he's the coach, he's the goalie. That area, the 6-yard box, is his office. And he needs to show authority. He needs to show that this is where I command myself. And that's where you have experienced defenders in the likes of Daniel Amata, who I'm sure will understand him and work with him if he brings somebody. You can't just be a goalkeeper and say, okay, once the shot come, I save it. And no. You need to be able to command the area. You need to be able to be the leader in their box. And that's what I haven't seen from Jojo Walcott. And that's my biggest issue, because if you watch that game against Brazil, a few of the crosses that end up in the post, I feel if we had a goalkeeper who was in charge, or if we even had centre-backs who were in charge and understood what was going on, they could have headed clear or even cleared those ones before they became dangerous. So yeah, I agree perfectly with him, but I feel the coach needs to talk to him. He himself needs to believe him. So whether he likes it or not, he's the #1 goalkeeper for a country that has won the AFCON 4 times. For a country that is going to the World Cup 4 times. You need to have the confidence to be able to man the post of such a country. And I think from the coach's perspective, the likes of Otto Addo and Chris Hilton, they've spoken highly of you. Once a coach gives you public praise, it's the biggest endorsement you're ever going to get as a goalkeeper. And if that cannot push you enough, I don't know what else we can do. But when it comes to my goalkeeping, for me, my first choice would be Nuruddin. I feel that one, he typifies what a modern goalkeeper is. And if you watch the Blasters, they are training in the games against Brazil and Nicaragua. He trained more with the players with his foot because he is very good. Apparently, he started as a striker before he ended up as a goalkeeper. So he's very comfortable with his playing with his foot as well. And if you need a modern goalkeeper, in the modern game of football, you don't need someone who just sits in the post and catches them. You need someone who is a distributor as well. The attack now starts with the goalkeeper. And I think Nuruddin has shown the few times I've watched him that aside being a good shot stopper and a good penalty saver, which is something that we clearly lack in the Blasters, he's someone who can distribute the ball, especially for a Blasters team that sometimes we like ideas building from the back. If you are such a goalkeeper who can just pin the ball, hoof a nice one to the wings, then we are good to go. So I'll pick him as my first choice. Ofori will be my second choice because I think one, he's the leader. I think he's the second deputy skipper also. Yeah. He's someone that whenever I watch the Blacks, I think he's the Jama leader. So in terms of morale and other things, he brings things to the fore. Jojo Walakot for me will have to go because I think he's earned the right to be at the World Cup. Danlad, well, maybe you have to add it because we need some local players. He's a young player, a young goalie who can go in there, understanding the experienced one. But my top three will be Nuruddin, Richard Ofori, and Jojo Walakot.
All right, so before we go on a break, let's look at the defense. I think that if you listen to majority of Ghanaians, especially on the street, the defense is an area they believe we have the men who can compete against the very best of strikers we are going to face in the World Cup. Which players will be your pick if we are supposed to go with 6?
I think the defense picks itself. I mean, it's a competitive area, but I feel some players have over the years been very consistent. Daniel Amate will be at the heart of the defense with Jiku and then Salisu. The three
will you fancy a 2-back or a 3-back system?
I think we realized that even in the Brazil game, when we reverted to a back three, we were better off. A back three because you have wing backs in our team that can add to the attack and also solidify your midfield. Because in the modern era, a lot of coaches are using the back three system because they want to start the attack from the back because your wing back must contribute to the attack. So if you have Tariq Lamptey, who I think if he's fit, who should start, even though Odoi has demonstrated that he's got a cool head and experience, but I don't think he has the legs at his age. I think it's about 32 or 33. Yeah. And in the Brazil game, he was exposed badly. Obviously, the Brazil game with the wingers of Neymar and Vinicius was a whole different level, but it exposed him very, very, very badly. So if we are going to go and play Portugal, which would also have a lot of pace in their squad,
wingers like Rafael and the likes,
I would play a Tariq Lamptey, who defensively is spot on and also can contribute to the attack and has the legs to run down and up the field. So Tariq Lamptey start for me on the right wing back position. You've got Salisu, you've got Daniel Amate, and then Gideon Mensah. I know Baba Rahman has been in and out of the national team. He has experience, but I don't think he contributes a lot with his offensive play. Yeah. And even defensively, sometimes he's suspect. So I'll play Gideon Mensah as the other option on the left wing back. So those are 4 defenders we have already. And then obviously you have, if you are playing Daniel Amate and then Salisu Mohammed, that's 2 centre backs. Okay. You've got Tariq Lamptey, you've got Gideon Mensah. I'm sure Baba Rahman is going to make the squad. I am sure again that Jiku is going to make the squad. That's 6 defenders picking themselves out.
All right. Will Andy Yadom make your squad?
Squad Ben.
Yes, because
every squad Ben.
Because if you look at the informed Blaster players who are getting minutes in the ongoing season, you cannot take out Andy.
The unfortunate thing for Andy Adam is that the other players in his position playing for one better class and even playing better and even offer more to the coach than he's doing.
But why do you say 6, by the way? Because I mentioned 6 and I didn't even mention Dennis Odoi. Because that would be a player who makes the squad.
Because let's
we might take 8 defenders because the final squad will be 26.
Yes.
Yeah, so it means we might take 8.
Because you see, if I'm going for if I'm Otuado and I'm going for Dennis Odoi, I have in him a very experienced defender who is a centre back, a right back, has played this season. He has played left back, has played left wing back, has played defensive midfield. That's about 5 positions in one person. We saw that against Nigeria. At some point he was on the left. At some point he was shifted to the right. Can Andy Adam give you that? Has he demonstrated in the Black Stars that he's that guy who can give us that? No. I'm looking at Tariq Lamptey. Tariq Lamptey has played as a full-back, wing-back, and a winger for Brighton this season in the English Premier League. We can all talk about the minutes, but I prefer someone who gets 30 minutes in the EPL to someone who gets a full time in the Championship. For a side that struggled last season, he was their best player, of course, but I can't compare the two. Now, even Ali Seidu, personally for me, I feel that he's one of those guys who has worked his way into the conversation as one of the players who should pick for the World Cup. Yeah. And if I'm given the choice, honestly, whether there's formalities and all the things I've said about Dennis Odoi, I'm more tilted towards Ali Seidu than, because for me, he's also a centre back. He's a full back as well. And offensively, he offers you a lot, way younger, way faster than Dennis Odoi. So, yes, you know, and the other might be playing well week in, week out in the Championship, might be making the Championship team of the month. But you look at the options we have, and can he come in? No. Again, that performance of the AFCON, we know they forget to. The guy was horrible in the AFCON. You see, there are games that define players. Yes. Whether good or bad. There are certain players that, someone like John Boy, for all the things that John Boy has done for Ghana, the moment you mention John Boy, maybe the cash you remember. Yeah. Do you understand? Yeah. When you mention the Adam, it's that AFCON game where he was, you know,
it was bad.
Bad. Yeah. Extremely bad. So you don't want to have such a player, especially with the options we have. So Andy Adam is a no for me. I don't think he's one player that Otto will be considering. No, not at all.
Andy Adam is a no for Perez, but don't also forget that there are other players who decided to switch nationality for the Black Stars. That's Stephen Ambrosius. Will he also be in a conversation for the World Cup? We're going for a quick break. When we come back, we go on and then we talk about the midfield and our attack. Asamoah Gyan, looking at the strikers we have in Ghana, will it be prudent for us to take Asamoah Gyan? Like the former Black Stars midfielder has spoken about that. When we come back from the break, we'll talk more here on GhanaWeb Mundial. Welcome back from the break. This is GhanaWeb Mundial, official coverage for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. On your screen, you are watching a short video put together by the GhanaWeb production crew about the players who featured in the 2014 FIFA World Cup. Only 4 players remain, and then they are in a conversation to be in a squad for the 2022. There is Andre Ayew, there is Jordan, there is Wakasu, and then there is Abdul Baba Rahman, former Chelsea defender. Which of these 4 players would you want to see in the squad for Qatar 2022? Now, before we talk about Lai Kinson's conversation about Gyan and the important players, midfield, there's been a lot of conversation. Bring in Schlupp because of what he has been doing in the season. There is Partey, there is Abaye Idrisu, there is Kudus. Who will be your pick for midfield?
I think Schlupp will play as a wing back if he is drafted into the team, but he's also one of the players like Perez describes as versatile. He can give you an offensive side, he can play in the midfield, he can play defensively if you need him to play. So Schlupp has been one of the consistent players in the EPL. It won't be surprised if he's in the squad. I would love to have him in the squad because of his versatility and the different positions you can play him with. But I think in the core midfield, you are looking at Daniel Kofiche, you are looking at Mohamed Kudus, you are looking at Thomas Partey, you are looking at Andre Ayew, if you want to consider him as a midfielder, that is. You are looking at, have I already mentioned Kofiche? Yeah. So yeah. Kofiche, I think Baba Idrisu will make the squad. But I think because of the inconsistent performance of Baba Idrisu, Wakasu would have a big shout. I know a lot of people feel that he shouldn't make the squad, but Otuado clearly seemed to like him, clearly seemed to rely on his experience. And when he's on a good day, he can give you a performance. His legs and his age is not favorable. But I would understand why Otuado would take him to the World Cup because of the way Baba Iddrisu is played. In terms of the defensive midfield, we haven't had a player who's defensively, as a defensive-minded player, really stood out for me. In the Brazil game, in the absence of Partey, you could tell that the midfield was broken. It was a big void. And the question is, which player would come in and do the job? And Otuado would rather rely on somebody he knows who's been at the top level before. And because he started playing again, if he was not playing, then there's a case. He started playing again.
Even when he was not playing, he went to the AFCON.
Yes, and because he started playing again, I would understand why he would take him. So for me, it's Kofi Choi, it's Thomas Partey, it's Mohamed Kudus, it's Baba Iddrisu, Wakasu, and then, like I said, if you want to count the DIU as a midfielder, then the DIU.
All right, so it seems we have a lot to say about the midfield, but let me take the GhanaWeb trivia for the 2022 World Cup. When we come back, we talk about your midfield options ahead of Qatar 2022. So just saw the GhanaWeb trivia for Qatar 2022. Before we went for that quick break, you were about to talk about your midfield option. It seems you disagree with Daniel Odro about Mubarak Wakasu's inclusion in the team.
Why?
Nobody more from.
Oh, Charlie. For move on. See, that we just for move on. The guy, when was the last time he recently go get like some 3 or 4 matches?
Okay.
So they had gone like 1 year without playing a game. I'm a huge Wakaso fan. I feel that he's one of those guys who has shown commitment, dedication to the national team. But we've gotten to the point where I feel we don't need him. And we can make the argument about Baba Iddrisu and all the other guys. I don't think that Wakaso should be in the team. Talk less of starting. Our midfield, and I agree probably with Danny when he talks about Iddrisu. I think he's too conservative for my liking. I like, yes, he breaks play, intercepts, but in the modern age of football, you need your defensive midfielder to not do the break and pass. He should contribute more to the game. You look at Thomas Partey, the defensive midfielder for Arsenal. He doesn't just sit in the back for break up play, intercept them. No, he orchestrates almost everything. What Baba Iddrisu gives the blaster is a block, pass. No, you need someone who is able to impart play. Someone who can just sit at the base of them, spring a 40 or 55-yard pass to someone on the flanks. Baba doesn't give you that.
But talking about those long-range passes, Mubarak Wakasu can give you that.
If the guy play, if the guy play 5-4, they go out. It's the truth. If you like, go and watch it.
No, but we've heard Asambojan talking about his partnership with Mubarak Wakasu. When Wakasu picks the ball,
let's go. And how many goals did Jan score from those balls from Wakasu? In his last game for the Blazer, we saw he tried doing those things. Chalo, boom, Beam Nation. Why? Chalo, no Beam Nation. No.
You see why I tilt towards Wakasu, not because I feel he has to necessarily start, but he's going to be in the squad because he's one of the very few players who plays better in the national team than plays at club level.
Yeah.
There are some players who can play very well at club level.
A typical example is Eduardo Vargas,
yes,
for the Chilean national team.
There are some players who come into play very well at club level, And the typical example in this squad is Schlop, is Kamal Dean Soa.
Yes.
Kamal Dean Suleimana.
Yeah.
He plays well at club level. He comes to the national team.
And he's all over.
He's out of sorts. And you can imagine that I've been mentioning the midfield players, and I didn't mention his name because he really doesn't strike me as somebody who is contributed at the AFCON. He was very poor. Yes, you can say that he had COVID, he came in late, didn't train with the team, and all of that. But even in the qualifiers, which of the qualifiers has he been very prominent? But Wakaso is the type of player who in the national team plays well. I understand. In the 2 AFCONs ago is when he said he has to start thinking about his future. That's about we need to think about 2019. 2019. Was it 2019?
Yeah, 2019. After the exit in the
I think he was our best player in that time.
Yes. In fact, from 2015, when I went to the AFCON with the Black Stars when we lost to Ivory Coast, where he was crying when I was interviewing him when he had lost his child in that period. Even from 2015, he had been talking about having a conversation about his career, about having to give way for the younger players. But the truth is, he will make the squad based on what he's done in the past and based on the fact that when push comes to shove, he may not start, but when you need an experienced head, he could come in and help you because Baba Idris is so inconsistent. And with Partey's injury record, you need another experienced head.
I still do not agree. I feel that there are options.
Options like?
We've seen Schlop thrive in that role for Crystal Palace. He's played as a defensive midfielder.
But he's yet to show us that performance whenever he gets an opportunity to play in the Black Stars.
Unless you want us to go into the Schlop issue, which will also be another conversation on its own. Because there are a whole lot of reasons why it's not coming. And one of the reasons was that he's not been played in the preferred role. And the role he prefers playing is a midfield role. And when it comes to Ghana, we don't give him that role.
But does he play in midfield for his club? All the time?
Most of the time. Mostly.
He's a wing back.
But he's a wing back. At Crystal Palace, he performs in every position they put him.
Mostly he's your left-sided central midfielder.
But the wing backs always contribute. The wing back is literally like an extra midfielder.
There are difference between a wing back and a left-sided central midfielder. Granit Xhaka is a left-sided central midfielder now.
Okay.
Martin Odegaard is a right-sided central midfielder now. So if you watch Arsenal, people say we play 4-3-3. No, it's more like a 4-1-2-3 kind of formation with Partey at the base and the two of them. So you see Xhaka roaming. That's what he does. And the reason why I will go for Schlop in that way is because Partey is not as mobile. He likes to sit in the middle, spread the pass. Now you need a runner in the team. I look across our midfield, and who is that runner in the team? Who is that person who can give you energy in the whole 90 minutes, run around, intercept, affect offensively, make impact, defensively make an impact? Schlop.
But this Schlop is the same person who's played in the national team and has really not.
The thing is that because it's a conversation we can have whether it will try. But I'm looking at current form, and I think
you are choosing a try and error.
Not a try and error.
A system that somebody knows. It's like saying that I should play Kudus as a false number 9 in the national team. He's not played there before. Even though he plays as a number 10 and behind the striker, he's not played as a false number 9.
But the question is, how reliable is the option? And even if even if we are to ignore the Schlop option, Salis for me is the next in line. I feel Salis actually should be starting with Partey in our map. For me, my midfield 3 for our World Cup, if I were the coach, would be Salis, Partey, and Kudus.
Salis, Partey, and Kudus for Perez. Now, the part where most Ghanaians are afraid, and that is why some people are calling for our all-time top scorer and Africa's top scorer at the FIFA World Cup to be included in the squad. They say, let's give him 5 minutes. In 2019, when he came against the Carthage Games of Tunisia, we saw what Asamoah Gyan did. Former Black Stars midfielder Lai Kingston had this to say about Asamoah Gyan's inclusion in the Black Stars squad for Qatar 2022 in an interview with Perez on GhanaWeb Sports Check. This is what Lai Kingston said.
We spoke about the striking line, and this is really a controversial question. Your friend Asamoah Gyan, he said that if he's able to prove fitness, we should add him to this, but he would like to be part of the team. Do you think that Asamoah Gyan at this age or at this time is someone that should be considered?
First of all, he has to be active.
and they've not been active for some time now. So adding him to the squad, it wouldn't be fair on the country and then some of the players at all. And then again, football, sometimes you can play football at home. You've been out for some time now, you can play football at home, but when you get to the bigger stage, you need to be 100% fit. Not only fit, but you should have match fitness, because the energy you put in the game is even different from what you put in trainings. So for me, that question, I don't think it should be possible, because he himself knows that it's not fit if he's not been playing actively, and we need active players to be called to our national teams.
Okay. Now there are some people also argue that we should have some local players in the squad, in the final 26. Do you think we should just pick players just for the play in the local league, or should be based on quality? Or you think that because it's a national team, if there are certain players who have proved in the local league that they can play, we should at least have 1 or 2 to the squad?
Yeah, it's a Ghana thing, and every Ghanaian player is qualified to play. And you talk about our local league, if someone is performing well and the coach in charge believe that he have what it takes to help his squad achieve something, why not? Free Bandia is part of the squad now. He's a local player. We can still, if another player is there in the coach field, he can help. Why not? They are all Ghanaians. If you can go outside Ghana and bring players that grew up in Europe to come and play for us, why not in our league? We should also do that.
So that is former Black Stars midfielder Lai Kingsley. He said Asamoah is not fit, so shouldn't be included in the squad. Now the attack, we brought in Inaki Williams. We saw in the Brazil game, Asamoah complained that a striker makes the move and nobody gives the pass. There is Jordan Ayew, there is Andre, Joseph Pinto, Kamal Dean, and all the other guys. Which strikers or which forward will make the cut for you?
You mentioned you're referring to Kudus as an offensive.
So I'm adding, because it seems if we are supposed to go with Kofi, maybe Salis and then Amate, it means the coach will have to make do for him as a number 10. That's the place maybe he prefers to play behind the striker.
Salis no about how many games.
No, but before we took Prince Boateng to start the game, now he just like Salis also trying to get into the team and he performed. So our front three, to many, if you check their stats now, the most informed Ghanaian attacker is Joseph Pinto. So if you add Pinto and all the others, which attackers are you picking?
I love Joseph Pinto. I think at the AFCON he really was one of our best players. I really enjoyed watching him. But it doesn't look like the coach fancies him a lot. And sometimes you should understand the coach's philosophy, whether or not you fit into the philosophy. I think he has some issues with him. But I think for people you can bang your hopes on, Kudus, Andre Ayew, Jordan Ayew, because of their experience. I know their legs are gone, but between Andre and Jordan, if I am looking for a player who is going to do some shaggy in a match,
give us the goals.
I will always pick Andre Ayew. I don't think he's built to last 90 minutes anymore. I mean, he himself would admit that he doesn't have the legs again, but he would always be in the conversation because of his experience. He's one of 4 people in the squad who's been at the World Cup.
Yeah.
All are very experienced players. I've never been at the World Cup. And the World Cup is a different animal altogether. And I've seen too many players, talented players, reach the world stage and freeze because the occasion is too huge for them.
And then not in 2014.
Not because they are not good, but sometimes the pressure gets to them. And you need players who have seen it, been there, done it. Andre Ayew has that. So Andre Ayew for me. I think Inaki is he's our best bet because Wabeme, I mean, and for what he's doing in Europe, you want to give him a chance. I saw the tweet by Asamoah during the Brazil game, and his movement is good. He was not getting the passes, but you could see that he was able to, pick his channels, pick their pockets and everything. But the passes were not coming. But also because maybe he's not played with these players before, so they don't know his movement, and it will take some time for them to understand him. So for me, I hope that Kamal will come to the party this season. He has pace to burn, which should be an advantage. But I will look at him, Kamal, I'll look at Bukari, I'll look at Joseph Pinto, and I'll look at Andre and Jordan. Ayu and Inaki.
Let's talk about your best friend, Isahaku, and the squad.
Isahaku was still under 23 then play. Let's call up then for call up. Afinajan.
They actually called him. His team didn't.
They should add them. That's their level.
So Afinajan won't make the squad.
Oh, he will make the squad. The final squad, he will make the squad. As to whether he will start is a different conversation. I don't think he will start, but I think he will make the squad.
Personally, if you leave it to me, Afinajan, Isahaku, under 23.
No, but you don't always take experience players. Sometimes you need to give them experience.
And I agree, because if you check the Brazil documentary they did on Pele,
even
in the 1957 World Cup, he was not supposed to start. He was just going to observe.
When you see generational talents, you see generational talent.
You don't think Ishaku is a generational talent?
I'm not convinced.
Oh, come on.
I'm not convinced.
I'm not.
Cutting and shoot.
Oh, come on.
Cutting and shoot.
You don't judge a player based on when.
I see my issue.
Perez and I had an issue about Vinicius. I remember how he rubbish Vinicius. Today Vinicius is
my issue with
and he was 17, 18 year old. You don't rubbish a player based on their bad days.
My issue with Isahaku is simple, and that's my issue with Christian Achu, Patrick Razak, and a whole lot of Ghanaian players. 2 seasons ago, we watched Isahaku and it's cutting and shoot.
And it's still the same thing.
2 years on, cutting and shoot. 5 years ago, we watched Patrick Razak, speed, waste. Today, you watch Patrick Razak, round the ball, waste. Years ago, you watch Christian Achu, the same thing. And that's my biggest worry with a whole lot of, you see that there is the potential, you see that there is the talent, you see that there is that gift. But for some reason, they don't hone them, they don't refine them.
Sometimes it's coaching. Sometimes it's coaching. Perez, both of us are Arsenal fans. Do you know how many of us wanted to see Xhaka out of the Arsenal?
Yeah.
Today he's one of the best players in the team because they changed his position for him. Sometimes it's coaching. A coach must. Yes, I have a problem with.
I had a same issue about Matiwenim Kujo. I thought he was on that same path.
Yeah.
But watch that guy now.
Yeah,
you see that the guy is learning. The guy is growing.
It's coaching.
So are we saying that someone playing at Lisbon?
Yeah.
Someone like Christian
not being coached well.
Are we saying they didn't go through there? So let's under 23. Make them coach them small. No. If Abua could go to if them grow, Blasters
is a star. So
Charles somebody Cremonese, where they even he's not even getting first 11. Even cup matches, boy the top bench.
I know it's a new team. Sometimes you need time. I mean, there's a guy who was playing.
For someone, you see, when you drop from
coach like Jose Mourinho, who has very good words to say about him.
Yeah, but some people have raised the objection that any young player who used to play for any of the big teams in Europe, when you go for like a small team like Cremonese, you should be starting them.
See, I have no.
You don't know what is happening. It's the same thing with Ishaku. I have seen Ishaku first, and he's an incredible talent. There's some disciplinary issue there with him, and then there is the coaching bit. But the talent is there. Do you know the same thing happened to Kobna Owusu? He's a player who may gate crash this squad. Excellent footballer, but he has disciplinary issues. You need to get him on the straight and narrow. But the talent is there. Nobody can tell me Ishaku is not the talent. Nobody can convince me that Ishaku is not.
We can't say that he's not, because we saw what he did at the under 20 level, even with Dreams FC in the Ghana.
Afinajan,
he's good.
Afinajan, Ishaku, they are great talent. They are players you can't overlook. They are players that in the next 2-3 years, if all things go to plan, if they apply themselves, work hard, and they can live up to the potential that we all see. But for a whole lot of time, for a long time, we've seen players with similar qualities, similar potential that have faded off. And I'm worried because for 2 seasons, I'm not seeing the difference in Isahaku. That's my worry. You see, I said, like I mentioned, Anim Kujo, I had the same problem. I felt like the guy will dribble. But you watch him now, the few times he's played for his side. And I would rather have him in the squad ahead of, because I feel he has shown that he's someone who is learning. And if we put in the Blasters, he can pick some nuggets from the experienced players. So I have no issue. But I feel that for a player who hasn't shown to me that he's learning, I'd rather have someone else who is either ready or who is that willing to learn, or who is showing me signs of someone who is being taught at training. And I'm not seeing that in Isahaku. For Afinajan, I feel, what are the options in the striking department? In our game, in the call-up we had for the Brazil thing, our striking force combined had scored only 3 goals all season. Okay. And we had real issues. And that's why, me personally, I feel that Coach Otuado should be thinking of playing Kudus Mohammed or even calling Asamoah if only he's fit.
Oh, baby.
Oh, no, you see, the baby is Asamoah when you see people get emotional, you mention Jan. But Charlie, see, our squad, this is our squad. Our forward line. There is none that we can look at and say, oh, dear, I thought the idea, you can just sneak in some goal for us. When you mention baby, all-time African scorer, 6 goals.
This man is so inconsistent. This man comes to talk about our class that he's not been active. It talks about Tamaja, who last played in the Ghana Premier League how many years ago.
That's unbelievable. That's a caveat. I said,
he is not fit.
I said, if only
we have one man to the World Cup.
As Asamoah couldn't play.
Or a tennis player.
One. The position.
Okay, let's wrap up.
See, whether we like it or not, Wakaso doesn't solve any solution in midfield. A fit and an informed Asamoah solves a problem.
Is not fit.
He's not fit. Kudus, and that's I think I disagree with that when he says that we shouldn't try Kudus in that midfield. For me, one of our biggest problems is goal scoring. Whether by luck or by the grace of the AS coach, we have a player who is thriving in that number 9 role. You have a need. There's a solution at club level. Just pick him and put him there.
Yeah, but there is also the supply. As it stands now, we don't get the supply. He's the only supply in our team.
And he's the only ball carrier in the team. And he's saying he should go.
Are we saying Chire can't do that job? Are we saying that Chire can't do that job? Good. I don't think there is any player aside Kudus in our team who is more economical, who is more efficient with the ball than Chire. So if you can have the two on the field, interchange, and luckily for us, Chiro also has goals in him. Okay. So why not have those two on the field? If Pate is striking from 35 feet, those guys can work their way. I will start Kudus as a number 9 for the Black Stars because he's striving.
Kudus plays as a 10. Chiro will play as a 8.
No.
Pate will play as the deep line midfielder as the number 6.
No. And we might still be. For me,
and who will strike?
But
Inaki will strike.
You see, for me, before we go. My only problem with Kudus is that at Ayas,
he doesn't hang on to the ball.
He doesn't hold on to the ball. It is coaching. It is coaching. Okay, so before we go, 30 seconds. Perez, let me start. Who is that one player you believe in the ongoing season he has been exceptional, but he will make the trip to Qatar?
That's a difficult one. I feel
all factors considered, you think that he's been good.
But he mentioned Kwabena Usu. I mentioned Bernard Tepete. Not because they are not good, but see, one, there is the issue of the position they play. We have a lot of options on both wings. Yeah. And unfortunately for them, they are wingers. Of course, they have goals in them, but they are wingers. You look at the coach's philosophy. And someone made a very good point when Fatai Sawaku was called for the Bayern. I didn't agree with him, but I understood it that he was the only left winger in the team. You look at all the players, Itepete, those guys, none of them has that left foot in him. None of them has that player who you can say is left, a natural left, so can make things work for us on the wings. So these are some, again, they are not versatile. They are just wingers. Okay. So I think maybe I'll go for Tepete. In as much as he's been good this season, I don't see him making the squad.
All right, so one player you think has been good in the ongoing season, but all factors considered, he will make the trip to Qatar?
Joseph Edu.
Yeah. All right, so that's how we wrap up this edition of the GhanaWeb Mundia, brought to you by Kempon Travel and Tours, the official traveling agency for the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Which player do you think has been exceptional in the ongoing season, but will not be able to make the trip to Qatar in some other editions before the start of the World Cup? We will also talk about the players who switch nationality from their birth countries to come and play for Ghana and will not make the trip to Qatar. My name is Joel Leshen, and thanks for staying with us on this episode of the GhanaWeb Mundia right here on GhanaWeb TV. I was joined by Daniel Odro, GhanaWeb Managing Editor. Thanks very much, Danny. And then Perez Ezwakwao, GhanaWeb Sports Editor. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
expressing what you indicated was going to be a ruling which you characterized as an informed ruling. Edgar, you have sent us on a very labyrinthine, tortuous and torturous journey. And clearly, I must state that I didn't know where you were taking this house. Mr. Speaker, by way of conclusion, you said the House should go through the recommendations of the committee in order to make a determination. I refer you to what you said earlier, that the House will not go through. Honorable Majority Leader, my ruling is not subject to debate. You can say you disagree with me, yes, and you know what to do. Simple. You cannot go and be quoting my ruling and trying to state your position on that. That definitely is not allowed by our rules.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have read your ruling, which I consider very...
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yes, you will not listen to me. You will not listen to me. I've got the patience to listen to you. You must also listen to me. Mr. Speaker, you have made a ruling which I totally disagree with. I totally disagree with. I think it doesn't sit with the Constitution, and we must be able to Honorable members, the Majority Leader is entitled to totally disagree with me. So allow him to say it, and then he knows what to do. So yes, go on. Precisely. That's because I know what to do. And I'm expressing my discomfort with this unfortunate ruling that we have made. I totally disagree. I think it doesn't sit with the Constitution and with your own earlier statement that we made in this House relating to this same thing. Very inconsistent. To that extent, Mr. Speaker, I'm serving notice. We know what to do. We come with a substantive motion to challenge your ruling, which I find very obsequious. Very obsequious. And it doesn't sit in this House. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader, as I stated earlier on, you are totally entitled to disagree with me. But to describe my ruling as unfortunate is a choice of word that by our rules. Read Order 93. Read Order 93. The fact that you disagree with me does not mean that your disagreement is sacrosanct. I will never use the words unfortunate on your disagreement. I believe that that word offends against the Order 93, and I'll ask you to withdraw that word and apologize to me.
Mr. Speaker, is it the first time the word unfortunate has been used? Or you want to reset the rules of this House? When I say that this statement is unfortunate, that is offensive. The greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, I want you to indicate to me, in the context, what is offensive about saying that your ruling I find unfortunate? Mr. Speaker, on almost daily basis, this word has been used in this house. Or is it the case you want to reset the rules of this house? Mr. Speaker, I am not angelic. If you tell me that in the context of usage, I find it maybe unparliamentary and I have to withdraw, I will. But I don't find it, and so I don't find it unparliamentary. But I'm in your hands. I will listen further to you.
Majority Leader, thank you so much. You recall when you were minority leader, you were majority leader, and your deputy was Honorable Dominic Nitiwu. I was minority leader, and I used the word, I was majority leader, you were minority leader. I used the word, you don't understand, in trying to explain a matter, and your deputy objected to my choice of the word, you don't understand. That meant it was an insult to your intelligence. The Right Honorable Do Ajahu, who was presiding, called on me to withdraw that apology, and I did. I'm sure you recollect that because you have a sharp memory.
The Speaker, words have meanings in the context of usage. That's why I'm urging you, in the context of usage, what is not parliamentary about me saying that your ruling I find unfortunate?
I only decided to engage with you and give you this latitude because you have been with me for a long time. And when I was leader in 2001, I think you were a deputy whip. And I went around the whole world with you, always leading you. I expected that. Now that you have learned so much, you are entitled to always disagree and argue with me. But I'm still older than you. And you always remain my friend until doomsday. Whether you agree or disagree with me, whether you are fighting me or not, you will still remain my friend.
Nana Tornado say a year Abeku Santana kwakase Miss Bell ye former artist ne say to obetire no bosomi ayedwe bruwum na watwin so Celestine Doko so be siw eye Sally for defamation ne sembe kwakwa fa no ho na watwi de asa na BV pese peja won ho mere so nkomo de bebre na amabroni ma be de na maba nkomo ho GhanaWeb TV nkomo eku atwi ko brema e entertainment industry trends social media trends ne ade na celebrity just fellas ni nyina ma ba se me ba be chirechim nti we de ye nsem request na ye mamuda no ye ntwan ho na ye koba nsem ni nyina ma be san egu ho amam ayo mema wakwaba enkomo ho na chese wani gusu a wasu gusu a nso a wutie na watwe de ensem ni de bebre kwa na mama ye sha senfi eye Abeku Santana versus Miss Bell ya free court case ya bedi asem no eye Abeku Santana ne eye artist be ye friend Chief One I will say he's very talented otununwom eye igbemu ne ade one of the very best artists say ye kase ye hwe krom ha say young artist a wo bon homodin Chief One bebo ne di aka ho no kopiem o OKFM na on Abeku Santana ye inti ba me de me hwe video ne critically a o de later me de bed bra ba ma men to ankomo no so na ya Abeku bisa no se no nyom tuni be no person ni ye adwuma na Chief One so o person ni Miss Bell ye adwuma e na Abeku se hina Miss Bell former artist na ni be ye adwuma na say a video you call viral na tornado kohui e na Miss Bell so kohui na anya tornado de one say na adam fo chocho mucho ni Miss Bell e na otwe camera scene so no say wo Abeku Santana woni hina obe frame Miss Bell so ye from so ukase Miss Bell atwem Miss Bell abone bra we produce hit after hit o say what the Miss Bell gina ho na wo de wo Abeku Santana gina wa enye wa afa ene Miss Bell ntumi fa ho toto no ntumi nkase Miss Bell ho atwem na eje obetutu bi man ne ade tornado kan ho say eye delay o say time no share eyi ne brass wo eye industry delay ka kire onu no tornado say onipa ba ko industry on hwe ne hu so ye power ne hu eye Abeku Santana o kire mo no chese oprobi obese wo obekeka ho asem bedidi wase a eye Abeku Santana o say delay ka kire ni so on hwe ne hu na mi se wona na tornado sempo say delay ka kire wa se ne dey say wa danfo bi wadanfo no otufu nti ada na fe de mne over years na asema ba person o refer bia na delay you kro odwen ho but wa onim se krom ha de bia be reference we say wona wo kan say nti ora betudwa e na Miss Bell na nka se opemu no nipa na ya Abeku aka ne ho asem e call Facebook live no twe camera scene so na say o shekente bia o say o de efra na o te eye ni playground honom no de kire se ha nyina ye ne de nya say Miss Bell chima wa abone brapa no say wo Abeku wo enye wo start say wo time wo didi mase enye no o say some time ago be stop illegal connection because Miss Bell ye nyom bi and also any ECG focus o pese o ye sa campaign say na be ya won wo ye illegal connection be educate won say won jai say ECG for ase na say wo start a campaign o say Abeku Santana two car finish say new office be o no poor o de ni chair ECG office kwa ka kire won say ye pani pa mana ya ade ye pa de tenten de aso ade tietia aso ade ayade anka ye kan Miss Bell nti o say won je mfini nsem na anka won fa mo bi te say sa akodi ana Yvonne Nelson na Miss Bell so bi o pehin bi o ECG o friend ka se hwe Abeku ni say na abeka fa ho je so no podi anya ne ho akosa Abeku yo bi a o share ni career sen say one trata na say anya no yes boss ni say nti ni hu ye nehi je so say nya ne nkon o ko interview kwa Abeku be bisa ne question bi a Miss Bell be kana kwakoti obi na so o se sanya mani nyina na oyo beto this then time so kono interviewer on boni nwum obeba other musicians we cause on fa na nyehwe o se OKFM na so kwa Abeku interview bia esa ne so odo wo my father Dixon ntia no kwanye te sa Abeku nti o kan sem bebre fan ho san so kan ho se chata wale nsem odi beto just some gatekeepers no ye dream killers o chema opportunity ba kwa obeka se o na fa komo bi foforo no o chema ye no kware ankasa o chema Abeku Santana oyo bi o be sabotage o into ama Miss Bell ama artist young artist for one in pass mu hwem huye mu ba Abeku be so me pese me boa o se obenya ho adidi akase ono na oboa wo daache ni ntia na oye sanso se won hwe huye pa ba asam ne de bebre Miss Bell kaka ho enkomo no mbra ba ko ho mbetie okaka ho se Abeku wenya aboa na ari ni nti wonam na okeka se ne ho banwo kire ma I say we nyana reno tana ye can we nyana fa na echi anka fam ntia na aye sa bia won pe na asem she doesn't belong to your company na mafu bisa say eh it means over so che say aya won abeku santana so mo ware won ana ene dey a question for the gods but asemi aya baseball versus abeku santana they say the tornado nso abebe involve no ho midimani de echi pefe enkomo no ne bebe echi bia ma brodi so nim say na ye mamoda no meba na mababa be chire ni nyina mu. Do you have in mind any artists that you want to feature or do collaboration with?
For now, I think it's Miss Bear.
Huh?
Miss Bear. I want to feature Miss Bear. That's all.
Miss Bear?
Yeah.
Former artist Miss Bear?
Yeah.
Na saya tuasa na watchi aya Saliman I be different is Saliman say na obebo no bia entertainment pande female te say wako bia te say o besi ne boa ka asem no Sally said you no te say wo kire ma te say you very controversial na akwaka asem bi fa Celestine Donko gospel musician na anya ne de na ne management Kofi Donko eye ne kuno sanso ye ne manager a kire mu say eye be bia okotena platform na okotena hoka asem na ye Power FM won twe won hu nsinchen na won eye Sally endi te say wo kire ma wo be say for defamation in seven hour kan wo chema wan kan ye wegu one artist nini ma say eye Celestine Donko na say me nyimu chire mu nini Sally kwaka say eye Empress Gifty hopes na do ye Empress 1 eye na eyu oye ne ne grandma do ke bebi na ne sister penye wo koye wo takrade no o chire ma wo eye Celestine Donko owu yi be wan fa phone da ba kumpo am friend an cause oh me nwa Empress we dey shedding we dey ato ade ato we ni nti we dey kafra eye Sally chire ma eye some time ago Empress Gifty try tickets plane tickets fi Ghana ha ko US ko support eye wo Celestine Donko na your program ni nyina mu wenje o ka prempo anya se sempua te se pes one po wenje ni nya na modo a odo ma o ka se mu support nti ono no ni way o be support eye Celestine na se ne sister ewu a wan friend ni ban ka hwe na se wo ko ye yi kura Sally chema wan ko yi na yakoye yi na asem ko enkoda ne baby a Sally chema wo Celestine esa ne se hu se yi ni training se na gift beka training no trending nti wo fa pictures na post wo eye wo social media platform to chema sa so ba na odedi na ye nya atwom ai wo chire mu krampo se ono Sally se ofre eye Empress Gifty na Empress ka chire ni se eye Celestine tumi afa phone po anka nchen so we de menwi ahyeden na se me kwa ba na sa na mafu kika unim se we de eye something is goes against eye Celestine brand eno senti na eye ne managers akbeka se some na Sally kind it was defamatory nti Power FM for eye station okwa ka asase won twi ohun si wo na won tumi anini ndi na ye ka body asemi aye ma mesewa actress aye ma mesewa ena betu dwa so aye tete se nkofo ka so wa aye ni body yibi wa fremu ni ade koso hwe se na tete ni sisi na komu na se na ni body ne te no ase emu aye den kakra na ma mesewa so she's growing onya abufra biom 23 de wenyi nti o so no kwata ma oye younger no nkita body sabe se de o hwe body na hu se etemu ankasa o chema she ope exercise gym yo ko gym e ko exercise nti se hu body ni sa na enye se bia wako under the knife no waka kwatwe fat na akokko hyehyɛ baby se na ya mo kan nti se wase on enhance ni body o so kaka hu se so obia so person enhance ni body it's just by choice or your no any personal decision it's one more fan did ndo chema ye ni senior colleague ye na na Meg Brown body your beka so enhance nkofo se ye na de na ukoye so no aka so your bia warefo wa wo ba area oni scan so person enhance body ni a it is allowed nti ma me kire ma mo nka se wa twetwe fat akokko hye baby o chema anye sanet na ya twaso de na watwi de krom ha ye hye Ghana fu se ye ho kire yen asem ne de no sam no kware won to se bi de se nyeme ma ye din chese o ka se o koto ade na wotwa ho basisi abeba na wa to so na chisema fu ka se grade fu mu bu ye na se dole ye akosoro nti ye no kware se mototo nyama se se de mu aye remo men kan dada o nti woni ma bi to a pomode na koto no be ye se bag ma na chese wo betoto nyama makasa bo nyansu na ebi na ye kwan ye ken na Chema finance minister Ken Oforiatta say yeji no nti obi an Ken must go eye MPP for our parliament majority caucus kwa wo yes am a press conference bi no Chema na do mra so say obesa ake eye Ken Oforiatta cause manfu ka Chema na adwumadi na nkoye ije say wo sake na je say wo probi obesi na mo betumi abo ama economy na jane na so na ye de ni trekom ha celebrities be bread wono ato nsa ensem ye koso imu na eye Kwame A+ eye na ba na moa ode na no December to chema wo ken for yata say wo conscience na say wa dream to me bu foot say ade a wo ye nyi na say wo san so say na wo ka say wo yo Christo ni na ene nen ka wo anka be resign twema yen ka say yen sake wo ye ba besi ne on resign ye wo chema wo man pay ni crash ma mama ne sometime no fa nye na adwuma na so wi a ene no anka say ba ka say ne ken wa ba be ye bia wa ye bia ntie agent na je say wa ma na ko na ye bi du kwade na anu tum je sensem ne de bebre na wa twi de ken for yata ho afa na ankasa na ye ka say na o me ma ye den eye general tatia ai obeka ya 2020 o kan celebrities na work campaign ma MPP no chire ma akwakoye say o man na tete apansam na ni post bi o make wo Facebook no chire ma akwakoye to say MPP na NDC nyina woni eyi adwin papa bia ma mind there's no one betumi aka some be develop obi abokita ne campaign promise esa ne say chop di bi ma mindi binti into chire ma say dey say be ye dey na just say bia two parties one aka won ti abu na tese one per solution but woni na wo ba de bia o pese waka so NDC pese waka say MPP fo nyeye na tese one to ma but eye general tati a chire ma woni na eye chop nkoa 2020 elections aye toya na na dodan kwekufa de bedi odi nkan obeye manpen onipa ba ko campaign man ni muodin samini na abeka ya otwa campaign so say unhu na aye amani mo boy aka sa anyom no obo man na dodan kwekufa do no chire ma say de dollar le na eburu sidi oso mani mu aye den wose na bibi ankoyo enkoye kura ba ko guru na ebu onunwum afidi enkoye kura ne senti samini ma oso be kasa emi so de nyom bi ahye ho no ma che se nche ko ba be release na mafo so samini wa ya de e wo mu se wa na wo ko jeska ono Ghana wo chire ma wo ko jeska ko ye campaign hu ye dan kasa na ye pa se enkoye ni wan kasa wa fi upe ma ba be ka kosa enso ta poncheni a oje wo inti samini kasa wa kasa ye panti ye hwani ye nim se nyom ko e samini ba betu dwan say ye this song say ye call to action ye na ye nim ba ye hwani pa ba mafo chire ma wo samini wo ye nya atwem wo diskana tafre won se wie nti afedo abegina ye se e bia won so wo bre bi krampa scan bebre gusu taw bank aka ma se oho onipa na na efini pem ye na ye bre muse celebrity se so kasa wo kwasa so mo se bue aya mo pressure too much aya mo nya botema wo de mo ma ye ntwa ye ho ai nsem de bebre etefie ta bank mo ma ye ntwa ye ne se koba ama broni nkomo no ma be sang ni ne egu ama akwa ban komo on GhanaWeb TV na say when you go so say ju say me church mu nsema akoso e won entertainment industry details am de nyina ba betudwan na mo ya to aso de ye Glit Fashion Week and Claudia Lumo new program ya ye ano na ye hakode da kogu na onipa ba kwa ye hu ne dress na to say efia odo hey sister e de ni kwochere ho na say efia so amafo che me efia san so aye biem mo be kai kosiata album listening ya efia kwa ya wo che ma de ni nufu kwochere ne ade ya wo ba she na lawyer Morris ampa wo che me kasa say watching cause we promoting nudity na wo keka ye de akokuku ba em say efia asem na mo kan ne fa na so echi wan tekro nti mu case ordinary kwochere ye Glit Fashion Week na not front row na dressing bi pan some pink slit skirt bi na say one pie fi habesi ha say na so show legs body on body na enya no nko an atare bi o she na say eye bralette na is metallic na nufi embe transparent tape bi keke no de atare so mu say bibia na ejina so ni mafo say fiodo asika na for kasa wuntie but akoye say eye ne lifestyle she's the AIDS girl say mama ho kwan no nya ne opeda mafo chema if you say unya boche kaka ba me say me chemo no akasa mamu say stay Brooklyn lifestyle no dey be guarantee more allow no why if ya who fans am hu say social media workers we dey for more for efia odo na ye Glit Fashion Weeks yankasa na kwa ado formally na friend Ghana slay queen asem mo be corrupted term ni slay queen afede ma kwa something bad ye ko bia na ko slay or da so slay e de ma na ekua do na Fashion Week no di ni kopie ho no ne man as a ninja look be black on black na just wo some photo na won ho aye fan kasanti say da be yi ni ko no wa hu na mafotem say na mutumi home ni ade na me so mutumi home 100 100%. Now, Great Fashion Week, there was a display of African designers, Ghana also designers, Gracie, who's a models. It was on point. Miss Pentilene, and now also will take it to the runway. Just fan Casanti, Ekase, more mobile modern dress on point. Next year, so Musan Sui Shamunchene. Now, so follow a Hollywood star, Lupita Nyong'o, a social media. But we said, now what you share some Athari black beard was a black dress. Now, it was very unique, it was very nice. Me say me catch a Ghanaian designer, Diabasewa, and a putty that unique look knit together. Now, me follow a Lupita a Instagram. Me what na Diabasewa, she has a signature. Me when I'm so ready. A Diabadi na me who says Nkwafuka one seminar to Ghana who say Basan and they support your own is one of our designers and who say or clothing a Nollywood style. The man focus on Diabawaya. The design there is very nice. And you know Kwan or Shay just say it was so nice. It's about time, of course. Our designers they are the best and the main can't out. They are the best we can have. Yeah, but globally, and to say one more they are more stylish one. No way is the first time I say Nollywood star be and I say international celebrity be Shay Ontario Washington da. So yeah, the any check come up say pioneers just a rap artists I say when the car I say they were on point. Yeah, be kan okra Tom David the back up, David the single one. Kasa Harry just say 10 times on artist one kasa just say year to chairman and kasa. No was nyombi or yes some hit song you know get money or feature a year restructuring kwa so chirema. This is the time on one kasa at say ashe to the video for sa hit song ever betuja. Na ye David the idea to just say it was some nyombi about be releases is yet to be released and no feature a year sa kodi any stone boy and also other ones be a new crop of artists on 1 year jumanti. David is all launch a comeback into the music industry and just say ni mankasa sina bebe bia sina de becho ba say David one of the hardest hardcore rappers in the history of Ghana music. I now watch answer na my sorry so me say me this sad story e twato eye ye wo na yenya information be say eye tema hina waka bebi ni din na friend eye ni aje crack the second waka bebi nti na yi hu hyehyeye a wodi todwa na wo kire ma wo bedum light na eye on October 26 no nti say from 7 p.m. to 12 a.m. wo bedum light as a blackout total blackout e wo tema na wodi say me beto na manfo ma ne fa hine kosi ada na mo bedum light mu say be affect lives na fa ne fa kosi ebinim say one traditional leaders na enya adwen na maintain me ho ase na say some people to take to social media na watch re won adwen ebinim nsusu twema memory say mudi so na yi na Dr. Agotete ayo no no worry broadcaster Bridget Otu editor just so mo amoka say tradition na ya cake na fa ne kosi monti mo ho ase o say mo hwe na say mo ntumi na ha mo mo park mo nyama mo sesa mo nyama na mo fin kran krom ha na mo nkom krom ai mo say tradition ya cake no dey say me to no say na dey na wokasa sa na ya na ye di en ho na ya ye di ye twa ye ECG bills ya dey o na ye say ye ni nje move no ho ada na babeka che say ye park ye nyama na nkonti say social media Twitter dey na wo set agenda man wo dey be me ma Dr. Agwo dey me man won so wokasa o Dr. Agwo ye na o ya adwin form more for Dr. Agwo won so wo kind but blackout ya wokasa be koso wo tema na koso course one kasana just one na why you say ahoma so 247 nka wo bu directive no so fa nweni ase ankasa an go say chema traditional rulers one mra adwuma okrom ha say ankasa na what trade am abroni ho la la ensem ne de na theater bank they say be break kwa twemu nyina onu say na me de kasa me de be ma mo no me twemu fake is on point me ye say bia ye boy srim count dey be correct authentic news an news say degree kwakwa ye PhD na me now that's na what trade dey ni me sanso me ni didi nya mechi se na be ko bia ma be twema mam me da mase pass mo hwe enkomo on Ghana Web TV mo follow me social media handles Paula Mabuna just say ye ntala makramo
Good day and many thanks for joining us on Best Tech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. As usual on Best Tech, we serve you some stories that made headlines in the week and an interview a member of the business desk had with an expert. The Ghanaian economy has in recent times been in a wobbling state due to the increasing debt and depreciation of the local currency. My colleague Stella Jejom-Sogli had an interaction with an economist, Professor Godfred Bokpin, on the depreciation of the local currency and how best Ghana can restructure its debts. And here is the full report.
Ghana's economy has come under intense pressure in the last 9 months of 2022. But before now, economists had warned that if government did not align its policies properly, the country was going to be plunged into an economic crisis. He also noted that calls for the removal of the finance minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, were appropriate, also adding that the size of government must be reduced.
It will not amount to so much just changing the finance minister. He must go a step further and reduce the number of ministers and the government size overall, including the staff at the presidency. And beyond that, we must stretch that across state-owned enterprises, right? If you look at the staff strength, that has gone up since 2017. We are creating deputy CEOs and all of that. Look, this is the best time for Ghana to look at Ghana and say what is tolerable, what cannot be allowed. We must adopt a lean government across general government approach, not just the central government, but general government approach to doing business must adopt least cost approach. That is the only way we can come out of this.
Speaking on the sidelines of the 11th Ghana Economic Forum, Professor Godfred Alufa Bokpin, an economist at the University of Ghana Business School, spoke on the government's posture towards recommendations from analysts.
Over the years, not only this government, over the years, there is a bit of divergence between what experts will recommend and then what the political economy would do, right? So, and once we don't do the right things and doing them consistently, we find ourselves in this situation. So it's been almost predictable, right? That if you fail to do the right things, you can't expect a different outcome other than what will show up at the end of the day. So we are hoping that in these difficult times, we'll be able to find some level of convergence in terms of consensus building in how we come out of this. That is very important. The reason I say so is that if you look at the level of economic crisis, debt is unsustainable. We are talking about an IMF program. We know basically it will be full of austerity. That's going to be painful. Sometimes those costs may not be proportionately distributed. It may affect those at the lower end and the rest of them. It will be important that we build consensus, swallow our political pride, reach out to each other, both opposition and in government, civil society, independent experts and the rest of them, harvest those expertise, alternative solutions, and let's see how we can concretize them, because time is not on our side. Every country is moving forward. They are responding in diverse ways based on their expertise and what they think they must have, they must do for their country. We cannot afford to think that the current situation will just disappear by itself, or some imaginary economy will drop from heaven and just replace what we are going through now. Countries that developed, they were deliberate. And there's enough knowledge in this country There is enough expertise in this country. Look, development is knowledge intensive. So the country must prioritize the knowledge that we have and make sure that any policy we want to put out there, we fact check that with those who are relevant, have relevant expertise in those areas, so that the little money we spend, we put it in areas where we can derive the maximum benefits. That is the only way we can come out of it. And whilst we are excited about great potential to generate a lot of domestic revenue, we should equally be advising government to be efficient with expenditure. Because in this country we have been very wasteful. And we have said that we have been wasteful to the extent that the way we are operationalizing our democracy is so expensive. The cost of running our democracy in terms of size of government and all of that is just too huge. And at the end, when we are done, it leaves very little for where money has to go in order for growth to be engineered. And that's our problem. So that's why we are saying, yes, we'll collect more revenue. We all have to be more tax compliant. But we're also saying that let's look at expenditure. Let's take advantage of this crisis. Let's reduce the number of ministers to about 40 or below. We can do that. And in fact, in reducing the number of ministers or the size of government drastically will not affect growth. It will rather free up space for growth-enhancing spending. That's the only way Ghana can come out of this.
Activities of the black markets have been of major concern due to the rapid depreciation of the Ghana cedi. The professor believes that if the fundamentals of an economy is weak, the exchange rate will expose it. He, however, wants government to deal with the issue from its roots.
If you manage your economy prudently, right, the cedi just doesn't misbehave on its own. And as our current vice president once told us, when you are in doubt, check the exchange rate. It's a reflection of the fundamentals of the deteriorating fundamentals of the economy, a reflection of lack of confidence in government policy prescription. And we said this at the beginning of the year, that the 2022 budget failed to inspire hope. It failed to give greater assurance to creditors in terms of a fiscal sustainability part. We lost market access this year, so we couldn't raise euro bonds. We saw offshore investors exiting. We saw macroeconomic stability becoming entrenched. We saw inflationary pressures becoming entrenched, undermining the credibility built around Bank of Ghana's short-term price stability objective. When you see all these things and you check all these boxes, the cedi will come under cumulative pressure.
As government continues to engage the International Monetary Fund on a possible financial bailout, Professor Bokpin advised government to fast-track its negotiations to be able to take the country out of the current economic crisis that it faces. My name is Stella Jejom-Sogli for BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you, Stella Jejom-Sogli, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, T-bills were undersubscribed for the second week in October by 16%. Auctioning results from the Bank of Ghana from the tender held on 21st October for the government security showed that T-bill was undersubscribed by 260 million cedis. The government secured a total of 1,301 million cedis from the sale of T-bills. The interest rate also inched up to 32% for the 91-day T-bill and 33% for the 182-day T-bill. Despite the increase in the interest rate, returns on T-bill remain negative as inflation remains on the rise and currently stands at 37.2% as of September 2022. The increase in the interest rate further showed the increase in depreciation of the cedi against major trading currencies. A request by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta to be allowed to conclude talks which the International Monetary Fund has been acceded to by the majority caucus in Parliament. The embattled minister will also be allowed to present the 2023 budget statement of government later this month, according to a deal reached by the president and the lawmakers after a meeting late Tuesday. In a statement dated October 26th and signed by the majority leader Oseche Mensah Bonsu, it is after these two events that calls for Ofori-Attah's sack shall be acted upon. The statement also indicated that beyond the passage of the next budget, MPs will ensure that the attendant appropriation bill is also passed as part of the deal with Akufo-Addo. The latest development confirms reports that the president had requested 3 weeks for the finance minister to conclude IMF talks after a group of 80 ruling party lawmakers called for the immediate removal of Ofori-Attah and another citing their role in the economic hardship that the country was facing. The Ghana Union of Traders Association has raised red flags over the intention of the Ghana Revenue Authority to increase benchmark values. In a statement signed by its president, Dr. Joseph Obing, the group noted that the use of benchmark value as a valuation method runs contrary to that of the World Trade Organization. It recounted that an increase in benchmark values in the past led to the increase in the cost of doing business in Ghana, which subsequently courted agitations amongst the trading community in the early part of this year. Guta, however, wants lawmakers or policymakers to intervene in the GRA's intention to hike benchmark value, stressing that it was unacceptable, especially in times when benchmark reduction policy engagements have not been resolved. Amidst the current economic challenges confronting the country, particularly on the free fall of the cedi, Guta members last week closed their shops to register their displeasure. It warned of similar action if government does not immediately implement measures to address the depreciating cedi, which it says is eroding their profits. Consumers of petroleum products are expected to experience an increment even before the second pricing window kicks off on Sunday, October 30th. Checks by GhanaWeb Business show that some oil marketing companies have increased prices of petrol and diesel by about 10%. Although there has been a stable price regime of crude oil being sold on the world market, some OMCs in Ghana have begun making fuel price adjustments. For instance, Guel and Total Energies are selling petrol at 13 cedis 99 pesos per litre, while Petrosol and Engine are selling petrol for 17 cedis 48 pesos per litre and 17 cedis 54 pesos respectively. The rather significant hike in the price of petroleum has sparked renewed concerns for consumers. The development has since been attributed to the persistent depreciation of the cedi against the US dollar. Also, the move is reported to have forced some OMCs to make price adjustments ahead of the regularly bi-weekly review of the price of petroleum products. Meanwhile, the Ghana Private Road Transport Union, GPRTU, on October 26th announced their decision to increase transport fares for commuters by 19% effective Saturday, October 29th. The decision comes after the union held extensive agreements or engagements with President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and other transport operators across the country. Still on transport, the GPRTU has announced fare increments by 19% effective October 29th. This was disclosed by Godfred Abubiri, who is the General Secretary of the Ghana Private Road Transport Union. He explained that the increment is attributed to the recent hike in petroleum products, depreciation of the cedi and soaring inflation. In an interview with the media, the General Secretary of GPRTU said the 19% increment comes after members held extensive engagements with President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and other transport operators across the country. The price of packaged, sachet and bottled water is expected to shoot up by October 31st due to the high cost of production. In a release on October 29th, the National Executive Committee of the National Association of Sachet and Packaged Water Producers noted that the rising cost of fuel and the cedi's depreciation has resulted in the dwindling of their working capitals by about 45% within 7 days. As a result, an emergency stakeholder engagement was called on October 26th to review the effect of the continuous increases of fuel, taking into consideration the need to maintain the production of quality packaged water for citizens. The association also recommended the following prices for bottled and sachet water. It recommended that iced bottled water 500 ml be retailed at 2 cedis 50 pesos and iced bottled water 750 ml, or what we say the medium size, should be retailed at 3 cedis 50 pesos. Iced bottled water 1.5 liter will be retailed at 5 cedis. It also recommended that iced sachet water should be retailed at 60 pesos. A bag of sachet water will now sell at 10 cedis from the retail tracks as extra price. That's all for today. Thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Remember, this show airs every Friday on the same platform. Before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.